The valuation of this tooth gave rise to a lot of online disputes. To back their evaluation, those appraising masters quickly gave their explanations and analysis to justify their opinion. Planet Baiji's online auction had a significant meaning and a political agenda. Anyone could see Planet Baiji's situation just from browsing the news a little. In a commercial sense, Planet Baiji was now a treasured ground, and that was not an exaggeration. Lots of parties wished to get a piece of this pie, but even if they used all their effort, they would not necessarily be successful. In fact, this auction was just a subtly disguised donation drive for Planet Baiji's military district. It was also a chance for people to spend money to get a spot on Planet Baiji. Nobody felt this wrong, as it had always been this way. Therefore, for Baiji's auction, there would be exorbitant bids. There was a prerequisite. The items had to be from Baiji Military District. For example, the items put forward by certain high-ranking officers within Planet Baiji's leadership. How could such a good chance for bootlicking and fostering better relations be missed? Businesses and merchants would all fight for the chance to throw money in. Fang Zhao was far from that status and was not considered core personnel of Baiji, so businesses would not target him for bootlicking. But any money garnered through the auction went to Baiji's construction fund. With such a large backing, the value would be jacked up, thus the appraisers giving such a high valuation. The range was reasonable and not excessively high. A song's score might be valuable, but without listening, who could know the quality? Fang Zhao might be really popular in the eyes of netizens, but his status in composing circles was not yet at the level where his name alone would be approved by everyone. Listening to the appraising masters explain their reasoning, everyone was convinced. Although Fang Zhao would not receive any money his item made from the auction, his social status would invariably be raised, and he would be mentioned in a wave of news. It was worth it. For a moment, there were people envious of Fang Zhao's good luck, and there were also people who were jealous and had sour words. When Kevin Lin saw the quoted valuation online, he spent the whole night laughing heartily. Fang Zhao, if your auction item can fetch 50 million, your social status will swell. Using his many years of professional experience, Kevin Lin gave Fang Zhao a lowdown on the pros and cons and imparted a number of appropriate responses. Fang Zhao appreciated Kevin Lin's kind intentions and listened attentively to his suggestions. Fang Zhao had seen the valuations and analysis online and thought the same as well. Given the factors from all angles and parties, it was indeed within that range. However, we still have to see how the auction plays out on the actual day itself. How about this? I can help you jack up the bids. Kevin Lin did a mental calculation of his savings. Although he couldn't raise the bid by much, even if it did not hit 50 million, it wouldn't be unsightly. There is no need, Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin thought about it. Makes sense. Your company will surely do something. Silver Wing is a large and rich company in Yenzhou. Even if those investment firms do not throw money in, your company can also raise the price up. They won't let such a good opportunity slip by. Fang Zhao smiled but did not elaborate. He was actually thinking that even if Silver Wing did not do anything, there were others who would surely help jack up the bids. Kevin Lin posted new information on this topic, and in no time, people started sharing his social platform status. They were gaming celebrities from Silver Wing. Jinro and the others shared the status one after another. Schwarzer continued with his ass-kissing. Boss is really mighty. Silver Wing's virtual projects department had also held an internal meeting and prepared to jointly raise money to take part in the bidding. After all, the valuation had been hyped up already. When the time came, if it did not hit those heights, wouldn't that be losing face? That would make Fang Zhao's situation awkward. Because of this auction, these underlings of his worried for Fang Zhao. Besides the internal members of Silver Wing's virtual projects department, there were a number of gaming stars that showed their support for Fang Zhao. Even Massier, who had just finished a shooting competition, posted a rare status update. See you at the auction? This meant that the former runner-up on the global individual leaderboards, Massier, would be participating in this auction. When Kevin Lin saw this news, the worry in his heart lessened. It was already night in the outpost. Normally, at this time, Kevin Lin would already be preparing for bed, but today, he got more and more excited as he browsed. While browsing, Kevin Lin suddenly exclaimed, "The F***CK. This idiot is making trouble again. Fang Zhao was feeding the rabbit in the water tank. Hearing Kevin Lin's exclamation, he asked, "What happened?" "That senior master from Lijo is criticizing others again. He even gets unsettled from eating a watermelon." Kevin Lin did not have a favorable impression of this senior master from Lijo's aristocratic Renault family. In front of outsiders, he would rarely express his disdain, but having been with Fang Zhao for so long, he knew that Fang Zhao was not a person to talk irresponsibly, so Kevin Lin let his remarks fly. Senior Master Renault posted a status on his social platform earlier ridiculing the watermelon he flew over from Muzhou today because it was seedless. That's right. Over this matter, after Zero's outburst, he received joint abuse from netizens. You even want to criticize seedless watermelons. Isn't having a watermelon without having to spit out the seeds a good thing? Doesn't it save you the trouble? So damn hard to please. Isn't the main point him transporting the watermelon from Muzhou? Having fresh watermelons is already not bad. You are being picky. Why don't you fly to the heavens and stay there? Despite being the agricultural continent, there were not many places suitable for growing watermelons in Muzhou. Every year, the land used for growing watermelons was limited. Furthermore, with weather conditions or other factors that affected it, there were not a lot of watermelons produced every year. There were people that had employed methods to grow watermelons indoors, but had afterward discovered that the costs were too high and the taste of the watermelons varied greatly. Unable to control the risk, they had quickly given up on this idea. The rarer something was, the greater its value. In the new era, only those with extravagant lifestyles were able to eat watermelons from Muzhou. Thus, from the viewpoint of many people, Zero had too much time on his hands and was asking for trouble. However, Zero's reply was full of conviction. How can it be considered eating a watermelon without spitting seeds? I might as well just have some watermelon juice. Having a watermelon and spitting seeds go hand in hand. That is the sentiment of having a watermelon. This reply gave rise to netizens' discontent. Ostentatious dog. Go on pretending. If you weren't a Renault, you would be nothing more than a fart. For his reply, Zero took a screenshot of his own ID with a close-up of the name Zero Renault. Sorry, but that's just the name my mom and dad gave me. I'm stuck with it. His surname was all the backing he needed. Kevin Lin did not know what to say after watching the matter. Watching so many online users get hopping mad, Kevin Lin turned to Fang Zhao and sighed. How is this guy such a piece of work? Can't he live properly? Can't he be content with what he has? Hey, Fang Zhao, what do you think? Fang Zhao chuckled, as if he had thought of something. He's tolerable. At times, that little fellow seems like he needs some sorting out and deserves a spanking, but he isn't all that loathsome. Back then, old Renault had loved these sorts of lively children. Fang Zhao still remembered that old Renault's grandchildren had been especially naughty. Although old Renault had normally been fuming with anger, he had always had a soft spot for his mischievous grandchildren and had pampered them. The current Lijo governor was the same. The reason why Zero dared to be so arrogant in Lijo correlated to the Lijo governor's bias. If Zero caused any trouble, he just had to act pitiful in front of his governor grandfather, and all would be well. What many others saw as a big deal would only be a trivial matter in the eyes of the Lijo governor and similarly ranked persons. Nothing more than some kids being noisy. This was also another reason people disliked Zero. Did having a grandfather as the governor make you a big deal? If his surname wasn't Renault and he didn't have a governor grandfather and that family background, although Kevin Lin was older than both Zero and Fang Zhao, every time he saw Zero's online shenanigans, he could not remain calm and would get pissed. Actually, you can think of it this way, Fang Zhao suggested. If it were you who had such a family background, what would you be like? Kevin Lin followed Fang Zhao's words and mused. If his ancestor had been a great general of the founding era, if his family had great power and influence in Lijo, if his own great-grandfather was the former governor, his grandfather the current one, and his own dad possibly the next in line, if his mum was from a rich and powerful Lijo family, and if he had an extremely large allowance every month, Kevin Lin's expression was dreamy. When he recovered, he took a deep breath and sighed. If I was in his position with such a background, I would surely be even more troublesome. So much for being content with what one had, or being honest and upright. Kevin Lin clearly knew his own character. However, putting himself in Zero's shoes, Kevin Lin now felt that the little fellow was not that bad. After all, these things did not cross a line. How many people who did not have a status comparable to Zero did immoral deeds such as murder and arson every day? Zero did not know that there were people looking upon him at this moment. Right now, he was P** said. In a fit of fury, he decided that he would rent a plot of land in Muzhou to specifically plant sweet watermelons with large black seeds like he liked. Zero's assistant rolled his eyes. So d*****in picky. Glancing at Zero's agent, the little assistant felt a little better. The agent's face seemed drab and on the verge of tears, as if he was mulling over a crisis. In Muzhou, it was very difficult for foreigners to purchase a farm. However, there were some farm owners who had no interest in working the land or had no time and would rent out their own farm's fields for exorbitant rates. His agent's tone was ice-cold. Senior Master, we don't have enough funds at hand. Zero did not give a d***** about his agent, who seemed to be in a bad mood. Don't treat me for a fool. I just checked the bank account yesterday. Stop pretending. Hurry up and ask around for a suitable piece of land in Muzhou to plant melons. Zero's agent took deep breaths and tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. Senior Master, you should learn from the other Renaults of your generation. From what I know, they are already preparing to invest in Planet Baiji. Zero shook his legs. Didn't you say that Baiji was closed already? Zero's agent tried to divert this senior master's attention so he would not waste money. There was surely no way of squeezing into the first batch. That was the business of the Renault elders. However, for you younger generations, you can use your own means and participate in the auction to obtain a project. Zero's interest was piqued. Auction? What auction? Zero's agent had anticipated that Zero would be interested in this. Thus, after analyzing the political and commercial importance, he explained it as simply as he could to Zero. Zero would not understand overly complicated matters. Zero nodded his head in approval. So there is this sort of method. Participate. I will surely participate in it. This is the name of a lieutenant general who holds considerable power on Baiji. I have already arranged for it already. During the auction, when you see these few names, you can bid. Zero's agent had not finished speaking when Zero, who was browsing the news excitedly, slammed his hands down on the table. Bid for this. It is being hyped up all over the internet. Zero's agent stretched his neck over to take a look and nearly puked out blood. Fang Zhao's auction item is not within our plan. There is no use bidding for it. Zero did not listen. He felt that, with all the online hype, if he won the bid, it would be glorious. This is it. Prepare the cash. I want that tooth. In Muzhou, Su Ho was conferring with Su Feng on whether to place a bid at the auction. I can probably chip in 10 million, Su Ho said as he scratched his head. 10 million was the total sum of his savings. He had gotten quite a few red packets this year, which had beefed up his savings. He had planned on using the money to buy seeds, but then Fang Zhao's tooth had come up for auction, and he felt obliged to help out. Compared to his contemporaries, 10 million was already a huge sum, but it was still peanuts by auction standards. Su Feng felt conflicted too. It was not that he wanted to help, but he had to bid for Fanlin's item. However, he could still help drive the price up for Fang Zhao's lot. Even if he bought it by mistake, so be it. They owed Fang Zhao. He had saved Su Ho's life, after all. Lending a helping hand was the right thing to do. Yanbei, Yanzhou. Retirement home for former government officials. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang were at a loss too. The hype was getting out of control. They could tell that some folks were trying to drive prices up. If the feeding frenzy kept up and Fang Zhao's lot didn't fetch a handsome price, it would be a major blow to him. The elderly couple took stock of their savings. It's not enough, they lamented. Let's at least be prepared. If the price is too low, we can put in a bid. Actually, in the best-case scenario, if prices are through the roof at the outset, if there's a bidding war, then there's nothing left for us to do either. True. Qian, top floor of Silver Wing Tower. Chairwoman Duan. As far as the auction is concerned, for Fang Zhao's lot, should we get involved? The head of Silver Wing's operations department asked. You stay out of this, Duan Qinji responded. The operations chief got the cue. You stay out of this meant that someone would take care of things. Who knows, Duan Qinji might even place a bid herself. Duan Qinji felt that she owed Fang Zhao a favor because he had done her husband Hong Lu a good turn. Hong Lu had had so much competition from his contemporaries. In the end, it had been the intervention of Shanta, the most senior commander, that had sealed the deal. Tens of millions was nothing compared to the opportunity Hong Lu had secured. Opportunities like that couldn't be bought with money. So Duan Qinji decided that not only was she going to prop up prices for Fang Zhao's lot, she was going to buy the tooth outright. She was taking the tooth home. Elsewhere in Qian, Mingyi, the whole virus patient, could finally say mom and dad articulately after nearly 2 years of treatment. Ming Tsang and his wife were so emotional they felt they were about to explode. They both went completely blank and froze, recovering their senses only after an extended period of time. Ming Tsang's voice started quivering. Ming Ye's medical team started checking his various vitals. Ming Tsang's wife left the hospital room. Ming Tsang's wife quickly ducked into another room, closed the door, and burst into tears. After all these years, her son could finally address her. She couldn't control her emotions. Ming Tsang paced frantically in the corridor, panting and heaving. His bloodshot eyes had become tearful. He wanted to distract himself, but he didn't know what to do. He was so emotional he felt confused. He calmed down after a long walk. When he stopped, he noticed his face was covered in tears. After wiping his face, Ming Tsang forced himself to settle down, but to no avail. He kept pacing neurotically and mumbling to himself. He's finally recovered. Finally. I should tell everyone. Who should I call? I also need to thank. Who do I need to thank? That's right, Fang Zhao. It was Fang Zhao who pointed us in the right direction. It was Fang Zhao. He dug out Fang Zhao's number and was about to call when he suddenly realized Fang Zhao was still performing his military service and was thus incommunicado. After taking a few more deep breaths, Ming Tsang felt a bit more composed. He couldn't reach Fang Zhao, so he was going to share the good news with others. Ming Tsang was just about to send out a status update on his social media platform when he saw a pop-up box that contained several news items. He was just about to dismiss the box when the top headline, Fang Zhao auction lot estimated at 50 million, caught his eye. What actually first caught Ming Tsang's attention were the 2 words, Fang Zhao. Only then had he read the rest of the headline. He clicked on the link and got the full story. Ming Tsang stared at the picture of the animal tooth engraved with the musical score. I'm taking that tooth home. He decided to join the bidding not only to thank Fang Zhao, but also to mark the occasion of Ming Ye's first words since falling ill. Folks following the auction online wondered who else was getting ready to place bids. As people with different motives got involved, the hype kept on heating up. People who viewed Fang Zhao as a formidable opponent were peeved. Why are we seeing his name among the top search items again? Regardless of the hype and controversy online, the Baiji military district proceeded with its preparations for the auction. Organizers unveiled the official list of auction items on their official website the day before the auction. The range of items that the military could chip in was limited. Other than belts, wristbands, and bullets donated by general-level military officials in positions of real power, what was left was commemorative coins. In the age of virtual currency, only 2 types of people bought commemorative coins: collectors and the wealthy that treated antique coins as a fad. The former group comprised mainly genuine collectors. They bought coins for their personal collections or to make the occasional profit. Meanwhile, the rich bought coins to flaunt their wealth. The official auction website published large pictures of the Baiji commemorative coin. One side of the round coin was engraved with the logo of the Global Alliance, standard practice for all commemorative coins, and the other side was engraved with the picture of a white flag dolphin, which was Baiji's official animal. The act of naming streets, buildings, residential districts, and even organizations after extinct animals, or using them as logos was common practice in the new era. Baiji had been named thus because, observed from space, it looked paler than Earth one. So the planet's logo took after the white flag dolphin, which had been picked from the list of extinct animals. The official website also published the rundown of the auction, which was based on the stature of the person who donated the item. The more important the donor, the later his or her item would be auctioned. The first lot was Fang Zhao's tooth. There was no way around it. Among all the donors who had contributed items, Fang Zhao was the lowliest in terms of status and influence. Fan Lin and others ranked higher than he did. The list ended with the various items donated by Baiji's senior military command. The set of commemorative coins was the final lot. Online observers got a kick out of the rundown. First lot. That's great. We don't have to wait. We get our headline at the beginning of the auction. It's hard to say how much the tooth will fetch. We'll find out tomorrow. The time of the auction is midnight in my time zone. It's noon on our continent. Our timing is the best. It's around dinner time on our continent. Meanwhile, on Baiji, Kevin Lin was even more nervous than Fang Zhao. He stayed up all night browsing headlines and struggling to sleep. He had spent the past few days quarreling with Fang Zhao's online critics. He and Fang Zhao were brothers from the trenches, so naturally, he had to stand up for his brother. His diatribes grew more and more passionate. Plus, he had been in a I don't give a flying F *CK mood. Whenever he saw a comment he didn't like, he went after the author. The next morning, Kevin Lin got up with bleary eyes. He looked around and realized the entire squadron was in the same condition. What happened? Did someone attack the base last night? Kevin Lin asked. Bi Liao and the others chuckled without answering. They had been even more nervous than Kevin Lin. They couldn't go online, so they had peeked over Kevin Lin's shoulders. Kevin Lin had given them an update on the pre-auction analysis. Once they had heard that Fang Zhao's broken tooth had been valued at 50 million, the soldiers had been ecstatic. Bi Liao had felt vindicated in his decision to accept Ryo's suggestion to apply for 10% of the proceeds from Fang Zhao's lot to beef up their outpost. Indeed, the bosses had approved Bi Liao's proposal, which was why the squadron was so hung up on the auction. 10% of 50 million was 5 million. They could use it to buy new supplies and other projects. But some folks online had said that was only an estimate and that the actual auction price might be much lower. So Bi Liao and company were also worried. The more invested they were, the more they were affected. The squadron had gotten together and chatted through the night. They had overthought the situation, tossing and turning in a case of collective insomnia. Anyone who wasn't on duty had gathered in the main lounge. Kevin Lin was going to project the live feed from the auction. Bi Liao had put him up to the task after his proposal had been approved. Soon, Fan Lin and his research team joined. They had also donated auction items, but they weren't worried about their donations fetching low prices. They had already received word that quite a few major farm owners in Muzhou were going to bid for their lots. The scientists were there to enjoy the show. Fan Lin was worried that Fang Zhao would crumble under the stress of the situation, yet one quick scan of the room and he was taken by surprise. Clearly, the person who had slept the soundest in the entire room was Fang Zhao. The others seemed exhausted from an all-nighter. Geez, whose items were being auctioned after all? The people who should worry were perfectly calm, while the people who shouldn't worry were stressed out. The countdown clock on the official auction website approached 0. The discussion in the lounge died down gradually, replaced by a solemn silence. Battling terrorists is less stressful, Bi Liao said. As he watched the counter hit 0 and the website refresh to indicate the start of the auction, he couldn't help clutching his chest. After Baiji's white flag, dolphin logo, and the organizers' logos appeared, the auction rules scrolled by. In an online auction like this that was open to the public, the top bid would be displayed next to the auction item. In line with the rundown the organizers had released earlier, the first lot to appear was Fang Zhao's engraved animal tooth. The starting price was 10 million. Bi Liao and the other soldiers clenched their fists, their palms sweaty, as they glared at the screen. Another countdown appeared in the center of the screen. 3, 2, 1. Kickoff. The counter displaying the highest bid started shifting immediately, jumping from 10 million to 30 million. Before Bi Liao and the others could catch their breath, it had hiked to 40 million, then 50 million, then 55 million, then 61 million, and finally 80 million. Bi Liao was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there a system glitch? Hadn't the tooth been valued at 50 million at most? Now the bids had hit 80 million and were still going strong. Everyone on the internet could see the bidding situation online. After the item had been put up, in less than a minute, it had broken the 80 million mark. This was significantly higher than the previous valuation, but from the viewpoint of those auction appraising masters, If the final figure stayed at 80 million, it was still within a reasonable range. He was a celebrity, after all. There would always be fans with lots of money to spare. Or perhaps a team was behind this and was jacking up the price. But in this circumstance, the bids were still rising upward. Great-grandmother and great-grandfather Fang had intended to help drive up the bids, but they had never expected that, when the auction started, they would not even get a chance to do anything and would have to watch from the side. Silver Wing Virtual Projects Department. At this time, the gaming team had not entered the game, and they were all gathered in the lounge to watch the battle situation. Jinro rubbed his chin as the figure displayed on the screen kept increasing. Laughing, he said, "We don't have a chance to show off." Regardless, the bids had already exceeded the initial valuation. That was more than enough, and everyone's mood while watching the auction became lighter. The figure on screen was still changing. 80 million, 85 million, 88 million, 90 million. Ming Tsang's finger was constantly tapping his screen. He was currently in an overly excited state of mind and had lost a little of his rationality. So much so that he simply did not check the highest bid. As long as someone was vying for it, he would increase his bid. Increase bid. Increase bid. There are still people bidding? Increase once more. Then he realized bid failed. He had insufficient savings. Only now did Ming Tsang calm down. Thinking back over the years, he and his wife had practically spent the majority of their savings seeking medical treatment for their son. Now that they'd had a treatment direction for the last 2 years and expenses were being covered by all sorts of medical research collaboratives, he had been able to bring together some money. Still, it was a far cry from the past, and even if he wished to place the winning bid for the tooth, now he could only watch on. In distant Majo, Ma Sierre, who was currently participating in a competition, stopped increasing his bids. He viewed the auction from an investment angle. He thought highly of Fang Zhao and felt that if the valuation was in the 30 million to 50 million range, he would bid for it. But now, it had already exceeded his budget, so he rationally stopped. Online, people who had been watching the auction attentively started to get excited at this moment. It's 90 million already. This is double the estimated value given by those appraising masters. Can anyone explain what's going on? 90 million for just a tooth? Are they crazy? Perhaps it's the company that manages Fang Zhao promoting, spending so much to promote it? This is hard-earned capital. It's probably going to settle at this range. 90 million is sky high. Fang Zhao is going to be even more popular. His status will increase by a few times. Oh shoot, there's a new update. 100 million. When people in the discussion section heard the news, they rushed to check the webpage. Indeed, the current bid had changed. In bright red, the figure was 100 million. 100 million, without a doubt. In the outpost, everyone in the outpost roared as they started to discuss. It just crossed 100 million? It was unknown who said this, but every single word seemed to float, as if the words were being blown by a hurricane as they left his mouth. Biliao's palms were clammy, and beads of sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. Was this a dream? Was it real? 100 million. The base had approved them keeping 1/10 for the outpost. This sort of planetary military construction and immigration plan auction was not taxed. That was to say that the outpost would receive a full 10 million. Beside him, Ryode was muttering something incomprehensible. His entire body was soaked with sweat, perhaps from nervousness or excitement, but he was no calmer than Biliao. Biliao turned and asked Kevin Lin, "Wasn't it said that this tooth would not exceed 50 million? That was just a valuation. Ultimately, the bidding decides the final price." Kevin Lin's face was flushed with happiness. Crossing the 100 million mark, that was worth bragging about. How should I write this news? Lijo. Zero watched the screen proudly. Want to challenge me? Indeed, the 100 million bid was his. He totally disregarded the unsightly expression of his agent and the depressing atmosphere in the room. Right now, he even wished to break out in song. His assistant trembled uncontrollably at the side. However, Zero was pleased for less than 3 seconds, as the figure shown changed once more. 110 million. Zero glanced at the figure on the screen and sneered. "Trash, you only have this much ability." As he spoke, His finger reached out to tap the increase bid option. So quickly his agent could not stop him in time. 150 million. Zero had directly increased the bid by 40 million. When this bid appeared, the internet once more started buzzing. Although it was a public online auction, at the moment, the identities of the bidders were still unknown. Even so, watching a straight increase of 40 million for a bid of 150 million also crushed the hopes of quite a number of people. Yinzhou Qian City, Silver Wing Tower. Duan Xinji frowned as she stared at the screen. The 110 million bid had been hers, but she had not expected that some other party would directly raise the bid to 150 million. Who could it be that had made such a big move? Whoever it was, this move told everyone still in the bidding not to compete. This person was determined to win this tooth. The current bid was already so high. Should she continue bidding? Duan Xinji hesitated. As there were currently no new bids, the webpage displayed a 30-second countdown. At the moment, the office was deathly silent except for the D sound of the timer countdown. When the countdown timer was at 15 seconds, Duan Xinji set her resolve. Opening her eyes wide, she reached out and prepared to increase the bid by 10 million and sound out the other party's intentions. Just that before Duan Xinji could increase her bid, the countdown timer suddenly disappeared. The highest bid had jumped from 150 million to 200 million. 200 million. Duan Xinji stared blankly and unknowingly sat straighter and pulled herself closer to the screen, as if she wished to see who was behind this figure. There was still another person? Besides the person who had raised it to 150 million, there was actually another who would increase the bid by 50 million to 200 million. The assistant standing behind Duan Xinji covered her gaping mouth in shock. As a staffer in an entertainment company, she knew that every celebrity with their status and position would have a valuation. As for Fang Zhao's current status within the circles, in theory, it shouldn't have been so high. 200 million, this transaction would be making a loss. At this moment, online audiences were also stunned. 200 million. Crazy. This bunch of people are mad. Who said that he would eat a hot pepper live on stream if the figure crossed 100 million? Come out now. The appraising masters were at a loss. Below 100 million was within a rational range, but anything above 100 million was not worth it. Could it be that the people participating in the auction had not seen the appraising master's analysis article? That was not likely. Even if they had not seen it, people who could put forward such high bids would have advisors beside them, right? Baffling, totally unfathomable. Meanwhile, Zero stood up abruptly when he saw this, his chair creating an ear-splitting screech as it scratched against the ground. What the F***CK? There was actually someone even more pretentious than him. This made him unable to restrain himself. Zero was triggered. Noticing Zero's manner, his agent quickly went forward to block him. "Senior Master, calm down," his agent exclaimed, and his agent held on to the hand that Zero had raised toward the screen. However, it was a pity, but he could only hold on to one hand. He unable to stop Zero's other hand. The sound of an increase bid rang out. Zero's agent glanced over at the screen, and at that moment, everything he saw lost its color. Wastrel. On the screen, the highest bid had changed to 250 million. Zero had just increased the bid by another 50 million. Zero even grinned evilly at the screen. "Let's see how you compete now. Bring it on." Zero's agent felt the urge to hit someone when he heard those words. A few assistants had distanced themselves when they had noticed the situation going south. The agent's face was contorted beyond recognition. His cheeks were twitching non-stop, his chest was heaving, and his nostrils were flared. He had raised funds all over the place, and for what? He had painstakingly amassed several hundred million to bid on something usable and get a plot of land on planet Baiji. But now, Zero had actually wasted 250 million on a tooth? What would happen if they could not win the later auction items? Who did I go through so much trouble to raise funds and prepare data for? Who was it F***king for? Zero's agent bellowed in his heart. But his rage turned to joy and relief in a flash when he saw the figures on the screen change once more. Zero's bid of 250 million had only been up long enough to take a screenshot when it quickly became 300 million. Zero. Realizing Zero's provoked stance, Zero's agent did not let him make a move this time round. He shouted to the assistants that had all backed away, "Every one of you better come over right now." Combining their strength, they stopped Zero from making a stepping forward and making a stupid decision. With no new bids, the figure showed 300 million and the countdown timer began. Many people watching the countdown had mixed feelings as they watched the seconds tick by, and they collectively exhaled when it concluded. At last, there were no more increasing bids. Finally, the first item of the auction, the creature's tooth with a song score engraved on it that had been put forward by Fang Zhao, had been won with a bid of 300 million. Kevin Lin once again threw his head back and brayed with laughter. Fang Zhao also felt that this was inconceivable. This price had vastly exceeded his expectations. Who was it that had won the bid? According to interplanetary fund guidelines, after all the items had been auctioned off, only then would the identities of the winning bidders be revealed. There was still no way of knowing who had bid, and the internet was abuzz with discussions and guesses, but they had no useful information yet. Looking at the price that had been reached, Bi Liao gulped a few mouthfuls of air and choked on his own saliva. Hurriedly, he grabbed a glass and downed some tea. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk kitty F asterisk CK? 300 million. 1/10 of that was 30 million. How much equipment could they buy? At this moment, Bi Liao clearly understood. Their outpost was rich. He wondered whether the senior officer that had handled the application request was regretting now. Who cared anyway? Bi Liao rubbed his palms together in glee. After all, this money, 30 million and not a single cent less. Every bit would be transferred to the outpost's military expenditure. People in the outpost were all very happy, but there were some people whose faces turned green as they saw the price that had been reached. Certain merchants and businessmen were prepared to cling on to generals on planet Baiji, but when they saw the price reached for the first item, they knew that they would have to cough up a lot of hard-earned capital this time around. Their objectives were the few generals later on, and they did not think highly of a little celebrity's item. But the first item had achieved such a high price. How much would they have to bid to obtain the later items? Surely it couldn't be any less than this little celebrity's price. If they wished to get into those generals' good books, would they dare show their faces to the generals if the bids were not at least 10 times greater? Generals had their own temperaments too. After Fang Zhao's animal tooth sold for the astronomical price of 300 million, Kevin Lin sent out this status update. Ha, ha, ha. When he had posted the picture of the tooth a few days ago, some folks had commented that CR*P like that would never fetch a high price. Now Kevin Lin felt totally vindicated, even though he had only posted 3 words. Facts were the best revenge. Browsing the headlines again, Kevin Lin noticed that news of Fang Zhao's engraved animal tooth, fetching a jaw-dropping price, was all over the place. Regardless of what people's motivations were in posting the news item, Fang Zhao was the beneficiary of a new round of hype. This fella Fang Zhao is scary. That was what many members of the entertainment industry thought. When Fang Zhao had made a name for himself as a composer in Yinzhou, many folks hadn't taken it seriously. For one, Fang Zhao had been too young. He had still enjoyed limited status and influence. Secondly, composers worked behind the scenes. They were hard to promote and thus didn't pose a big threat. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao had soon taken over gaming headlines, even earning the god moniker from gamers when the few clips showcasing his gaming prowess had emerged. Not to mention that Fang Zhao had been backed by a huge corporation in Silverwing Media. Esports was itself a big industry. Folks had suspected the rise of a new gaming superstar. So many people had started feeling wary of Fang Zhao, be they entertainment conglomerates or gaming clubs. Everyone had brought their A game. Yet while his enemies had geared up for battle, Fang Zhao had thrown a curveball by announcing he would be performing his military service, blowing so many minds in the process. Many folks had secretly mocked Fang Zhao for being an idiot. Performing military service at the peak of your popularity? What? You're worried you're too famous. But many entertainment companies in Yinzhou had breathed a sigh of release when they had heard the news. Great, military service it is, then. Get out of sight. We won't have to deal with him for a year. Just as everyone had been kicking back, lo and behold, Project Starlight had launched, and in an amazing stroke of luck, Fang Zhao had been included. The reason being that the military wanted to encourage celebrities to serve in tough locations. Fang Zhao's actions were being lauded. The folks who had just started to relax had been dumbfounded. If you could broadcast live from your service location, fewer celebrities would become draft dodgers. What a great chance to boost your popularity, and now it had been stolen by Fang Zhao. If only they had known that Project Starlight had been in the pipeline, every entertainment company would have forced their celebrities to perform their military service. The tougher the service location, the better. But of course, hindsight is 20/20ths. So be it, let Fang Zhao have his live broadcasts. After all, Fang Zhao had the fewest advantages out of the 5 celebrities picked for the first stage of Project Starlight. He was also boring and had no idea how to entertain audiences. There was no way he was going to be a hit. Entertainment industry executives felt they could rest easy again, but it had only been a brief respite. The day Fang Zhao had started his military service on Baiji, he had made a major discovery. The discovery of a grade A power, or had global repercussions. Fang Zhao's dieting reputation had thus been born. Word had it that Fiery Bird had already signed an endorsement deal with him a year in advance to tout their new headset design for next year. So many folks were dying of envy. The Baiji, or had been the lead story for local and internet TV stations, and had inundated personal news feeds. As the discoverer of the power, or Fang Zhao had naturally seen his profile rise as well. Under those circumstances, even a smear campaign wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Fang Zhao's enemies could only wait for the hype to die down. Finally, the hype had receded and the focus had shifted to development plans for Baiji and not Fang Zhao the individual. Lo and behold, a terrorist attack had shifted global attention back to Channel S5. At some point, some folks had hoped that Fang Zhao had been killed in the terrorist attack. Fang Zhao's competitors within the entertainment industry couldn't stand the sight of this freak who defied convention and yet managed to grab headlines anyway. Lo and behold, the freak had survived, earned a service merit, and been promoted. Local governments had even started promoting him as a model soldier. The twists and turns of Fang Zhao's fortunes were so unbelievable that some folks wanted to write a screenplay out of it. And now his auction item valued at 30 to 50 million had been sold for 300 million. Fang Zhao's fellow celebrities who viewed him as a formidable opponent were refusing to watch the news. They ignored the headlines popping up on their phones. Those headlines were bound to be about Fang Zhao again. Main hospital of the Yinzhou military district. After being shipped back to Earth, Yin Biao had been fitted for prosthetics here and put through rehab. His prosthetics had been attached. He went for training walks at this time of day every day, but he had skipped his session today to watch the auction online. Who would have thought that something donated by a 2-bit celebrity would fetch such a high price? A nurse delivering medicine to Yin Biao marveled as she checked out the auction footage. The nurses at the hospital were used to seeing senior military officials. Generals were a dime a dozen, so for them, Fang Zhao only qualified as a minor celebrity. Yin Biao tried hard to suppress his smile. He was dying to tell people this was his future boss. As an employee, his fortunes were naturally tied to those of his boss. Seeing Fang Zhao's item fetch such a handsome price gave Yin Biao extra motivation to tackle rehab. In Liuzhou, Zero was moping around. He felt he had lost face, big time. As a scion of Liuzhou's most powerful family and an internet sensation, he had never seen any competition when it came to auction bidding. Suffering such a major setback when always used to getting his way, Zero hadn't felt this stifled in a long time. P** said. Zero was vocal about his feelings. He scanned the room, glancing at several of his assistants before fixing his gaze on his agent. The agent played dumb, secretly cursing his client. You sit there on your fat ass and don't have to worry about a thing. All you have to do is click to increase your bid. Sure, it makes you feel good, but you have to think about the overall interests of our company too. What? You think money grows on trees? Why can't you be like your peers in the Renault family? All of them are standouts. I'd be accomplishing big things if I were working for any of them, but such is my luck that I have to be assigned to Zero. Why must my life suck? I can never stop worrying. Our profits are slim. We're short of cash. The agent responded emotionlessly. Zero was in no mood for dissent. Try another excuse. The new 100-episode TV series that just aired. We suffered a significant loss, the agent said coldly. This time, Zero went silent and felt awkward. It was just 20, 30 million. 90 million, his agent corrected. In the new TV series they had invested in, the female lead was Senior Master Zero's new girlfriend yet again. The plot was bizarre and didn't make sense at all. The acting was okay, but it was completely outweighed by the crappy story, and they had made 100 King episodes. Lord knows where Zero had gotten the idea that the more bizarre the story, the more popular the TV series. He had insisted on greenlighting the series, and now look how popular it was. King fell for your bullsh T. We're losing our shirts here. Every episode was a major production. If the show had only lasted 10 or 20 episodes, maybe they could have broken even on account of Zero's internet popularity, but Zero had insisted on dragging out a story that could have been told in 10 episodes over 100 episodes. Boy, did that series tank. This was the result of Zero's stubborn streak. Zero didn't deny the failure of the TV series. What do you think we should buy? Zero was a pragmatist, after all. He had missed out on the first lot, and his manager had just pointed out a recent flop. There was no point in continuing to argue. The first lot got so expensive, the items that follow won't be cheap either. Given our budget, I'd say all we can bid for is Fanlin seeds, Zero's agent said. Investing in Fanlin was better than investing in Fang Zhao. Zero was re-energized. Let's do it. Let's bid for some watermelon seeds. I want watermelon seeds. Zero's agent automatically filtered the expletive coming out of his mouth before speaking. Then it's decided. The auction continued. As expected, the bids went even higher. Just some 10 seconds after the second lot went up for bidding, the bids had exceeded 300 million. Fang Zhao's animal tooth was followed by some power, ore, and a machine part donated by two noted engineers. They fetched 450 million and 500 million respectively. Fanlin's seeds were next. This time, Zero got his fix. He placed a successful bid of 1 billion for Fanlin seeds, beating out the major farm owners from Muzhou. As the countdown clock wound down and the screen flashed sold, Zero was instantly in a better place. Zero's agent stayed silent during the auction. The offer was higher than he had expected. He had other considerations as well. It was impossible to buy land on Baiji now, but thinking outside the box, he could rent Fanlin's experimental plot. If Fanlin's experiments were going well, they should be winding down. It was hard to say if he would keep planting. They could leverage their successful bid for the seeds into early negotiations with Fanlin about leasing his plots. If they could take over the plots right away, that would be even better. The plots were quite big. He had gotten a glimpse of Baiji's development plan through connections. Outpost 23 was a priority area for development. It was a good location. That was also why he hadn't stopped Zero from upping his bid. The people who placed bids each had their own considerations. Some probably felt they were getting a bargain, and others felt they were getting ripped off, but the general public didn't care about their reasons. They were simply stunned by the astronomical sums being tossed around. They thought that the 300 million Fang Zhao had gotten was a high price. Little had they known the winning bids would get even higher. Even if higher bids were expected, the huge gap between bids was baffling. What were people thinking jumping from 400 or 500 million to 1 billion? It must be those major farm owners from Muzhou, Kevin Lin told Fang Zhao, as if he were an expert on the matter. The major farm owners from our Muzhou are quite brash, a soldier from Muzhou bragged. After Fanlin and the others, it was finally the turn of Baiji's generals. The final few lots truly hammered home to the general public what crazy rich people and big capital were all about. After the starting price was displayed, the bids escalated at a rapid pace. The capitalists were going all out. The bid counter comprised a digital counter followed by the unit of 10,000. Here, 10,000 was the default unit. This lot went for 5 billion, the next 8 billion, then 10 billion. By contrast, the 300 million for Fang Zhao's animal tooth was nothing. Folks watching online were bewildered by the huge sums. Have they all gone mad? I have no idea. I'm too busy counting the zeros. This is my first time watching an auction like this. You think they're actually after the auction items? What they're eyeing is the land. This is an investment in Baiji real estate. If you think of it that way, then these seem to be bargains. The auction finally ended after the set of commemorative coins was sold for 20 billion. Someone did the math. The total sales came out to just over 100 billion. One mere auction had earned the Baiji military district 100 billion. There were so many jealous people out there. This is the first time I have felt concretely that Baiji's prospects are going to be great, B. Liao marveled. An auction that clocked up 100 billion worth of investments, and these were only the transactions shown to the public. This was the driving force of the development sequence. Everyone just loved throwing money at planets at the front of the development sequence, and investors were all frantically trying to get in. For those at the tail end of the development sequence, nobody even bothered to give them a second look. People there had to rely on themselves. Just comparing Baiji's past and present circumstances would do. Baiji-based leadership felt the difference the most. Compared to the past, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Not just audiences and viewers, even Shanta and the other leaders had not expected this. 100 billion was 3 times their original estimation. Was it ever so crazy before? A senior Baiji officer asked. Shanta shook his head. Before? It has never been this crazy in the past. During the previous planet's auction, he had still been young and had not even been an officer yet. This round's auction forecast and estimations had been made with references to the previous examples, and that was why the results were so shocking. Of the 5 planets at the front of the development sequence, there were only 3 habitable planets, including Baiji. Businessmen had probably seen the huge commercial benefits from the development of the previous planets, but had been too slow to get a slice of the pie. Thus, this time, they had paid close attention to planet Baiji. Of course, there was the matter of Fang Zhao's first lot obtaining a high price, which had had the effect of raising up the prices of the other lots and affecting investors' mentalities. Shanta had had 2 reasons for letting Fang Zhao be part of the auction. The first had been to attract the attention of the masses, and the second one had been to help Fang Zhao raise his reputation, as Fang Zhao's discovery of Baiji or had been the catalyst. This had been meant to mutually benefit both parties. Shanta's estimation of the first lot had also been 35 million. He had never expected. Shanta raised his head, and his hawk-like gaze swept across everyone present in the room. However, who was it that jacked up the bid? Currently, every officer here was a trusted aide of his. Even if they had made a move, he should still have been informed. But every single person in Shanta's field of vision shook their heads. It really hadn't been them. There were regulations that prohibited the military district from interfering with the auction. Of course, when there was a policy, there would be countermeasures. Even if they did not do it personally, naturally, they would get others to help them do it. But even if they had raised the bids, the plan had been at most 100 million. They would not have jacked the bids this high. They had no prior experience and had been worried that problems would arise if the price was too high. Therefore, a bid of 300 million could not have been from their side. Could it be those newcomers? Those newcomers referred to people dispatched from the various continents' military districts after the terrorist attack. When this was said, many people nodded their heads in approval. That's possible. Doesn't that Hong Lu know Fang Zhao? I heard that Fang Zhao is signed to his wife's entertainment company. The person with the highest probability of jacking up the bid was Hong Lu's wife, Duan Qianji. However, jacking it up that high, wasn't she afraid of being investigated? The symbolic boosting of a price could be attributed to a variety of reasons and pushed to a company's operations teams. Everyone knew this and would close their eyes to it. But jacking the price up to 300 million, did Honglu not want to stay on Planet Baiji? Now, Planet Baiji was under intense scrutiny. If the investigation proved this, the authority Honglu had painstakingly sought to achieve would be gone. Was he that foolish? Or perhaps, was his wife, head of an entertainment company, that stupid? At this moment, Honglu was also anxiously making a call to Duan Qianji. Wife, did you bid for the first lot? I participated in it. The 300 million bid wasn't you, right? Nope. Honglu let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. As their social status was rather high, personally jacking up the price was not a good thing. Whether for themselves or Fang Zhao, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. But if it was not you, then who else could it have been? I am clueless as well. Wait for the announcement to come out in a while. This was something that many people wanted to know. People online had been discussing why the items in this auction had fetched such high prices. One of the reasons was that the first lot of the auction had been too high. There were some people who thought they had deduced the truth. That's it. It's AF*King Baiji military district scheme. They purposely jacked up the bids. This is just unsightly. It's a little too early to come to that conclusion. Let's wait for the announcement. I don't think it was people from Baiji's military district. If they had jacked up the bids, it would be found out in the audit. They wouldn't do such things that could be held against them. Who knows if that bunch of military officers use their brains? Rationality is forgotten when there is greed. That senior master Zero from Lijo just posted a status. The item that Fanlin put up was won by him. The one who bid 1 billion was him. Netizens flocked over to view his social platform. Indeed, Zero could not wait and had posted a screenshot of the transaction. The F***CK, why did a Lijo person like him bid for Fanlin's item? Shouldn't that be done by people from Mujo? Could it be that Senior Master Zero no longer wants to invest in entertainment and film and instead has switched to investing in farming? Concurrently, numerous large Mujo farm owners were pissed and rather regretful. As the bidding had been anonymous during the auction, they had assumed that other Mujo farm owners had made that bid. Never in their wildest dreams had they thought it would be from Lijo. To make it worse, it was that idiot. If I had known that it was that fellow from Lijo, I would have surely increased the bid. Regretting now. How regrettable. Who knew that a Lijo person like him who dabbled in the entertainment circles would actually come over and compete with us? How disgraceful. To actually let a Lijo person snatch it from us. All large news organizations and entertainment media outlets also reported on this news. Everyone was guessing whether Zero was really going to be switching professions this time. Inside Outpost 23's conference room, Fanlin had felt secretly pleased with himself when the item he had put up had achieved such a high bid of 1 billion. It was much higher than the initial valuations and past auctions. He even thought to himself, could it be that Mujo had abundant harvests this year? Unexpectedly, reality was like a little stab to his heart. Watching the displayed news on the screen, Fanlin's expression was extremely complex, and he did not talk to anyone for a large part of the day. He had to ponder carefully. What exactly was that senior master plotting? What would his reaction be if Zero came looking for him? The outpost soldier from Mujo that had spoken a while back looked dumbstruck. It was rare for Kevin Lin not to be posting a status update at this time. Noticing Fanlin's unsightly expression, Kevin Lin instead focused on the Interplanetary Fund's official auction webpage. The auction results would be released anytime now. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the screen refreshed automatically and displayed the information of all the winning bidders. Taking a quick look, the winning bidders of the Baiji officers' items were globally renowned companies and investors. The winning bidders of the first few items were also announced. The winning bidder of Fanlin's lot was indeed Zero Renault. Other engineers and professors from the Academy of Science had probably had some secret dealings, and the ones who had placed the winning bids were large companies from the same industries. If Zero had not stepped in, Fanlin's item should have been won by certain reputable Mujo farm owners. It was only natural that the focus of netizens was not on this. Almost immediately after the results were announced, everyone straightaway scrolled to the first lot and wanted to see what sort of person had placed the winning bid for Fang Zhao's Creature's Tooth inscribed with the song score. Anonymous. What sort of outcome is this? This means to say the other party doesn't wish to reveal his identity. It's highly probable that it's Baiji military district jacking up the bidding. Since it's anonymous, it is surely them. Hiding the name. Anyone can tell they have a guilty conscience. Maybe it is Silverwing Media, the company that manages Fang Zhao? Cough. Spending 300 million to do this. Are the people at Silverwing imbeciles? No, there is still another possibility. I have thought about one as well. During Fiery Bird's annual gala at the start of the year, someone won the bid for Fang Zhao's team uniform for 50 million. The person's ID was anonymous too. There was such a thing? Let me check. Some people who did not pay attention to the gaming circles hurriedly went to search for the related information. It really is true. Don't tell me it is a fanatical fan of Fang Zhao's? 300 million is no small amount. With such a high bid, it is possible to get a plot of land or foster a good relationship with Baiji military district leaders. What is this person scheming? Since the Interplanetary Fund has had such a conclusion, surely they have examined the other party's identity. There shouldn't be any other issues. What's the point of being so secretive? Can't he just be straightforward? Perhaps his identity is a sensitive issue? If he can fork out such a large bid, his status can't be low. Don't tell me it's an important government figure. Do government employees also chase stars? And to this extent, are there any regulations stipulating that government employees are not allowed to chase stars? There are so many government employees that chase after celebrities. A government employee throwing $300 million to chase a celebrity? Does he feel that his life is too comfortable? Now anti-corruption is an important issue. That person's position is surely very high up. Perhaps he might be a figure that everyone recognizes. I guess we can only ask Fang Zhao himself. Speaking of which, during the bidding, there were two parties. One was anonymous, but who was the other one? That method of boldly increasing bids. I recall a certain person who gets really lively when it comes to this sort of event. I guess that too. I know who you all are talking about. A certain Zha. Zero would not be stupid enough to pop out and say something. To him, losing a bid was like a stain in his lifetime. He would never be foolish enough to reveal such a thing. Kevin Lin was also extremely puzzled when he saw the outcome. He turned to Fang Zhao and asked, "You still have such a fanatical fan? Have you ever seen the real person?" Fang Zhao shook his head. Nope. Fang Zhao had no idea who the other party might be, and he had never been contacted by such a person before, but he felt that the person who had won the creature's tooth this time around and the person who had won his team uniform during Fiery Bird's annual gala were one and the same. He decided that when he saw Shanta next, he would try to sound the general out for some information regarding this. The Baiji military district leadership let out a collective sigh of relief when they saw this outcome. It wasn't our people that raised the bids. The auction results had been announced after some time, as the Interplanetary Fund had needed to investigate the identity of the auction winners. That it had already been announced meant that there had been no problems. The auction was a complete success. All right, following this we will be building up our domain. Shanta felt that the two most correct things he had done in his lifetime were assuming command of Planet Baiji and approving Fang Zhao's military service application. On the same day, not long after the auction had ended, the Baiji military district publicly released an announcement to account for where the money would be going. The message of this was, "Our practices are also for the benefit of the people. This is the curtain raiser for construction on Planet Baiji. In the future, the pace of the work schedule will pick up. After a few years, you people can visit and tour Baiji. We hope that the general public will continue showing support to the Baiji military district in certain voting activities. Whether or not Planet Baiji would really be ready for tourism in a few years, they would paint a beautiful picture first." For many youngsters that were witnessing such an affair for the first time, the craziness of this auction was unbelievable. They could feel the magic of Planet Baiji and the impact power or could have on a planet's development. Thus, the announcement by the Baiji military district was a focal point for the masses. Following that, the Baiji military district also released a video that captured the current situation of areas undergoing construction. Information touching on certain military matters and classified information was omitted or censored out, but it told everyone that the residential district for family members of troops had begun construction. With the level of technology now, building houses was very fast. The most time-consuming process was the planning beforehand. After it was fixed and funding was allocated, with sufficient manpower, machinery, and energy, they could construct practically one building a day. A few days before Fang Zhao had gone over to submit the creature's tooth, the construction blueprints for the family residential district had been finalized. Now, in the released video, it showed an already constructed block. Soon, the first batch of family members would be able to move over, allowing the officers and soldiers in the Baiji military district feel a genuine sense of belonging. Schools, hospitals, and other amenities would appear shortly as well. Troops and their family members were considered the earliest immigrants. In the future, any children they bore would count toward Planet Baiji's population and would receive lots of preferential treatment. There was no need to worry about their livelihood and schooling, as everything would be arranged by the military district. This was to give a message to people who had never really paid attention or understood Planet Baiji's people. It is really great to be a soldier. Everyone, come over to Baiji Military District. Come to Baiji to undergo your military service. This is a land of dreams. Although there is some risk, opportunity coexist with risk. It is not much different from youngsters chasing their dreams. Anyone that saw this knew that the number of applicants in this October's military service batch was going to explode. Just when everyone was discussing Planet Baiji's immigration undertaking, Zero was seeking his father's approval. He had won the bid for Fanlin's item and had decided to head to Planet Baiji to learn to work the land together with Fanlin. Fang Zhao only returned back to the base a month after the auction ended. There had been many activities going on over at the outpost. After the 30 million had been received, Biliao had organized an exuberant celebration and then started upgrading the outpost and obtaining better equipment for the outpost team. Outpost 23's region was a key development area in the base's plans. Already, a development team had been dispatched to the outpost, and surface and subterranean constructions had been started. According to the plans, a city was to be built in the region of Outpost 23. As a key development area, the outpost team's strength of 200 was not enough. Biliao had applied for an expansion and requested the base transfer another 100 men over. The 100 troops during Yin Biao's time had expanded to 300 now. In the aftermath of the terrorist attack, there had been changes to his military duty. He had also been promoted to the rank of captain. If everything went well, at the end of the year, his rank might rise by one more grade. There were other outposts, but Outpost 23's strength was being increased to 300, whereas other outpost teams that were not in key development areas were remaining at 100. In the near future, Outpost 23 would undergo a name change to the 23rd Battalion, and Biliao's rank would naturally rise following that. As long as Biliao did not court disaster or make any critical errors, he would steadily rise following the development of the outpost region. This was the reason many people pitted Yin Biao. If nothing had happened to Yin Biao, given his background, he would surely have risen faster than Biliao. Channel S5's live broadcast captured the everyday changes of Outpost 23's region. This also verified Baiji's military district's words. It was indeed a land of dreams. Youngsters who had been unable to join the previous two immigration planet constructions were welcome to join this team and make a large contribution to the immigration costs. Fang Zhao was here for military service and naturally did not idle. He was not someone to have different personas on-screen and off-screen. He worked industriously all the time. This dragged on, and only after a month did Fang Zhao return to the base, since Shanta had requested for him. Originally, Shanta had decided to let his secretary explain matters to Fang Zhao, as he was busy with official duties every day and did not even have lunch breaks. Thinking it through, though, Shanta decided to personally meet Fang Zhao face-to-face. When he met Fang Zhao, Shanta asked right away, "Do you know who it was that bought your creature's tooth?" "No idea." Fang Zhao surveyed Shanta and waited for what would follow. Given Shanta's expression, he probably knew some information about the other party's identity. Shanta asked again, "Do you really not know?" "I really don't." Shanta peered at Fang Zhao with his incisive gaze for a few seconds before nodding. "I also found out after the auction was over. The person who bought your song-inscribed creature's tooth is someone from the Interplanetary Fund." When Shanta had first found out about the other party's identity, he had spoken to that side after the auction. The reason the other party had forked out such a high bid for the creature's tooth was this. There were not many youngsters who were calm and not fickle in their circles like Fang Zhao was, and this was something that should be encouraged. Shanta also did not really know whether the other party's words were genuine or not. He had thought to himself, "You can say it however you like. In any case, it is still Baiji Military District receiving the benefits." Shanta did not tell Fang Zhao which high-ranking official in the Interplanetary Fund had bought his item, but he gave Fang Zhao two important pieces of information. First, the other party's family clan had set up the Interplanetary Fund. The Interplanetary Fund involved itself in three main areas: scientific research, military constructions, and nurturing talents. When Fiery Bird had first been founded, the company had received help from the Interplanetary Fund. Therefore, forking out 300 million to win that creature's tooth was not that strange. After all, that person had serious financial muscle. No matter how headstrong Shanta was, he also would not say anything more. The second reason, as the other party had mentioned, was just to encourage youngsters. There was no other special significance. Therefore, Fang Zhao should not think about borrowing this connection with the Interplanetary Fund to seek even more benefits. Shanta was frank and explained it simply so that Fang Zhao's thoughts about this matter would not go askew. Fang Zhao only displayed slight astonishment and, following that, nothing else. The responses that Shanta were worried about did not appear. When he saw Fang Zhao's reaction, Shanta praised Fang Zhao silently in his heart. This little fella is relatively upright, unlike certain little celebrities in the entertainment circles who jump at the chance to cling onto someone influential. Since this was the case, Shanta also did not need to worry anymore. He took out a communications device and handed it over to Fang Zhao. The other party wishes to say some words to you, but I don't know when you will receive the call. Take this first. This isn't anything major and was just one of the matters I wish to speak to you about. As for the second matter, you should have seen it on your way here. The family residential district's construction is nearly complete. The first batch of family members of military personnel on the immigration name list will be divided into 3 trips. The first round has already arrived. Shanta's wife and parents had already came over. His children were still working back on Earth and would transfer over in the future. When they had all really settled down in future, this would be their home. When they traveled to Earth for meetings or other matters next time, it would now be considered going on a trip instead of returning home. It was little wonder that Shanta had always had a smile on his face despite being dog-tired lately. When a person had something to strive for and had a clear-cut direction to follow, his entire state would be totally different from before. Fang Zhao was also very satisfied with Planet Baiji's current condition. Congratulations! Although it was only family members of military personnel immigrating, the immigration cause had already taken its first step. Fang Zhao was really gratified. He had not seen the dawn of the founding era, but he was getting to witness the process of a foreign planet's immigration. Shanta no longer showed the air of a commander. Ha, same to you. After all, Fang Zhao was different from other people. Although he would no longer let Fang Zhao get involved with troop deployment and personnel transfers, he would give Fang Zhao some benefits in other areas. In the family district, I have reserved a room for you in Block 5. During your military service duration, you can stay alone there, or you can let your family members join you. When you have decided, you can submit their names, and if the audit has no issues, we can bring them on the 3rd round of transportation. Fang Zhao's identity information had already been input. As long as he went over to scan his ID, he would be able to enter. Besides this, there is still the third matter. I spoke to you about this before. Other planets wish that you head over for a visit. You can choose when to go, and it will count as military service duties. What do you think? Fang Zhao had no objections. All right, then you can make arrangements for that when you return. After all, you guys still have to do live broadcasts. Speaking of this, there is still a fourth matter that I wish to speak to you about. I just received news that Li Zhou's Zero Renault will be coming. When he spoke of Zero, the smile on Shanta's face dimmed slightly. At the position he was at, if the person coming over was anybody else, he would not have had to fret about it, and would naturally have gotten his subordinates to handle it. However, Li Zhou's governor had personally made a call asking Shanta to look after Zero. As a form of respect for Li Zhou's governor, Shanta could not disregard it. You also know that, during the auction, Zero bought Professor Fanlin's item. When he comes, he will surely look for Professor Fan, and he will probably arrive within 2 days. When you return to the outpost, do inform the people there and make preparations. Fang Zhao was still thinking about what Shanta had said when he left. The 4 matters were all worth pondering. He did not return immediately to the outpost, and instead went to the family district. There were already people that had moved into the newly constructed flats. When he found Block 5, Fang Zhao took the elevator to the 10th floor and went to the house number Shanta had told him of. Scanning his ID, he went in to take a look. There were 2 rooms and 2 sitting areas in this nearly 100 square meters apartment. Furniture and appliances had already been set up and installed. Concise and practical, they carried a slight military style. As for the family members that Shanta had talked about, Fang Zhao decided to make a call to great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang and ask them if they were willing to come over and stay for a period of time. They could treat it as a vacation. While Fang Zhao was musing it over, the communications device Shanta had given him rang. When Fang Zhao answered, he could hear a tune playing in the background. Fang Zhao could tell that the tune was not generated by music software, but was rather a performance by a live orchestra. The tune being played was the one had inscribed on the creature's tooth. After the call was put through, the other side did not seem in any rush to speak and waited over 10 seconds, as if letting Fang Zhao identify the tune currently being performed. When the performance ended, a voice broke through the silence. Fang Zhao. The other party had a voice that sounded gentle and delicate, probably belonging to a very young lady. Yes, Fang Zhao replied. It was an exceptional piece. The mood was fitting. Keep it up. At that, the call ended. Fang Zhao looked at the notification on the communications device and was puzzled. The other party had made a call from somewhere far away and only said one line. However, this simple sentence gave Fang Zhao a strange feeling. Were these words meant to commend and encourage, or was there some hidden meaning? Fang Zhao shook his head. Young ladies nowadays were getting even more difficult to understand. Fang Zhao left his apartment and took a walk through the family district. A primary school as well as a kindergarten had already been constructed in the neighborhood. The teachers there were all family members of military personnel. When Fang Zhao passed by, a kindergarten teacher was praising a little kid. You did well on this test. Keep it up, continue working hard. Here, teacher will reward you with a big red flower. Fang Zhao. He finally remembered. Why had the other party's attitude during the call given him a strange feeling that felt a little familiar? It had resembled the scene that was unfolding before him. Coming to that realization, Fang Zhao also felt rather glad. After he left the family district, Fang Zhao returned to Outpost 23 and looked for Kevin Lin. I have 2 pieces of news, Fang Zhao said to Kevin Lin. Kevin Lin, who was editing videos, became alert and stopped what he was doing and asked, "One good and one bad?" You could say so. Kevin Lin prepared himself mentally. Then let me listen to the bad news first. I will be leaving Baiji for a while. I have an assignment, Fang Zhao said. Leaving Baiji? Aren't you still undergoing your military service? What will you be doing when you leave? Can I come along? Kevin Lin was unresigned. Tagging along and filming was all right too. You can't. Kevin Lin vehemently objected to this piece of news. Then what will happen to Channel S5? What about our daily broadcast every day? I'm just a specially dispatch reporter. I'm just in charge of interviewing, explaining, and filming. I can't do a live broadcast alone. You need to find me a person to coordinate with. How can we not have a star for Project Starlight? That is where the other piece of news comes in, Fang Zhao replied. Go on. Zero is coming. What? Kevin Lin stood up from his chair in shock. Coming here? To the outpost? From what I reckon, he will surely be coming. He should arrive on planet Baiji within 2 days, Fang Zhao said. Kevin Lin's eyebrows twitched. He had been thoroughly battered by this piece of news. In his mind, he was already speedily analyzing the pros and cons. The room fell silent. Fang Zhao also did not disturb him, letting Kevin Lin ponder in peace. In a short time period, Kevin Lin thought a lot. So what you mean is that you intend for him to take your place and continue the live broadcast? Kevin Lin asked. A popular internet personality, also known as the great internet celebrity of Liezhou, Zero was also a celebrity. Although Zero's acting skills had not impressed many people, he could still be considered a star, and a rather strong one at that. The title of Great Internet Celebrity of Liezhou was not bragging. If Zero really came over, viewership would surely increase. However, doesn't it seem like this would be in line with the concept of S5? Given that sort of arrogant attitude of Zero's and his way of doing things that had a tendency to cause trouble, Kevin Lin felt that coordinating with Zero would be tough. Kevin Lin had a solemn look on his face as he seriously pondered this. Zero does indeed have some presence. Although most of the time he makes people feel like whacking him, it does raise his popularity. Viewing his internet traffic and viewership, Zero's inclusion would surely let Channel S5 maintain its popularity and generate discussion. But was it worth it? Fang Zhao, you also know that a lot of Channel S5's audiences are of an older demographic. Will they enjoy Zero's style of live broadcasts? Kevin Lin knew that Zero's audience, be they fans or anti-fans, were normally young. and there were rarely any that were a few decades old or above 100. If Zero took over the live broadcast, would the previous audiences give up on the channel? Kevin Lin wasn't really that willing. After all, there were viewers who were working in related departments, and the evaluations of those older audiences were important too. Actually, you can view it from a different angle, Fang Zhao said. Think about it. Why do you think Zero was able to become the most loved by the Lijo governor in his current generation? The Renault family had expanded till this day and was already an extremely large family clan. Among the Renaults of Zero's generation, there were also many elites and many who, like Zero, were not that proper. So why did the Lijo governor have a bias toward Zero? Kevin Lin agreed with what Fang Zhao had just said. Oh, right. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Furthermore, Zero's status can help you gain even more explosive information, Fang Zhao continued. Kevin Lin nodded his head once more. He had not thought about this. No matter what, Zero was still a Renault. Zero's mother's engineering company had investments on this planet. There were also trusted aides of the Renault family here who had come over from Lijo's military district. With Zero here, he would surely receive even more convenience. Fang Zhao's words made Kevin Lin fall silent. Indeed, he had some prejudice, but if he continued with this attitude, he felt that he was just being petty. Just like Fang Zhao had said before, Zero's attitude tended to rub people the wrong way. Kevin Lin finally made up his mind. Makes sense. We won't know if we don't give it a try. Afterward, he sent a message to Zero through the Baiji Military District's communications network to negotiate cooperating. The selected celebrity of Project Starlight was not supposed to be changed no matter what, but Fang Zhao's circumstances were different. Shanta had already arranged matters. All Fang Zhao needed to do was arrange a substitute for himself. While Zero's manager and Kevin Lin were negotiating the terms of cooperation, Fang Zhao also contacted his two elders in far-off Yenzhou. What? To Planet Baiji? Allocated family residential apartment? But is your rank sufficient? Oh, so that's how is it? We will definitely go. It's no issue. Recently we have been idle. We don't have any matters. Great-grandfather Fang simply did not bother to hide his excitement. His aged eyes were glowing with emotion. Great-grandmother Fang looked up at her husband. This old head had just made plans with other old folks in the retirement facility just yesterday. He had said that they should take the opportunity while they were able-bodied to travel and go on a global tour to see other continents. They had never expected to receive this sort of news today. However, even if the choice were up to great-grandmother Fang, she would still travel to Planet Baiji all the same. As for other matters, they could just leave them behind. In their lives, the most glorious times they'd had were the times when they had been in the military. After so many years, they had expected to spend the remainder of their lives in the retirement facility, being idle and waiting to die. Never had they expected to receive a chance to take a long-distance voyage into the Baiji military district that was all the rage recently at that. For the two elder Fangs, this was a rare opportunity. After ending the call, great-grandfather Fang excitedly told his wife, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, pack our things. We are heading to Yenzhou military district. Little Zhao says that we will be sent to the space station. Following that, together with other military family members, we will embark on the third transport ship to Planet Baiji." Actually, the two elders did not have many things. After all, they were ex-soldiers and were familiar with the procedures. Bringing along too many things might get them delayed at the security check. Certain electronic equipment was also prohibited. Many things in the military district would be distributed when they arrived. Therefore, they only took half an hour to pack their luggage. In the remaining time, great-grandfather Fang went out to flaunt. "Old comrades, that global tour. You guys have to go without me. I will be personally heading over to Planet Baiji to see my great-grandson." On the day of departure, great-grandfather Fang dragged his luggage along and took a photo with great-grandmother Fang before posting it on his social platform. Together with the photo, he posted a status, setting off to Planet Baiji. After this status was updated, the comments on it increased at a rapid rate. However, great-grandfather Fang did not check them. He had just been showing off a little before moving on. He still had to hurry. Great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang were the envy of everyone in the retirement facility as they set off for Yinzhou Military District in a flying car. Over at Planet Baiji, on the day before Fang Zhao left Baiji, at the end of the day's live broadcast, he spoke to the camera lens. As I have some temporary assignments that require me to leave the planet for a short duration, someone will be standing in for me and continuing Channel S5's live broadcasts. During this short time, I believe everyone will receive a nice surprise. The information Fang Zhao had just revealed gave rise to passionate discussions from online viewers. Fang Zhao is heading out on an assignment? Isn't he just a conscript? Why does he have other assignments? What sort of secret assignment is it that he can't reveal the details? I'm more concerned with who is taking over for Fang Zhao in the live broadcasts. Given how popular Planet Baiji is, the person standing in for Fang Zhao is probably some big-name celebrity. Otherwise, the person would not be able to handle it. It could be a military officer from the military district. After all, Channel S5 style is different from the other channels. Maybe there is some secret transaction going on that we don't know about. Regardless of how it was being discussed online, First Frontline did not reveal any information regarding the person who would be taking over. There were also people that guessed Zero, but the notion was rejected immediately whenever it was mentioned. Given how Zero was, could he handle Channel S5 style? If they really wanted to use Zero, Channel S5's accumulated reputation and praise would all be ruined. Thus, everyone's conjecture was focused on celebrities that were really popular nowadays and hadn't been seen in the past few days. To give his fans a surprise, this time around, Zero did not divulge his whereabouts. Ever since he had decided to head to Planet Baiji, he had started on a series of preparations. There also had not been any activity on his public social platform for many days. For netizens, this was simply unusual. The last piece of news about Zero was that he had gone to the Liuzhou governor's official residence. As this involved the governor, although Liuzhou's large media organizations had captured images, they had only discreetly released news, and they didn't dare to make any irresponsible claims. After all, Zero visiting the governor's official residence was not an uncommon occurrence. Perhaps the reason there was no news about him was because he had done something wrong and had been locked in a room by the governor and forced to face the wall. By the time Zero arrived on Planet Baiji, Fang Zhao had already left the planet. Shortly after, a flying transport left Baiji base and headed for Outpost 23. The flying transport was different from the one the Baiji Military District base used. It was another model bearing 4 words: Luobu Construction Corporation. Luobu Construction was a leading enterprise in Liuzhou's construction industry and was also a firm belonging to Zero's mother's family clan. At the moment, Luobu Construction had signed a large contract with Planet Baiji. Zero's mom was a senior management executive in Luobu Construction. On board the flying transport, Zero looked at the scenery of Baiji below him. There is a rather pleasing atmosphere here. The flowers and plants are thriving. Fleeting clouds. Zero's agent was calmly arranging information regarding Outpost 23 and did not even raise his head when he heard this. Be more straightforward. Be more straightforward with the main point. Stop pretending to be artistic. This time, it was clear and simple. I suddenly don't feel like eating watermelons. Zero's agent's expression was as calm as the ocean when there was no wind. Silently watching Zero for a few seconds, he said, "Senior Master." Zero raised his hands to cut off his agent's words, and Zero corrected his agent. "Please call me Smiling Angel da." All right, not eating watermelons, not growing watermelons. Zero's manager had long gotten used to Zero, who had a new idea in his head every day. As for Smiling Angel, or whatever, that was definitely the temporary halo Zero had decided to crown himself with. The governor has said that, this time, you must bring about a direct and positive influence. You even guaranteed it, Zero's agent said solemnly. I know. Positive. Isn't that smiling more and not arguing? Thus, having arrived here, I am no longer Senior Master Zero. From now on, please call me Smiling Angel. Zero's agent. I feel that there is a difference between our understanding of the governor's words. Zero spoke sincerely. Trust me, everything will be fine. That was what you said last time, when we invested in the 100-episode web drama. In the end, we made a loss of 90 million. Zero pretended not to hear anything and looked out of the transport. Hey, I can already see Outpost 23. At the outpost, Kevin Lin had received news and was already waiting. Today, Zero had worn a fluorescent yellow outdoor jacket, as if afraid that he wouldn't be noticed. Where is Fang Zhao? Zero asked as he glanced at the surrounding people. He has already left Planet Baiji. Does Senior Master have any words you wish to pass on to him? Kevin Lin asked. Zero raised his hands and shook them to and fro. Nothing else. Just tell him to rest assured and complete his assignment in peace. Kevin Lin. These words seemed a little unpleasant to him. All right, cut the chatter. Hurry. Lights. Cameraman. Hairstylist. Forget it. I didn't bring my hairstylist. Get into position, everyone. I'm ready to begin the live broadcast. Zero quickly got into his own character. Fan Lin, who was standing to the side, had thought that Zero would look for him first after arriving. He had not expected that Zero would do a live broadcast first. He did not say anything, instead silently walking to the side. After all, he had not thought about how to talk to this famous youth from Lizhou. While Zero was going over his image, Kevin Lin and Zero's agent had a short discussion. Zero's agent told Kevin Lin that Zero wasn't the good-for-nothing loser that people made him out to be, and that his constitution wasn't that weak. Zero's own father had drilled Zero hard for a year during his military service midway through his university time. After completing that, he had not left the planet and had done his military service in Lizhou's military district. This matter was not considered a secret. There were videos during that time that showed Zero's training was tough enough and that Zero was not as idle as people thought. He had frequently been assigned tasks that required physical strength with regard to self-preservation and gun handling. Zero was much more capable than other celebrities. When all was said and done, he was still a Renault. Kevin Lin had set a notification for the live broadcast beforehand, letting Channel S5's audiences know that the broadcast was about to start. After 5 minutes, the camera switched to live broadcast mode. Zero faced the camera lens and flashed a smile he reckoned was completely sincere and dazzling. Greetings, everyone. I am that mysterious person who will be taking over for Fang Zhao and continuing with the live broadcasts. Online audiences. Surprised? Unexpected? Are you guys happy? Online audiences. In Channel S5's live broadcast that follow, I intend to spread love and righteousness. From now on, please call me Lizhou's smiling angel. Online audiences. It feels like Channel S5 has released an extremely deadly super weapon. When Zero was starting the live broadcast as Lizhou's smiling angel, Fang Zhao was on his way to Planet Y. Planet Y's position at the tail end of the development sequence was similar to the Planet Baiji of the past. The planet's circumstances were not much different from the old Baiji, as it essentially relied on military funds and donations to get by. However, their condition was slightly better than Baiji's had been, as it was a little warmer there. This warmth did not mean the planet's climate, but referred to the life forms on this planet. Perhaps just looking at Planet Y's plants and animals, there wasn't really anything unusual, but when compared to those on Planet Baiji, these life forms were really much warmer. If creatures from Planet Baiji were rated on a scale from 1 to 10 according to how dangerous they were, here on Y1 would rarely see anything that exceeded a 5. Because this planet was not as dangerous and the soil quality was pretty decent, every year, more research personnel came to Planet Y than one of Planet Baiji. Even Fan Lin had came over to survey. If not for the fact that experiment results at Planet Baiji had been more favorable, Fan Lin would have established a laboratory on Y instead. Although no large corporations or investing initiatives supported them, many researchers had set up laboratories here. In the past, Planet Y's situation had been much better than Planet Baiji's. Furthermore, with its natural conditions and warmth, military service applications to this planet were not under the extremely arduous category. Fang Zhao had seen Planet Y's introduction. Here, they only had grade A- power source or just a grade lower, yet the difference was so vast. When the people at the Y base saw the resources that Planet Baiji had, it was little wonder they felt anxious. Even if the latest models of detection equipment weren't able to detect grade A power ore, they would still have put aside their pride and approached Shanta to ask to borrow Fang Zhao for a while, just so that they could confirm whatever expectations they had in their hearts. The person sending Fang Zhao over to Planet Y was none other than Edmund, the colonel who used to be in charge of the mining area. Now he had probably become a major general. Since the establishment of the Baiji military district, Shanta's trusted aides had been on the uprise alongside the developments. They had all been promoted. Originally, Edmund had started writing his application to transfer to civilian work, but now, he would not leave no matter what. Only an idiot would choose to leave planet Baiji when they were reaping in rewards. Edmund was very grateful to Fang Zhao for discovering the Grade A power ore. Many people said that even if there hadn't been a Fang Zhao, Baiji ore would still have been discovered eventually by miners, but Fang Zhao's discovery had been too timely. Other people might have had the patience to wait, but Edmund was different. If the discovery had been 10 days later, perhaps he might have already submitted his transfer application. Once it had been submitted, there would have been no retracting it. When he recalled this, Edmund still shuddered at the thought. Shanta had appointed Edmund to take charge of this transit. It was rare for Edmund to be in this sort of amiable manner, and he had not grumbled about this assignment. He had even given Fang Zhao the best room. When people on the transport ship saw the always stern Edmund flash a warm smile at Fang Zhao, goosebumps appeared on their skin. People who were oblivious might even mistakenly think Fang Zhao was an illegitimate child of Edmund's. Before arriving at Planet Y, Edmund told Fang Zhao about the situation there. Other than classified information, Edmund spoke a lot so Fang Zhao would have a rough idea of the situation there. Also, Planet Y was where one of the other stars of Project Starlight was based, Channel S4's Wu Tianhao. The transport ship was not suitable to enter the Y base and so stayed in space. Smaller transport crafts flew out from inside the transport ship. Fang Zhao was within one of these smaller transport crafts. Y base's commanding officer, Lieutenant General Hua Yi, was already waiting in the parking space. As the commanding officer of a military base, Hua Yi was not required to personally receive them, but there was special significance this time. To show his sincerity, Hua Yi had decided to personally meet Fang Zhao when he had received news of Fang Zhao's arrival. When he saw Fang Zhao disembarking from the transport craft, Hua Yi's smile widened, and he strode forward. "Welcome to Planet Y." Edmund walked to the front of all the people disembarking from the craft. Whether it was intentional or accidental, he blocked Fang Zhao from Hua Yi's line of sight. When Edmund arrived in front of Hua Yi, he saluted. Baiji Military District's Edmund in charge of transporting Baiji ore. All 10 tons have been safely delivered. Edmund's voice was loud and clear, and he placed an added emphasis on the words, Military District and Baiji ore. The looks on the faces of those from Y base did not seem so good. Although they tried their best to hide it, Fang Zhao could feel that the surrounding atmosphere was not that great. The Y base commanding officer, Hua Yi, had an unassuming smile on his face, but deep down, Edmund's words were making him boil with rage. "I know that you have established a military district and have mine grade A ore and you are now showing off, but just hearing from your tone, I would have thought you had delivered a kiloton of ore. In the end, there are only 10 tons. How petty." Major General Edmund, still as imposing as ever. Cough. After he said this, Hua Yi's gaze went past Edmund and glanced at Fang Zhao behind him. "You must be Fang Zhao? How does your first time on Planet Y feel? Isn't there a sort of especially placid and refreshing feeling?" Fang Zhao agreed with what Hua Yi had just said. Indeed, since he had left the transport craft, Fang Zhao had not felt the need to keep up his guard at every moment. Although it could not be considered entirely safe, in comparison to Baiji, the place was rather peaceful. It was not just limited to Y base on the whole, it seemed especially peaceful. Without waiting for a reply from Fang Zhao, Hua Yi went on. "Here it isn't as dangerous as Planet Baiji. It is really suitable for living. Perhaps you might build a large manor or chateau." Manors and chateaux were a fantasy of many youngsters. Hua Yi had decided to use this angle to entice Fang Zhao. When Edmund heard these words, his complexion darkened. "Your father is still here, and you are so impatient to try and poach from us?" However, Hua Yi was the commanding officer of this base and had a military rank of lieutenant general. This was also his territory, so Edmund did not dare to make a fuss. Perhaps in the past, even if he was a colonel, he would have put in a few objections, but now, Edmund felt that there was no need. Getting into a dispute with the dirt-poor Y base was beneath him. All he did was take a mental note of what Hoi said. When he returned, he would mention it in his report to Shanta. Hui also did not want to get into an argument with Edmund. He got his men to do an inventory check. 10 tons of power, or was Planet Baiji's assistance to the poor. Although his heart did not feel so comfortable, any free benefits were better than nothing. This was genuine grade power or... After the inventory check, Hui did not have any intention of keeping Edmund here any longer. Edmund also did not wish to remain here for too long. It was always busy on Planet Baiji, and he still had a bunch of matters to attend to. Edmund repeated some words to Fang Zhao, then brought his men and left. After Edmund and his men left, the mood lightened. Besides Fang Zhao, there were 3 others, a major and 2 captains from the Yinzhou military district. Hui had checked up on them already. Although these 3 belonged to Baiji military district now, they were not men that Shanta could dispatch. Their duty was to ensure Fang Zhao's safety, and Hui would not make things difficult for them. After the arranged banquet, Hui did not immediately bring Fang Zhao to the mines. He instead arranged for his men to show Fang Zhao around and take in planet-wise scenery. He would let Fang Zhao relax first and adjust to the place before bringing Fang Zhao to the mines the next day. Hui was worried that Fang Zhao would be too tired. In his heart, he was itching to pull Fang Zhao to the mines and use his dining ears to listen, but for the sake of getting the most accurate results, he was willing to wait a while more. They had already waited for so long. What was another 10-odd hours of waiting? Actually, Hui himself knew that Planet Y probably did not have any great power or... Therefore, although he hoped for a good result, he had also mentally prepared himself for bad news. When he thought about the current state of Planet Baiji, Hui had a pained feeling. In fact, he and Shanta had been dispatched to planets Y and Baiji around the same time. Then, Hui's methods had won him the upper hand, and he had managed to get the warmer and less dangerous Planet Y. If the situation was as before, comparing the 2 planets with similar grade or Planet Y would surely have developed faster than Baiji. But now, the 2 could no longer be compared. At the current rate of development, even after 100 years, Planet Y might not even have developed to the point of setting up their own military district. How regrettable. As Hui was sighing ruefully about his life, Fang Zhao was led to the research section of the base. Planet Y's base headquarters was 3 to 4 times the size of the old Baiji at best. At the side was a special area for researchers. The person showing Fang Zhao around pointed to the buildings ahead and showed Fang Zhao which were the researchers' dormitories and where the laboratories were. Fang Zhao also caught sight of a vast experimental plot. From all of these, it could have been seen that if greater power or had not emerged on Planet Baiji, Planet Y would surely have developed much faster than Planet Baiji. Its investment value was slightly higher too. Fang Zhao gazed at the not-too-distant experimental plot, and his voice revealed his slight surprise. Are those peach trees? Wheat fields and other grain crops were nothing surprising. The base needed to grow its own food supply. But what were those in front? Fang Zhao thought his own eyes were playing tricks on him. Although he had seen some being planted on Muzhou farms, the large majority that should have become extinct during the period of destruction had actually appeared here. The person showing Fang Zhao around was momentarily stunned by Fang Zhao's outburst, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of pride. That's right, those are peach trees. Follow me. Although we can't enter, observing from the outside should provide you with enough content to brag about for half a year. His tone implied that he was going to bring Fang Zhao to gain knowledge and experience. Over at this side are peach trees, over there are apple trees, and at that side, the person leading him suddenly got stuck. He could not recognize the tree species. Tangerine trees, oranges trees, apricot trees, and those are cherry trees. As they walked, Fang Zhao called out the names of many different fruit trees in succession. As they continued forward, there were even many ornamental plants that had only existed in the old era. Yes, that's right. These are the ones. These are still in the experimental stage, I think for a few decades already. I heard that they will be able to hit the market soon. This isn't an illegal laboratory. Any experiment run here has to be approved. Actually, we have been applying for a separate research base, but it hasn't been approved yet. The person leading the way sighed helplessly. After sighing, he asked Fang Zhao, "How is it? Are you interested in investing here?" Even at this sort of time, he wouldn't forget about trying to solicit investments. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, the scent of osmanthus flowers, as though Fang Zhao was in a daze that had brought him back to the past. It turned out that even though many people did not know about it, they had survived on another planet, away from home. The seed bank that many people had given their all to protect, the Ark One that preserved life, had never been stranded after all. It had been sailing all along. Fang Zhao found his composure and asked the tour guide, "When are these fruits going to market?" Noticing Fang Zhao's interest in the fruit trees, the tour guide became even more enthusiastic. "Soon, these experimental trees are being planted in secret. All visitors are required to sign confidentiality agreements, so the results haven't been announced yet. The higher-ups want to see how the experiments come along, but judging from the progress, they may go public this year." The experiments were winding down. There were no major technical issues that needed to be resolved, so only the lab technicians working for research scientists remained. The tour guide said Fanlin had started quite a few experiments here as well, but they no longer required his direct supervision. A few of his students had been running the final phases of his projects for several years now. That was also why Fanlin focused his attention on Baiji. If those experiments panned out, it would be a major technical breakthrough and elevate his influence in his field. Channel S4 had avoided discussing the experimental fruit trees because of the confidentiality requirement. The gene bank had once been hailed mankind's last line of defense. Perhaps only people who had survived the period of destruction could appreciate its incredible value. There had been a saying in the old era, "Eating is everything." Filling your stomach was a big deal. There were many plant species out there, but not all were edible by man. As Earth's major food producer, Muzhou had started out by planting seeds preserved in the gene bank before developing new crops based on technological innovations. Then had come the advent of space exploration and the introduction of colonization programs. Once a foreign planet was deemed livable and troops were dispatched, the Academy of Agricultural Science would select certain seeds, based on the planet's conditions, for the soldiers to plant on a small scale. The experimental plots would be gradually expanded based on their success. There were also the hunting quotas, which, besides curbing excessive aggression on the part of the soldiers, were aimed at guaranteeing food safety. No one knew if the animals on foreign planets carried any untreatable viruses, or whether eating them would have any long-term side effects. Meanwhile, the decision of which species from the gene bank to revive had been reached after extensive discussions among about a dozen senior professors at the Academy of Agricultural Science. Which plants to test on a foreign planet, whether the ingestion of local animals would bring ill health to soldiers, whether that would impact colonization plans. All these questions required long-term studies and observation to answer. This was also why the soldiers received multiple physicals every year. It took too long to reach firm conclusions, and it was a major drain on finances and manpower. By contrast, it made more sense to revive safe plant species from the gene bank that were suitable for human consumption. Long-term scientific studies were needed too, but running experimental plots and expanding them was less costly. In times of desperation, during food shortages, it was easy to compromise, but now, material conditions allowed humans to prioritize safety and efficiency. In choosing extinct species from the gene bank, food crops were preferred because humans needed full stomachs to do anything else, after all. After full stomachs came a taste for refinement, so next on the list were delicious fruits and plants. Aesthetically pleasing, recreational plants came next. Few medicinal plants were revived, because many such species had actually survived the period of destruction and played a major role in combating disease. There were quite a few experimental plots on Planet Y, but it had never been certified on an experimental base because Y ranked low on the development sequence. Transportation was a major expense. Official budgets only allowed for an annual dispatch of lab technicians from Earth. Other expenses were covered out of pocket by the project leaders. The reason the tour guide responded so effusively to Fang Zhao was because he wanted the famed composer to invest in Y's experimental plots. Most investors shied away from Y because they knew that short-term profit was unlikely, and now that Baiji had stolen the limelight, investors were flocking there instead. Fang Zhao hadn't promised to invest, nor had he rejected the possibility. The tour guide didn't know what Fang Zhao was thinking. He was about to launch into another spiel when the weather took a turn for the worse. A light drizzle started, so the tour guide scrambled to get Fang Zhao back to base. The lodgings the Y base offered to Fang Zhao were decent. Fang Zhao still hadn't seen Tianhao from S4 or his assigned journalist. He had heard that they were on a trip. Tianhao had been going on quite a few excursions of late. He was either doing live broadcasts of himself, fishing at a lake, or showing off his handicraft. He made specimens out of the fish he caught and the wildflowers he picked. Word was that they were going to be given away as gifts in an online lucky draw. This was also a gimmick that S4 had come up with in light of S5's strong viewership numbers. It didn't matter whether Fang Zhao saw Tianhao or not. Kevin Lin treated Tianhao and his assigned journalist as competition, whereas Fang Zhao simply viewed him as the young descendant of an old friend. Fang Zhao enjoyed his lavish treatment at Y. The next day, he was woken up early in the morning. Your flying transport is ready. Commander Hua Yi is leading the expedition personally. Seems like the Y authorities are taking your visit seriously, a bodyguard told Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao noticed that Hua Yi wasn't in the best shape, but one couldn't tell at first glance. Hua Yi had done a good job of hiding his condition. Hua Yi had read a development plan for Baiji last night. He was filled with jealousy. A torrent of thoughts prevented him from falling asleep. One moment, he was fantasizing about the discovery of a greater power or on Y. Then the next rational thought told him that it was impossible, and he had to accept reality. Hua Yi managed to smile when he saw Fang Zhao. Let's go. Let's check out the closest mine first, then move further. Upon arrival at the first mine, Fang Zhao knocked on the walls and listened, just like he had done on the previous live broadcast. Hua Yi and company were familiar with these moves. Lord knows how many times they had replayed the footage of Fang Zhao discovering the new or on Baiji. They remembered Fang Zhao's every maneuver. When Fang Zhao stopped knocking, a major general next to Hua Yi couldn't help but ask, "So?" "Nothing." Fang Zhao shook his head. Disappointment was visible on the faces of Hua Yi and Co. "Another mine. Anything?" the major general asked again. "Nothing," Fang Zhao responded. "The next mine." "Nothing." And the next. "Nothing. Nothing. Nothing." After touring the last mine, the senior military officials from the Y base had turned neutral. Disappointment had become resignation. This was the result they had been expecting. How could the most advanced detection equipment fall short of the human ear? But they hadn't been able to help but raise their hopes. Now there was nothing to look forward to. Hua Yi was among the more clear-headed. He had adjusted his mindset when they had set foot in the first mine. So be it. Such was their fate. If he hadn't used underhanded tactics to secure the assignment to Y, maybe he would have been sent to Baiji instead. But hindsight was useless now. It was best to accept things as they were, lest he become more and more depressed. Fang Zhao had expected the same outcome. His hearing was good all right, but it didn't rival the most advanced detectors. Technology had its advantages. The reason he had discovered a new energy or on Baiji was because miners there had still been using older detectors due to poor funding. The older models couldn't detect the new ore, but the newer models were a different story. So Fang Zhao wasn't disappointed that he had failed to discover another power ore. He took advantage of the tour of the mines to carefully observe the physical landscape of Planet Y. It was definitely less harsh than Baiji, even taking into consideration its virgin forests, which could be easily accessed by ground troops with modern weaponry and battle gear. Because Baiji was ranked high in the development order, every infrastructure project and the zoning for every plot of land had been carefully planned. Fang Zhao had no say. This was a turf war between titans of business and politics, where wealthy businessmen were going to cash in. For now, Fang Zhao wasn't qualified to take part. As far as Planet Y was concerned, now that it had missed out on the new energy ore, it could no longer secure the most advanced equipment or long stays by top-of-the-line military vessels, which meant it was stuck in no man's land in the short run. If the experimental base certification came through, the Y base would have an extra source of funding. If not, they were stuck with the status quo. Y didn't boast any grade A power ore, so it was likely no major investor groups would be willing to commit for the next century or so. The discrepancy between Y and Baiji would grow bigger. In a few years, the gap might be similar to the difference between a first-tier city from the old era and a podunk village. This was the reality that the leadership of the Y base had to accept. Back at base, the atmosphere was a bit stilted. The military officials were less hospitable. Fang Zhao didn't mind, though. He didn't enter the base compound immediately. Instead, he sat on a large rock located near one of the experimental plots. The base leadership let him be. Fang Zhao's 3 bodyguards, however, did their duty and stuck with their subject, even though they had no idea what Fang Zhao was up to. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, frowning at Fang Zhao's strange behavior in their own secret language. One of the bodyguards became alarmed when he saw Fang Zhao turn his head toward the neighboring woods. No one could be observed emerging from the woods, but Fang Zhao's expression clearly said he had detected something. The 3 bodyguards knew they probably weren't as competent as Fang Zhao. Hearing-wise, they were definitely inferior. So if Fang Zhao sensed something out of the ordinary, then something had to be wrong. Are your ears really as sensitive as legend has them? A figure emerged from behind one of the trees in the woods. The person wasn't embarrassed at all about being discovered. The man was Tianhao. He had heard that Fang Zhao had arrived on Y, but it was too late, and he and his assigned reporter had been quite far from base at the time. They had only returned today. He had wanted to test Fang Zhao, to see if Fang Zhao was really a good enough fighter to earn a second-class merit. He was confident about a successful ambush, even though Fang Zhao was guarded by 3 men. Little had he expected to be discovered before he could approach. Fang Zhao gestured with his right hand, signaling the 3 bodyguards to stand down. Tianhao walked over and moved a large stone over to Fang Zhao's side and sat down, his gaze sizing up Fang Zhao and the 3 bodyguards. Clicking his tongue, he thought to himself, this bastard is rather pretentious, having a major and 2 captains as his bodyguards. So many people would be jealous if they knew. Not bothering at all about the looks from the 3 bodyguards, Tianhao sat cross-legged and plucked a strand of straw before placing it in his mouth. Without enunciating his words clearly, he said to Fang Zhao, "We are all participants of the first segment of Project Starlight and are more or less colleagues already. We shouldn't be that unfamiliar with each other. How about heading back to the base for a drink?" "I'm still undergoing military service," Fang Zhao replied. There were many restrictions during military service duration, and in principle, conscripts were not permitted to consume alcohol. Of course, alcohol provided by senior officers for a celebratory banquet did not count. "Oh, right. You are still a conscript." Tianhao felt that it was a pity. He had wanted to tell Fang Zhao that it was all right to secretly drink on Planet Y, but realizing the 3 bodyguards were staring at him, he stopped himself and thought, how are these bodyguards? They are simply monitors. While under scrutiny, Tianhao would also not advise Fang Zhao to partake in any questionable activities. Changing the topic, he asked, "I heard that you are really good with history. Do you know about historical figures? Some people say that I resemble great General Wu Tong of the founding era. What do you say?" Fang Zhao gave a simple reply. "There is some resemblance." Tianhao, or Wu Tianhao, was a descendant of Tengzhou's Wu family. However, when he appeared into the entertainment circles, Wu Tianhao generally did not display his family name. Although he did not know whether or not Fang Zhao was flattering him, Tianhao seemed rather happy when he heard this, and his smile grew wider. "I think so too." He loved it when people said that he had a great general style, or that he looked like Wu Tong. "Have people from Y base asked you about investing yet?" Wu Tianhao asked. "They did. What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Actually, it is really good to invest here, and you aren't short of money." Wu Tianhao had made inquiries about the value of Fang Zhao's works and income from other endorsement deals. Making some calculations, he understood that Fang Zhao, this little celebrity, would not lose to him when it came to cash in hand. He also had another motive for finding Fang Zhao so urgently. "It's worth a try," Fang Zhao replied. "I think so too, and I have already started looking at places." Wu Tianhao raised his eyebrows and noticed Fang Zhao gazing at the experimental plots to the side. Turning to Fang Zhao, he said, "Brother, let's play a game. Do you know what I wish to build on Planet Y? If you guess correctly, you get a prize. You have 3 chances. If you get it on the first try, $1 million. If you take 2 tries, 500,000. If you take 3 tries, 100,000. How about it? You have nothing to lose." As he watched Fang Zhao look over, Wu Tianhao was secretly pleased, and he thought to himself, the bait has been set, but even if you rack your brains, there is no way you can guess it. "Build a dojo into a mountainside?" Fang Zhao replied. Wu Tianhao, Wu Tianhao nearly swallowed his straw and started coughing before spitting it out. Surprise and plain disbelief was written all over his face. How did you know? Don't tell me your ear can't hear it. There was a faint smile on Fang Zhao's face. Guessed it. Just like Sumu had said many times about returning to tending sheep after the war, Fang Zhao also remembered that Wu Tong had talked about building a dojo into a mountain after the war many times as well. Wu Tianhao, this little fellow, actually had the same dream as Wu Tong. Fang Zhao had actually had no idea what Wu Tianhao wanted to construct on Planet Y. However, since Wu Tianhao had said he was like Wu Tong, Fang Zhao had then remembered Wu Tong's words and thus made his guess, which had turned out to be correct. The result was really unexpected, but he wouldn't reveal the reason for his guess to Wu Tianhao. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get the reason, Wu Tianhao no longer pressed Fang Zhao for it. His motive in looking for Fang Zhao had not been this. 1 million was just 1 million. When compared to what he wanted to discuss with Fang Zhao, 1 million was not a big deal. Pass me your bank account number. I will transfer the funds to you when I get access to the internet, Wu Tianhao said. The three bodyguards behind Fang Zhao shot each other weird glances. In their hearts, they were thinking, really building a dojo? What the H*LL goes on in his mind? Still building a dojo in this sort of era? Not saying that people of the new era would have no interest, but even if they had interest in this, there are all sorts of virtual classes online and all sorts of tutors for one-on-one lessons. With it being so convenient, even gyms gradually faded into obscurity over time. Things from the old era like dojos only exist in history textbooks. Is there a need to construct one? Too much money and too few things to spend on? Or have the people of Y base brainwashed him and made him retarded? On the contrary, Fang Zhao did not find it strange at all. In the old era, the Wu clan had been a family of martial artists and had produced a number of martial arts action stars. It was reasonable to say that the Wu clan of old had not lacked methods of earning money, and Wu Tong had become a physical instructor. After the apocalypse had broken out, Wu Tong had rapidly gathered up a bunch of people and taken refuge. After that, it had turned into a resistance, counterattacking and recapturing Tong Zhao. In the end, he had become one of the great generals of the founding era, but due to certain reasons, he had been unable to accomplish his dream of building the dojo. There was actually a commemorative dojo in Tongzhou, but it did not have the traditional significance and was not the sort of dojo Wu Tianhao wanted. In the new era, other than Wu Tianhao, no one else in the Wu family had any interest toward this. Snatching a spot in the first iteration of Project Starlight and coming to Planet Y was something that Wu Tianhao had meticulously planned for. Wu Tianhao did not hide his plans. Places in Tongzhou that I am satisfied with all belong to the ecology parks and nature reserves. They can't be randomly torn down or undergo construction, so I can only build it on a foreign planet. After looking around, I picked Planet Y. In the new era, land resources were scarce. There were too many people and there was too little land. Scenic places were protected by all sorts of regulations. Even if it was the Wu family's Wu Tianhao, he could forget about trying to get his hands on a mountain with a panoramic view. Moreover, on their home planet, for such scenic places, even if they were not protected by laws and regulations, the land would be excessively expensive. Even Wu Tianhao did not have the financial capability to buy a mountaintop. How about it? Any interest in buying land here? Construct a manor. Own a large piece of land. Own a few good horses. When your spirits are low, you can come for a stay and live like the nobles of the old era that we see on television. How flashy is that? For safety, you can bring along bodyguards. Although the cost of traveling is a little high, with your income, you shouldn't have any problems. Wu Tianhao's intention was to rope Fang Zhao in. The risks if only a single person was investing were too high. After all, the land here belonged to the Y base, and Hua Yi might not necessarily give the Wu family any concessions, as he was not from Tongzhou. However, Wu Tianhao was too satisfied with Planet Y's conditions and did not want to give it up. Therefore, he wanted to rope in a few people to share the risks. If anything should happen, more people would mean more assistance. Wu Tianhao had also approached a few friends, but they had given a host of reasons and had not promised him anything. People from the Wu family were either unwilling or had given Wu Tianhao a little funding as support. Recently, Wu Tianhao had been anxious. When he had heard that Fang Zhao would be coming, Wu Tianhao had started having all sorts of ideas. Wu Tianhao continued, trying to persuade Fang Zhao. Isn't retro in fashion again? Let's indulge in a round of nostalgia. There is beautiful landscape here, and not many dangerous creatures. Land here is so cheap, because the people of Planet Y worry about selling it off. In simple terms, this is a rare opportunity. Aren't you interested in the experimental plots? If the research base gets approved, the price of land on Planet Y will appreciate. Let's get some land first. Otherwise, all the good areas will get snapped up by others. He had not talked about the situation if the research base was not approved, and even if it was approved, it wouldn't have that much of an impact over here. Even if the price of land appreciated, it would not rise by much. A research base would not have much impetus. Fang Zhao understood all this and had already considered carefully. However, he did have the notion of purchasing land to build a house. Just like Wu Tianhao had said, for that little bit of nostalgia. In the early days of the founding era, survivors had also constructed ancient buildings of special significance in Huangzhou, such as pagodas, temples, palaces, and many more, with the purpose of passing on the culture to future generations. In the end, though, these buildings had been torn down bit by bit to build commercial buildings. Only a few were left. Money still dominated everything else. On Planet Y, the natural conditions were not too bad. Fang Zhao had already had this idea. So when Wu Tianhao finished speaking, he asked, "Have you selected the area?" Wu Tianhao's expression became blank, and he hurriedly replied, "Not yet. I was just waiting for you." Wu Tianhao was looking for partners, but he wanted partners that were serious about long-term investments. He had been waiting for another investor besides himself. When he saw that Fang Zhao had that desire, Wu Tianhao beamed. "If you wish to invest, let's jointly purchase land, and we can each build our own things. With regards to manpower, as long as you are agreeable, I can source the construction teams and we will split the expenses equally." "How's that?" Fang Zhao nodded. "Sure. All right. I will go draft a contract and send it to you in a bit. Just wait." Wu Tianhao could not remain sitting any long. The collaborator he had waited so long for had finally appeared, and he had to make Fang Zhao stay here. His Tianhao dojo was going to see the light of day. Y base. Hua Yi and the others were feeling slightly dejected, but when they heard that Wu Tianhao and Fang Zhao were going to purchase land and build houses here, their spirits lifted in a flash. That was good news. "Commander, when is the transport ship arranged to send Fang Zhao back scheduled to leave?" someone asked. "What's scheduled to leave? Push it back. Push back the departure timing. What's the rush for? Everyone would think that you were trying to get rid of him." "Huh," Hui chided. "The person who spoke cursed silently. Just 2 minutes ago you were saying, out of sight, out of mind, and to hurry up and send him away." Hui seemed like had totally forgotten his previous words. He opened up a map that displayed the areas that were available. "Bring this to them. Let me know after they have chosen. I will give them the most favorable price." Hua Yi did not conceal anything, nor did he make things difficult for Fang Zhao. On the contrary, to get the funds from Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao's pockets, Hua Yi even recommended professionals to help them. The places put forward could also be considered to have enchanting sceneries. There were many places like these on Planet Y, but it was hard to find any better on this planet, and they were not trying to scam Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao. In the past, there had been a news story about an investment firm being scammed on a foreign planet. Here, the places were all part of the base's territory, and they had all the authority here. Hui also knew that. Thus, when he heard that Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao wanted to invest in Planet Y, he showed a great deal of sincerity. This was a hard chance to come by. Now, Planet Baiji was an investment hotspot, and everyone would try to invest in Baiji. For planets on the tail end of the development sequence, if they wished to develop faster, all they could do was use their own capabilities to solicit investments, which was down to their methods and luck. It was rare for others to deliver stuff to his doorstep. Would Hua Yi let such an opportunity slip by? After taking a look at the map, Fang Zhao marked a few locations. These were all spots he had noticed while touring the mines. The mines on Planet Y were quite scattered, and Fang Zhao had spotted 7 locations during the mine tour, but their flying transport had skipped all of them because the group had been on a tight schedule. Fang Zhao had never had the chance to examine them in detail. This time, he returned to the marked spots with his partner Wu Tianhao. Wu Tianhao was no longer in the mood to test Fang Zhao's fighting skills. He had just landed a hard-earned partner. There was no point in spooking his partner now. Indeed, Wu Tianhao was quite confident in his own abilities. Even though he had heard that Fang Zhao was a decent fighter, he didn't think he could possibly lose to a martial arts amateur who dabbled in the arts. Screw the duel. I'll get around to it when everything is confirmed. I can't scare him off before the contract is signed. They visited 3 locations in a row. Wu Tianhao thought all 3 were decent. The locations Fang Zhao had marked were all places he had checked out carefully while doing live broadcasts. They each had their advantages. Wu Tianhao loved those towering mountains obscured by clouds and fog that were straight out of a fantasy novel. Building a kung fu school in a place like that was classy. He'd also build a bloody orphanage while he was at it and recruit kids who had the right builds and were interested in martial arts. He would get his fix serving as a head coach. From Wu Tianhao's perspective, why else would you splurge except to feel good? I'm happy to spend the cash. Who cares what anyone else says? So even though his family objected to his obsession with building a martial arts school, Wu Tianhao didn't think he was in the wrong at all. This is the 6th spot? This place is decent too. I haven't done a live broadcast here. Hey, Tangku, mark it down. We'll broadcast live from this spot next time, Wu Tianhao yelled while turning his head. Tangku was the reporter assigned to S4. He was a chubby man about the same age as Kevin Lin. Tangku yawned and said, "Got it." He would have passed on the trip had he known there were so many spots to hit. This was more work than a live broadcast, more tiring. Tangku had spent last night listening to Wu Tianhao ting about his dreams and whatnot. He hadn't slept well. Right now, he was sleepy as H***all. Next? Wu Tianhao asked Fang Zhao after looking up the coordinates of the 7th location.
Next.
Fang Zhao had just uttered his response when he heard a rustling sound from the tall grass ahead of them. The noise was growing louder and was heading in their direction. The 3 bodyguards tailing Fang Zhao, the 2 protecting Wu Tianhao, and the soldiers assigned by the main base all raised their guns. "Wait!" Fang Zhao shouted. A silhouette darted out. It was a brown, furry animal about half a meter tall. It had a round head, a long tail, and ears that were checkered. Its main identifying feature was a blue ring surrounding its neck. Lab animal? Wu Tianhao asked. Wu Tianhao had seen everything after spending a good deal of time on Y. He knew instantly where the animal had come from once he saw the blue ring around its neck. They're lab animals. They shouldn't be in the wild. They've been injected with medicine. The experiments they were used in have concluded, but the lab animals can't be set free because there are experimental plots nearby. The lab technicians have them sequestered elsewhere. This one must have escaped, Wu Tianhao explained to Fang Zhao. Even though they have GPS chips planted in them, catching them is quite a hassle if they escape. Let's cordon them off. The breeders in charge of capturing them shouldn't be far behind. Surrounded by gun barrels, the animal froze, 2 round eyes bulging from its furry face. Soon, the sound of flying transports could be heard. The animal's captors had arrived. The 2 breeders disembarked from the flying transport, carrying what appeared to be traps. The bodyguards tucked their guns away. Lo and behold, the animal ducked away from the breeders and dashed toward Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao's 3 bodyguards drew their guns again. They were trained to kill anything that posed a threat to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao raised his hand again. No need. The 3 bodyguards could have killed the animal before it approached Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao had halted them just in time. So they had missed the split second when they had the animal in their sights. The animal clung on to Fang Zhao's leg and hid behind his body, watching the 2 breeders in pursuit alertly. Noticing that the bodyguards still had their guns trained on the lab animals, the breeders told Fang Zhao and company, "This thing is called a tiger-eared monkey because its ears resemble the ears of a tiger from the old era. It was named by the first researchers who studied them. This is the 3rd time this little fella has escaped, but it's not dangerous. It won't attack humans on its own initiative. Don't worry, we'll take it down now." One of the breeders approached Fang Zhao. The tiger-eared monkey didn't release its grip, instead climbing along Fang Zhao's leg from his calf to his thigh. Its claws gripped Fang Zhao's pants tightly. It wouldn't let go no matter how hard the breeder tugged, letting out a piercing scream instead. The breeder stopped pulling. The little fella had sharp claws. They were worried that they might hurt Fang Zhao if they continued to use force. The two breeders had no choice but to switch approaches. They glanced at each other and prepared their dart guns. Lo and behold, the tiger-eared monkey started screaming even more loudly. "Just beat it to death and cook it. It's so annoying," Wu Tianhao said with a frown. After a fresh round of screaming, the tiger-eared monkey turned its head and glared at Wu Tianhao while baring its teeth in a vicious snarl. The screaming now was the loudest thus far. The breeders laughed knowingly. "It's better if you don't mouth off. It's spent quite a bit of time with humans. It might understand what you say. Does it run in this direction every time?" Fang Zhao asked. "Yes, he ended up in this area all 3 times. Last time, it was at the foot of the mountain." The breeder pointed for Fang Zhao's benefit. "The last time we caught it, it was napping in a tree hole after a meal. Even the howling winds, thunder, and rain didn't wake it up. Animals raised in captivity aren't as alert as wild animals." Fang Zhao examined the spot the breeder pointed to and said, "Let's check it out. If there aren't any problems, let's use that location." The breeders didn't like the idea. What if the little fella fled even further? Catching it would be a pain in the *SS, but the breeders kept those thoughts to themselves when they saw the colonel traveling with Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao gesture to them, offering instead, "No problem. Let us lead the way. We know that spot well." For the senior officials at the main base, a lab animal was far less consequential compared to these two potential investors. The most important task at hand was to secure the investment from Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao. The tiger-eared monkey was still clinging to Fang Zhao when he boarded the flying transport. The new location was only a short flight away, so Fang Zhao stood throughout the journey. The flying transport took off for the foot of the mountain and found a landing spot. Fang Zhao got off and approached the woods in front of him. "Say, now that I'm here, it feels quite good. I couldn't tell from on top of the mountain," Wu Tianhao said after taking in his surroundings. He couldn't put his finger on what was so great about the location. It just felt right. The air even felt fresher. "This is probably what the archaeologist's notebooks referred to as good feng shui," Wu Tianhao said after pondering the matter. Fang Zhao didn't know anything about feng shui, but he knew that the animals native to Y definitely had stronger instincts for good locations than they did, even if they were lab animals. Based on what the two breeders had told them, this little fellow was quite sensitive. Just because it wasn't aggressive like a wild animal didn't mean it couldn't discern between different surroundings. Plus, if the tiger-eared monkey would sleep so soundly here even on a rainy day, the natural conditions had to be quite stable. According to the information provided by Hawaii, this was not an earthquake-prone area, nor had any major natural disasters occurred. The most important thing was that Fang Zhao liked the location too. "Then how about we go with this spot? There are quite a few mountains around here too. I'll pick a good-looking one to build my kung fu school on," Wu Tianhao said. But as he canvassed the massive plot of land, he felt that the investor group comprising just him and Fang Zhao was a bit thin. "We can't rival those major investor groups. 2 people isn't enough. Why don't we get more people involved? I have a few friends that I can persuade to invest." Wu Tianhao looked at Fang Zhao. "You know anyone who has money to blow?" Fang Zhao pondered before responding. "Zero Renault is on Baiji. I could ask him." Wu Tianhao had never held Zero in high esteem, but Zero's reputation of splurging was known to all. "Yes, let's bring that sucker in." Since he had already pulled in one person, Wu Tianhao believed that, in no time, he would be able to rope in a second, a third, or maybe even more. As for Hawaii and the others of Y Base, of course they fully approved of Wu Tianhao's thinking. Pulling more people over would be better. When the time came, some methods could be employed to raise the popularity, and chances for the research base being approved would be higher. The reason the top brass continuously rejected the notion of a research base was probably due to the slower development rate of Planet Y. There was not much human traffic, and the operational costs were high. Furthermore, no large corporations had established themselves here, and places with experimental plots were not just limited to Planet Y. Since there were better choices, there was no need to choose Planet Y. There was a limited quota for bases, so Hui needed to hurry and declare it as soon as possible. Thus, he had made it more convenient for Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao. Communication rules were also relaxed, but they still had to be in line with regulations. With the help of Hua Yi, Wu Tianhao refined his list of who to contact. Roping in a few others would decrease the risk. If there was no human traffic here, and they were unable to generate enough discussion, throwing that much money in would not even be able to create a ripple. While the collaboration was still in the discussion stage, Wu Tianhao did not want to let others know about it. Therefore, during his live broadcasts, he avoided people and filmed on a nearby mountain. When he was doing his live broadcasts, he carefully made his pick of the nearby mountains. But however much he tried to hide it, Wu Tianhao could not conceal his high spirits from finally roping in a collaborator. Nearly all of S4's audience were Wu Tianhao fans and understood him well. When they saw how happy Wu Tianhao was today, they all had their own opinions. Do you guys feel that Tianhao seems to be smiling a lot today? I see it too. Perhaps something good happened? Fooling around with a nurse again? That wouldn't give him such a reaction. I wonder what he encountered. Wu Tianhao was oblivious to these viewers' online discussions about him. Even if he knew, he would not care. Now, a large proportion of his thoughts were on building the dojo. After the live broadcast ended, Wu Tianhao stood on the mountaintop and surveyed the horizon. That mountain, that one, and that one, as well as that one over there. I want them all. Wu Tianhao sighed. It was a pity he had only so much funds available. Wu Tianhao turned his head and spoke to a bodyguard behind him. Take note of these few mountains first. The bodyguard went blank for a moment. All of them? He thought Wu Tianhao wanted to purchase all of these, but how much would that cost? Note down all of them. Never mind. Pass me the map. I will do it myself. Wu Tianhao took the map and started to mark the areas. From among these places, he would choose the best mountain to construct his dojo. As for the rest, he would recommended them to other people he was close to. At another location, there were also a bunch of people following Fang Zhao around as he took a look at places. A breeder familiar with the terrain introduced the surrounding conditions to Fang Zhao and, at the same time, kept an eye on the tiger-eared monkey that was still holding on to Fang Zhao's legs. With an extra burden on his thighs, he had walked such a long distance without feeling out of sorts. This youngster was rather strange. What do you wish to build here? This area is not suitable for constructing skyscrapers with more than 100 floors. I'm not saying that it is entirely impossible, just that living here is not necessarily comfortable, the breeder said. It wouldn't be that high, Fang Zhao replied. Then what do you wish to construct here? An old city street. From Fang Zhao's memory, in his previous life before the period of destruction, his old house had been in an area rich with history and culture. There had been a marketplace and many interweaving roads. Although ancient, every year, lots of people had been attracted to the place for tourism. Later, when he had gone to the capital for work, the thing that had left the greatest impression had been that large palace. The stockman understood Fang Zhao's intentions rather quickly. Rebuilding historical sites? Actually, this sort of idea was not just limited to Fang Zhao. Many youngsters loved to purchase land and construct manors like the aristocrats of the old era. It had the same intention and a sense of nostalgia, and it was something people of the new era found rather flashy. There are too many building styles in the old era. Different time periods had different styles. Fang Zhao explained to them different time periods of the old era and the special buildings of those different places. Ancient city gates, markets, and streets that transcended space and time with thousands of years of history. People of the new era did not understand much about those times and how resplendent each and every period had been. Unknowingly, everyone accompanying Fang Zhao held their breaths as they listened to Fang Zhao describe scenes that only appeared in documentaries or movies. Even Wu Tianhao, who had concluded his live broadcast and come down the mountains, also slowed his pace and listened attentively to Fang Zhao's descriptions. Nowadays, the only things left of architecture from different time periods of the old era were models, photographs, or emulations in virtual worlds. In reality, there were only a few similar replicas, but the scale was too small compared to the originals, and they were not as stunning. If Fang Zhao really constructed this sort of place, the people of Planet Y would have it good. When they had free time, they could form groups to tour this place and relax a little. The stockman had told Fang Zhao to build the sort of ancient castles and pastures that younger people would be into, where they could enjoy riding horses on the vast lands. However, when he listened to Fang Zhao's accounts, he understood that Fang Zhao had a far greater plan. All that you have mentioned, even if we only choose and construct one building a week according to how it should be, is still a large undertaking, a Y-base colonel said. He meant to remind Fang Zhao that although land here was cheap, constructing buildings required quite a bit of money. If there were too many buildings, or the buildings were large, the combined cost would amount to an enormous sum. Then let's take it slowly, Fang Zhao replied in a relaxed tone. When you think about it, it is actually a nice place, one where you can come over when you get older and retire. The atmosphere at this place is really suitable for retirees, the stockman said. However, Wu Tianhao did not take kindly to those words. Retirement? What retirement? He still wished to open a dojo here. The concept was obviously youthful energy. Why did that guy make it sound so lethargic? Wu Tianhao snorted. I don't intend to purchase this land as a retirement plan. The stockman and people from Y-Base looked suspiciously at Wu Tianhao. Construction at this sort of place, if not for retirement, then is it for reselling? Can it even be sold? It's a dream. Understand? Wu Tianhao shook his head when he realized these bunch of people had no way of understanding. He didn't wish to talk to this bunch of salted fish. Salted fish without dreams would never understand what was going on in his mind. The stockman and Y-Base personnel really could not come to terms with Wu Tianhao's thoughts. They felt that these people were foolish, that they had too much money and too few outlets for spending. But for Planet Y, this was a good thing, and they would not oppose it. Wu Tianhao drew a large circle on the map. The land Fang Zhao had chosen and the mountain he had picked were encompassed inside. The area has to be enclosed. City walls. Wu Tianhao asked Fang Zhao. City walls will be constructed around the exterior, but current technology still has to be used for defensive measures, Fang Zhao replied. Definitely. Fang Zhao's eyes glanced at the tiger-eared monkey still hugging his thigh, and he asked the breeders, where are they raised? There is a park district not too far from here built specifically for raising these sorts of lab animals. However, the park district needs refurbishing. Otherwise, these lab animals will keep escaping. The breeder's expression was pained. Unfortunately, we just don't have the funds. Besides feeding the animals, every day we are busy chasing these escaped animals. Simple-minded ones are still easy to manage, but when it comes to the more intelligent creatures, we really have our work cut out for us. These two breeders felt that it was only because of their temperaments that they'd been selected to tend to these animals. If they had been anybody less patient, they would surely have found excuses to secretly kill off these animals that loved to prison break. Fang Zhao continued to question them. Have experiments for them been concluded? For the majority of them, yes. In the past, we captured a few of this planet's wild animals and brought them to the labs to study. When the soldiers from the base might be scratched or bitten and contract viruses, there is a need to use these methods to find a cure. Thus, animal testing on these creatures was necessary. The breeder continued explaining, now, those animals in the park district have already gone through experiments and tests, and basically would not pose any danger to humans. They also do not carry any untreatable viruses. However, it is best not to consume them. Of course, if you really do want to eat them, it is not entirely impossible, but they might be hazardous. After all, they grew up in the laboratory. The food they consumed when young was all experimental foodstuffs. Now that the experiments are finished, they have switched over to their current food, but their bodies might have traces of medical drugs. If you really want to eat one, perhaps it is better to capture some wild ones. However, after capturing them, it is best to bring them to relevant parties for some testing first. You people are not from Y-Base and have not had many vaccines administered, so there might be some risks if you eat without supervision. Possibly from hearing the breeders talking about eating them, that tiger-eared monkey started screeching again. However, this time, Wu Tianhao did not grumble about the ear-splitting screeches from the tiger-eared monkey. It was as if he completely paid no attention to the shrieks, simply continuing to stare at the map in his hands, his brows scrunched up. Fang Zhao, I suddenly have an idea, Wu Tianhao said. Let's hear it. I feel that our stakes aren't high enough. Since this chance is so hard to come by, how about we find a few more people and collaborate to make the territory even bigger? Just like how you mentioned the special architecture of different eras and different continents, if everyone contributes a little, wouldn't we be able to build it up? If we want to take a gamble, why not raise the stakes? The breeders and soldiers of Y Base could not understand Wu Tianhao's reasoning. You can jump straight into a hole alone. Why do you have to drag more people with you? However, Fang Zhao could immediately understand what Wu Tianhao meant. Laughing, he said, in the old era, some film companies and movie-making firms created large-scale indoor and outdoor sets that were comprehensive. To achieve the most benefits, certain places also incorporated sightseeing tours besides just using them for filming. A place where art and commerce harmonize perfectly. A film studio complex. That's right. Full of fiery passion and complex thoughts, Wu Tianhao stared at the map. At the start, he had not had such big plans. All he had wanted was to purchase some land to build a dojo to fulfill his dream of many years. But after listening to Fang Zhao talk about all that, he changed his mind. Since he was prepared to rope in more people for an investment, why not have bigger plans? With this, he had the confidence to pull in a few more people. They would bring to life historic sites and cultures that had perished during the period of destruction, and not just in virtual reality. Not just tabletop models, but actual life-size architecture that could be felt and touched would, after thousands of years, reappear at a place outside their home planet. That would be a feast for the senses. Wu Tianhao wanted to raise the stakes. After analyzing, Fang Zhao felt that it was feasible. Here they could build something just like the celebrated film complexes of the old era. Furthermore, with current technology, construction would not be troublesome at all. All they needed to do was to put in effort in the planning phase. Historic places and sites across all continents had been destroyed during the period of destruction. Due to the innovation of technology in the new era, people did not wish to spend money rebuilding those types of structures. Even if they had been built, in the 500 years that had followed, many had been torn down to make way for housing buildings due to the exploding population. In the movie and television industry, all that was required to churn out a film was film, a room in a high-rise building, and a special effects team. Regardless of whether it was historical, modern, fantasy, or sci-fi, everything could be settled with special effects. But for film projects with high standards and requirements, real sets were still favored. Zero's company borrowing equipment and manpower from the military was one such example. However, as there were no historical sites preserved, there were very few historical films. In the industry, the historic genre was the least common, and even those that were done with special effects had to reference films preserved from the old era. Relying on just Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao to build up a film studio complex in a short time was an arduous task. Not just due to construction, publicity and popularity were also two other important matters. What was most important was to rope in more people. Fang Zhao on your side. Who can you rope in? Wu Tianhao asked. After musing, he added, you definitely have to rope in Zero. I have already left Zero a message. As for how many I can pull in, I can only try. After all, in the film and television circles, my connections are limited, Fang Zhao replied. Wu Tianhao remembered that Fang Zhao was not an actor, so he could not pin too much hope on Fang Zhao. Can you still remain here for a few more days? Wu Tianhao asked. 2 to 3 days. As he was still undergoing military service, there was no way that Fang Zhao could have an extended stay here. You could talk to Huai? He would surely let you stay for some time. Fang Zhao shook his head. After matters here are settled, when I have returned to planet Baiji to continue with my military service, I will continue to pay attention to things here in my spare time. All right, let's do our utmost and handle things separately. Wu Tianhao did not have much hope for Fang Zhao pulling in many people. As long as Fang Zhao could rope in Zero, that would be enough. Wu Tianhao would rope in the others. As it was getting late, everyone packed up their things and prepared to return. The tiger-eared monkey was also returned to the park district by the breeder. After the party returned back to base, Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao went to look for Huai. Film studio complex? When Huai heard this news, he was startled and nearly dropped his canteen before shooting up from his chair. He had only thought that Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao wanted to purchase a plot of land and build a manor to have some fun. Never had he expected that they would make such a big play. However, he liked it. Fang Zhao briefly shared the outlines of their plan. If development goes smoothly, in the future, we can submit an application for a cultural film base or something similar. Cultural film base? Calling it a cultural film base succeeded in exciting Hua Yi. Having had no expectations, this sudden surprise jolted Hua Yi and made him feel giddy with excitement. If this cultural film base was reported to the higher-ups and approved, did that mean that there would be monetary support? Or perhaps other political benefits? The answer was definitely yes. However, Hua Yi calmed down very quickly. He was still the commanding officer of a base and would not lose rationality over Fang Zhao's words. Sitting down again, he studied Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao with a deep gaze. There was no longer any trace of excitement on his face. Instead, he had a serious expression. You wish to construct a cultural film base with just the two of you? There are others too, Wu Tianhao replied. There was a little flash in Hua Yi's eyes as he stifled the excitement in his heart. Who else? It has not been confirmed yet. We are still contacting people. A smile broke out on Hua Yi's face. He understood the two's intentions. So your purpose for finding me is to request extended free communications for you too? That's right. Of course, we still have to discuss the price of land, Wu Tianhao responded. This time, Hua Yi was more expressive, waving his arms as he exclaimed, "The more land you want, the better the deal I will give you. It's up to you guys how much land you want." Hua Yi did not have the final say. If the base was to sell a large plot of land, it still had to be reported to the top. But when it came to the cost, Hua Yi could influence the pricing to some extent. After Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao left, Hua Yi transferred over the selected land on the map and opened the file. His eyes were shining as he stared at the 3D view. That area was flat ground surrounded by a ring of mountains, and it seemed like the hull of a very large ship. Whether this large ship could assume the mantle of a cultural film base and actually set sail, this depended on whether Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao could rope in enough investors. Planet Baiji. Recently, Zero had been feeling very pleased. He had gotten addicted to live broadcasting. Every day, he exceeded the allocated live broadcast duration. Kevin Lin had spoken about this to him before. Exceeding by a little bit was fine, as an expense report could be submitted, but exceeding that much every day was not right. If it was exceeded by too much, the column would not pay for the communications expenses. But who was Zero? He only wished to enjoy himself to his heart's content. So what if he had to pay for the costs of exceeding the allocated time? So be it. Does your daddy care about these little communications expenses? I'll pay for it myself. Zero's agent, D*MN. The money hasn't come in yet, and there is still an overdraft. Actually, Kevin Lin was not particularly bothered by the added expenses of exceeding the allocated time. He also knew that Zero would not haggle over this. What he was worried about was Zero's live broadcasts. Recently, Channel S5's comments section had become a little darker. When Zero had taken over the live broadcasts, viewership had increased, but the majority had just been here to join in on the action. Kevin Lin was worried that Channel S5's older audiences would stop watching. Kevin Lin's worries were spot on. Indeed, a number of original viewers canceled their viewership and others lambasted the channel. Kevin Lin was really worried, and he discussed with his superiors about suitable countermeasures they could take. Zero was a person that easily provoked others. Could they think of any ideas to help change the situation? However, people from the column did not bother about this. Provoking viewers was not a big deal. All that mattered was revenue. With the increase in viewership of Channel S5, naturally, there was more revenue from internet traffic and advertisements. It was only natural that the column would not switch Zero out. Kevin Lin was at a loss. He even sent a message to Fang Zhao saying that Fang Zhao had not been able to foresee that Zero could not retain the channel's original audience. However, in the few days that followed, Kevin Lin received a face smacking. Some audiences that had originally canceled their viewership had returned. Zero had one other nickname. Netizens had given him the name Deceptive Little Expert, because when Zero was broadcasting live, many times, he roasted his father's tyrannical actions back when Zero had still been undergoing his military service. No food for you if you don't complete your tasks. You get a beating if you make any mistakes. My body was beaten by such a thick rod. and I was beaten till my mother could not even recognize me. It ached so badly that I was unable to sleep at night. In the middle of the night, I was still called out to assemble. It was totally brutal. Zero's dad's reputation for being ruthless to his own son quickly spread. It was rumored that Zero's dad was so teeming with rage that he wanted to personally come to planet Baiji and beat someone up. Other than this, Zero revealed some political information that had not been released. Online audiences realized that the roasting of his own dad was not a big deal compared to the information he leaked. No one could find out which family member Zero had gotten this information from, but if he spoke about it, the reliability of the information was high. Although Zero loved to show off, he wouldn't go so far as to make up stories. Yesterday, Zero's loose lips had revealed that some people from certain financial firms would be out of luck. This morning, there had been an announcement that the bosses of certain financial institutions had been arrested. It was said that Lijo authorities had not meant to investigate so quickly, but Zero had given it away too early, so action had been taken immediately. It was also rumored that, because of this incident, the Renault family and people close to Zero had been called in for questioning and Lijo's governor had thrown a fit. Thus, many entertainment media outlets reported Zero's matter. Shocking. Lijo's famous youth reveals fraudulent activity during live broadcast. Netizens watched the broadcasts with glee. Now, not only could they watch Planet Baiji's developments, there was also humor. Perhaps they might even catch Zero letting slip some political news that had not yet been announced. Many viewers left a note on their own notification settings for Channel S5 so that the notification that sounded every time live broadcasts were about to start was changed to, "The deceptive little expert that you follow is about to come online." Fang Zhao also knew about all this, but he reckoned that reality was not quite how netizens described it. Even Wu Tianhao sneered at this when he found out. Would the Renault family really let Zero in on matters that were really supposed to be kept secret? Was the governor such a person? Did he not know what Zero was like? The entire household was putting on a play. They were just acting in tandem, and they were using Zero's live broadcasts to go about it. It was just to ease the tension and let people have some mental preparation for any decrees that would be put into effect. Even Zero himself knew clearly which information he could announce to the public. If Zero was really the sort that was unable to differentiate good from bad, there was no way he could have been showered with such favoritism by the Lijo governor. Of course, netizens did not know this. Even if there were people who analyzed and pointed it out, nobody really cared. Most people were just watching the live broadcast for entertainment. Other than that, people did not really bother about the truth and had no intention of getting to the bottom of these matters. The following day, Zero was broadcasting in a wheat field. This was an extended field on planet Baiji. Ah, what fine weather. The air is crisp and refreshing. Today, I will be talking about steam buns. How are steam buns made? For that, we would have to begin with flour. And how is flour made? We would have to start from wheat. Zero spoke as though he was a person who had obtained exclusive cheat codes for a game. In the new era, there were very few people that made steam buns and other pastries in their own homes. There was very little consumption for these as well. Even if people ate steam buns, shopping online for quick freeze or compressed food was very convenient and saved time and effort. Thus, when Zero mentioned this topic, there were still a lot of people that were interested. And many older audiences just loved watching Zero's manner as he talked about such things with vigor and an incomparable swagger. Zero walked through the wheat field as he recounted the stories he had heard from other people, then gazed at the expansive field full of wheat in front of him and lamented, "Planet Baiji's wheat field is really big, even bigger than the largest wheat field I ever saw in Muzhou. We also have wheat fields in Lijo, close to the Scarlet Crescent port. However, soon, the Scarlet Port will have Constru." Oh, I can't talk about this. Let's go back to talking about how to make steam buns. Online audiences, no, don't. Finish what you wanted to say about construction at Scarlet Crescent Harbor. Don't you know that people that stop a story midway will be beaten? Zero did not care how others judged him, nor did he care how audiences living near Scarlet Crescent Port would be scratching their cheeks in frustration. Immediately after the live broadcast ended, Zero rushed to check the message Fang Zhao had sent him. Purchase land? Film studio complex? This sounds fun. Further viewing the comprehensive map of the area, Zero's eyes glowed as he pondered a little. There, he could build anything he wanted to. That was totally a heaven for pretentious beings like himself. The more he looked at it, the more he was tempted. Zero pointed at a few of the tallest mountains in the map. This one, this one, this one, and the land here. I will take it all. Zero's agent. Are you an idiot? Zero's agent had a stiff expression on his face, and he gave Zero a cruel jab as Zero's mind was wandering on the limitless possibilities. Senior Master, we don't have any more money. Zero stared at him. Impossible. We used up most of our funds during the auction and to obtain land here, Zero's agent patiently explained. Zero wore an expression of shock. We really don't have money? Zero's agent looked him in the eye and said seriously, this time it is real. He was not lying to Zero. They really did not have enough funds to purchase land, let alone the areas that Zero wanted on the map. It was an impossible dream. Even if they had the money, he would advise Zero to give up on this idea. The risk of investing in Planet Y was too great. Zero checked his own bank accounts in disbelief. After coming to terms with the cruel blow reality had struck him with, he sat down in a chair in a daze. How could the great Zero from Lijo actually be in such a predicament where he lacked funds? If he could not happily pretend all he wanted to, he might as well return home and plant watermelons. Zero mused for a bit. He was unwilling to give up this dream of obtaining land on Planet Y. In his heart, he thought of different ways to obtain money. Noticing Zero's eyeballs swiveling around in their sockets, Zero's agent felt a lump in his heart. Having been by Zero's side for so long, he could tell straight away what this B***starred was trying to pull. For the sake of preventing Zero from making an even more foolish decision, his agent decided to help out. Otherwise, this demented numbskull might try to sell off the land on Planet Baiji they had worked so hard to obtain from Fanlin. Zero's agent spoke. Senior Master, if you urgently need money, we can chase your debtors. Collect debts? In Zero's dictionary, the words collect debts did not exist. In his opinion, the affair of collecting debts was beneath him. Zero was unwilling to do this. How can I, the great Zero of Lijo, have the face to ask people to return those small amounts of money? That is too shameful. Zero might not bother about small matters such as debts, but his agent had recorded every single bit. Those small amounts were not really small. There were a few people in his records that had debts in the tens of millions. Browsing through the agent's list of debtors, and seeing the total sum at the end of the list, Zero was stunned once more. That much? He actually had not known he had loaned out that much money. Chase it. Chase every single one of them back. Zero clenched his teeth and turned to face his agent. You go chase them. Zero was still unable to bring himself so low as to personally do such a thing. Zero's agent was indifferent to it. He had long wanted to collect those debts. After all, their side was not the one in debt, so what was so shameful about asking for it back? Previously, he had been worried that Zero would vehemently oppose it, but now that Zero had encountered a situation where he himself lacked money, his agent had to settle it as soon as possible. Zero's agent was very satisfied with the decision Zero had made. This time, he would allow Zero to squander all the funds he reclaimed. Zero's agent pointed at the debtor that owed the most. I can chase the others except the one from Lijo. My status isn't sufficient enough, so it is best if Senior Master personally chases this debt. Lacalina's How. An elegant-looking lass wearing a princess skirt was half lying on the soft sofa. She had nearly dozed off when her bracelet, placed on the coffee table beside her, rang, breaking the peaceful silence in the room. The lass opened her eyes, squinted at the name displayed on the bracelet, and knit her brows. She waved her pale, slender fingers, and her assistant hurriedly came forward and handed the bracelet to her. Voice was selected instead of video conference. Shara 1. Barbie. We aren't that close. Please call me Barbara too. Barbara felt like puking whenever she heard Zero call her that. Return my money. Over on the other end, Zero simply did not care about anything else. Since when has this princess owed you any money? Barbara retorted impatiently. Although there was no longer any feudalism, with her identity and Lacalina family name, her status in Lijo was similar to a princess. This was also what Barbara liked to call herself. On the other end, after listening to what Barbara said, Zero sucked in a deep breath of air and puffed it out. This told others how shocked he was. Zero raised his voice in disbelief. You want to renege on your debt? When we went to Muzhou to watch the competition, you saw a flying potato car and borrowed money from me to purchase it. It's a flying pumpkin car. In their hearts, both Zero and Barbara came to a certain evaluation of the other party. King moronic. Zero had no way of understanding Barbara's weird aesthetic tastes, and Barbara looked down on Zero's brain that could not differentiate between a potato and a pumpkin. However, now that Zero had mentioned it, Barbara recalled that she had borrowed 10 million from this moron to purchase a flying car. Back then, she had lost quite a lot of money betting on dogs, and following that, she had bought a few championship pedigree puppies. After that, she had seen a limited edition commemorative flying pumpkin car. At that time, several of the projects she'd had a hand in were not yet making profits, so she had been a little short. Back then, Zero had been beside her, so she had borrowed the money from him. An IOU had not even been written, as the two had felt that this sort of thing was beneath their noble status. After returning, they had both forgotten about it. All right, I remember. It's 10 million, right? I will transfer it to you right away, Barbara replied impatiently. With interest, you have to return 20 million. That was what you said. Zero added. I did. Barbara could not remember what she had said back then. Yes. Zero exclaimed confidently. When his agent had recorded down the debt, he had even left a note. This was definitely true. Barbara tried to recall it. It seemed like that was how it had been. All right, so be it. 20 million it is. Barbara would not argue over such a trivial matter. Projects she had invested in were making profits, and her treasury was abundant. She was prepared to let her assistant make the transfer when she paused. Chasing her so anxiously over 20 million was not Zero's usual idiotic style. What are you up to that requires this money so urgently? Barbara asked. Zero was unwilling to share. None of your business. Hurry up and return my money. I will give you an extra 1 million if you tell me, Barbara said. Cough. Do I look like I care about that small sum? 5 million. Land on planet Y. When the call ended, an elusive smile flashed across Barbara's face as she gazed at the mural on the wall in her room. The scene on the mural depicted an ancient castle from the old era. It was said that her family ancestors had once lived in that place. Apparently, during the old era, Lacalinishao had been densely covered with numerous castles, mystical castles that had had many years of history that were both romantic and frightening. Yet these castles had all been destroyed during the period of destruction. Every member of the Lacalina family wished to have their own castle, but land was scarce and the family clan kept getting bigger, so a constructed castle could not just be for one person. If anyone wanted to occupy a castle alone, they could only look to foreign planets. After managing to scrape through to invest in planet Baiji, the land Barbara had obtained was not a lot. The young generations had limited capabilities, and Barbara was not satisfied. But now she had a new place to construct her castle. On the other end, Zero's agent remained expressionless after the call between the two spoiled youths. Only when he received a notification of funds received did he let out a smile. After that, Zero's manager continued to chase debts, and Zero contacted Fang Zhao, asking the composer to reserve a mountain for him. He had wanted a large plot of land, but unfortunately, his reserves were a little tight and all the debts he had reclaimed could only purchase a mountain. Before Barbara made her move, Zero would first take his pick. Zero also told Fang Zhao about Barbara. Fang Zhao sent a message to Hua Yi regarding the mountain that Zero had selected to make a reservation. Hua Yi was also accommodating. When he heard that Zero wanted to make a reservation, he did not chase the funds. He immediately marked up that area. One more mountain sold. Hua Yi gazed happily at the 3D map on his table. He had already marked up the places that people had bought and areas that were pending. However, this area's land was too vast. Just the trio of Fang Zhao, Wu Tianhao, and Zero would not be able to stomach it. Just as he was worrying, Hua Yi received a long-distance call request originating from Lacalinishao on Earth. After Fang Zhao replied to Zero's message, he received a new message from Duan Qianji. Fang Zhao had also left a message with Duan Qinji regarding this matter. After Duan Qinji had viewed the risk assessment reports done up by her subordinates, she had decided to agree to Fang Zhao's invitation and join in the investment for that area surrounded by mountains. Duan Qinji wanted to imitate the large-scale period dramas of the old era. This genre had never really seen large-scale investments. Most period dramas were done by small companies and were cringy and full of mistakes. If there were no real sets, they would just have to create them so the images filmed had that thick and authentic historical flavor to them. When the period drama was completed, the constructed sets would still remain there and could be always used for other period dramas. In the long run, it would not be a loss. When the time comes, I will send someone to keep an eye on the development on Planet Y. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just concentrate on your military service, Duan Qinji told Fang Zhao. After all, during military service, attention would be on Fang Zhao. Duan Qinji was doing it for Fang Zhao's sake. At Wu Tianhao's end, he was persuading an uncle to join in and purchase a mountain on Planet Y. Have you seen the video I sent? Really, although that mountain isn't really that high, its landscape is especially celestial, and it is suitable for filming that awesome mystical sword-fighting serial you talked about. On the other side, Wu Tianhao's uncle, who owned an entertainment company, was silent for a few seconds, possibly wondering when he and Wu Tianhao were ever that close. We can build however we like, as long as it has a rich historical feel to it. There is no problem if we agree to work together to develop the film studio complex. These are good lands, and the prices are preferential. First come, first serve, Wu Tianhao said. This uncle of Wu Tianhao had unintentionally read a book that had been discovered by archaeologists. At that time, he had become captivated by novels of the old era. After he had built up his own business, it had been his dream to film a series with magic and celestial beings using real sets and without using too many special effects. However, the mountainous regions back on their home planet were not celestial enough, and there were limited scenic areas. But now, in the video Wu Tianhao had sent over, there were a few mountains wrapped by clouds and mist that gave off that sort of celestial vibe. Wu Tianhao continued persuading his uncle. This is totally undeveloped land, and there are not a lot of restrictions. If you purchase a mountain and construct those scenes and landscapes, filming a long-running serial is not a problem. You can even enjoy yourself over there. How good is that? Wu Tianhao's uncle pondered for a bit. That was the good point about places far back on the development sequence. There were not many restrictions and the land was cheap. Picking out a suitable area and signing a 100 or 200-year lease meant he would be able to build anything that his heart desired. How great was that? All right, mark out that mountain. I want it. Wu Tianhao spent quite some time talking to his uncle. Not only did his uncle have an eye on the few mountains in the video, his uncle was also eyeing the mountain that Wu Tianhao had selected for himself. It took a while for Wu Tianhao to explain to his uncle that everyone would have their own territory. After ending the call, Wu Tianhao asked whether there had been any developments with Fang Zhao. He found out that Fang Zhao had not yet come out after returning to his room. Upon learning of this, he headed straight to Hua Yi's office. He wanted to know whether Fang Zhao had managed to rope in Zero within this short time. Zero? Hua Yi opened up the 3D map and pointed to a mountain that had been marked. This mountain has been reserved for him. When Tianhao stared at the map in front of him, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. All he saw were shiny golden marks on the map. These marks meant that the areas had already been booked. Wu Tianhai could not believe his eyes. I was just away for 2 hours and all these have been purchased? There were hints of joy in Hua Yi's eyes, but he was still rather calm. Yes, the areas with golden markings have all been reserved. Wu Tianhao swallowed his saliva. He somewhat rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, he had staked a claim on a few mountains. Otherwise, they might all have been snapped up. Weren't these people's actions a little too quick? Wu Tianhao was curious. Who bought all these? Zero alone couldn't have gotten them all himself. The markings on the map had initials representing their buyers, but Wu Tianhao could not guess who they were just from the initials alone. Hua Yi pointed at an area encircled by mountains. This area was purchased jointly by Fang Zhao and people from Yinzhou's Silver Wing. And this were reserved by people from Lacalina's Hao. This side. Hua Yi told Wu Tianhao about the people who had bought these places. Wu Tian had a bewildered expression. Why are they involved? How did these people set their eyes on this area? That? Hoi shook his head. I am not too sure. He had no idea why these people had used various means and contacts to get in touch with him and inquire about the matter of the cultural film base. He wasn't sure how they had gotten the news in the first place. Hua Yi and Wu Tianhao could not understand it. Even Fang Zhao had not expected the situation to turn out this way. Actually, when Zero had been chasing Barbara's debt, it had caught Barbara's attention. However, Barbara had been unwilling to take the risk alone, so she had gone looking for partners to collaborate with and had piqued the interest of a few others from the Lacalina family. A few had come together and decided to buy. They had reserved the place first and, following that, organized a survey team to head over to Planet Y to check things out. The deposit had already been paid, and if the preliminary surveys gave the go-ahead, the remaining funds would follow after shortly. Over at Silver Wing's side, Duan Qianji had searched for a few collaborators. Just looking at the amount Silver Wing had claimed, it was clear that Silver Wing had prepared a large sum. This was also something that delighted Hua Yi to no end. Who knew whether there would be even more people coming in? Wu Tianhao eyed the map for a while longer before leaving. The moment Wu Tianhao left, Hua Yi immediately became excited. A while back, when he had received news of Lazhou and Yinzhou investors forming groups to head over, warm tears of joy had welled up in his eyes when Wu Tianhao had come over. For the sake of protecting his image, Hua Yi had restrained his emotions and maintained the dignified and imposing manner of a base commander. Now that Wu Tianhao had left, he could finally let his emotions run wild. Planet Y would also have inspection teams visiting. Hua Yi brought up the system's name list once again and ran through it from the top, not missing out on a single one. It was as if he was appreciating a treasured heirloom that had been passed down from generation to generation. And on the other side, Wu Tianhao was trying to control his annoyance as he left Hua Yi's office. Hua Yi had not said why these people had taken part in this campaign to purchase land, but from what Wu Tianhao had seen, Fang Zhao had surely done something. Just from Yinzhou, besides Silver Wing Media, there were another two large Yinzhou corporations, a hotel chain and another high-risk investment organization. One look and he could tell these companies were not in it for fun and giggles. There was also the inspection team from Lazhou. It would have been fine if Barbara alone had gone crazy, but they had actually formed an inspection team and reserved a number of mountains. Furthermore, given the Lacalina's obsession with ancient castles, Wu Tianhao was certain they were all serious about it. Just from this, the number of people Fang Zhao had roped in was greater than his number. Wu Tianhao had only managed to pull one uncle on board and nobody else. Just by comparing this, it seemed like Fang Zhao had greater influence. Wu Tianhao was unwilling to concede. Thus, when he returned, Wu Tianhao contacted his close childhood friend. After a few rings, the call was accepted. About the matter I spoke of previously, before Wu Tianhao could finish, the other party began bawling. Brother Hao, I really do not have money to invest. I just invested in a film a while back and my finances are tight right now. Your brother just has this to say. If you don't hop on soon, it will be too late. The land will probably all get snapped up soon. The other party did not seem to care. I really don't have any cash on hand. Wu Tianhao paused for a while. Instead of the rage the other party had expected, Wu Tianhao spoke rather calmly. Sure. After all, Zero has already staked a claim on some land here. Lazhou's Barbara is cooperating with her family members to send an inspection team over. Yinzhou have already circled out the largest plot of land, and me and my uncle have also reserved areas here. It's fine if you have no interest. There was silence on the other end. If it was only Wu Tianhao, Zero, and those few people, he would not have changed his mind, but to think that Yinzhou's famous Silver Wing Media, Wu Tianhao's uncle that ran an entertainment company, and other reputable companies from various continents had all joined in? These firms surely were not just following a bunch of rich and spoiled kids to have fun. Commercial companies were all rushing in for their own interests. These people had all gotten involved and, as of now, no information had been revealed. This could only mean one thing. These people were plotting something big. They were afraid of others joining in and sharing the pie. This childhood friend of Wu Tianhao's was using his mind and trying to verify the authenticity and benefits to be gained here. Wu Tianhao spoke as if he was going to terminate the call. I won't bother you if you are busy. I'll inform others. Brother Hao. It was half a shout. I haven't finished talking yet. Although I don't have cash on hand, as a brother, I have decided to borrow money to support your project. Now that Wu Tianhao had already informed him, passing up on this chance was impossible. Don't force yourself, Wu Tianhao advised. Not at all. I'm totally supportive. So that's it. Long-distance communication fees are too expensive. I'll cut the chatter here. I'll pay. I will pay for the communications expenses. Brother Hao, on account of us having grown up together, bring me along to dream and soar. What can you build if you come over? There are restrictions on construction styles here. It has to fit in with the film studio complex's development. The constructs ought to have historical or cultural implications. Mountain stronghold. I want to build the sort of mountain stronghold from ancient times. That should have sufficient historical and cultural implications, right? You know, right? When we were in primary school and the teacher asked us to write about our dreams, I wrote that I wanted to be a bandit chief. We don't accept thieves and plunderers here. Bah, I'm a law-abiding citizen. It's just nothing more than a fancy of mine. Do you have a map? I want to pick a place. Wu Tianhao sent a copy of the map over immediately. The F***CK. Are the ones with golden markings already reserved? How do I choose when all the good places have already been taken? Wu Tianhao spoke unhurriedly. That is why I said that if you don't hop on soon, it will be too late. Luckily, I reserved a few mountains. Brother Hao. After the two finished discussing, Wu Tianhao's childhood friend decided to organize his own inspection team and head to Planet Y for a survey. If it was really suitable for large-scale investments, then he would purchase the plots of land. On Planet Y, Wu Tianhao grinned after the call ended. Pulled in yet another one. Looking through his contact list, Wu Tianhao recommended places to his friends and acquaintances in succession. And as Wu Tianhao was working hard to rope others in, Fang Zhao was no longer contacting anybody else. Instead, he was doing some research and drafting up construction plans. Silverwing's professional team would be arriving on the next transport ship to Planet Y, and according to Hua Yi, there would be a few other affluent parties on board too. Hua Yi held this project in high regard and would surely supervise it carefully. Fang Zhao was not worried about this. Perhaps by the next time he came to Planet Y, this land might already look totally different. The next morning, Fang Zhao signed a contract with Hua Yi first. Signing a lease for 200 years straight? Hua Yi asked. According to Alliance regulations, these sorts of leases could only be signed for a maximum of 200 years. After exceeding 200 years, the purchasing party would still have priority usage rights but would need to replenish the funds. For many people, 200 years was more than their lifespan. Therefore, most people would only sign 100 or 150-year leases. When Hua Yi heard that Fang Zhao wanted to sign for 200 years, he did a double take. Fang Zhao nodded. 200 years. After signing the contract, Hua Yi carefully put away the electronic file and hard copy. Anyway, the spacecraft is ready. It will fetch you for your next destination tomorrow afternoon, Hua Yi told him. Fang Zhao returned to pack up his belongings after he was informed. As he was tidying up, he received a call from Zero on Planet Baiji. The moment the call connected, Zero impatiently asked, Fang Zhao, when will you be coming back? Not so soon. You gotta hurry up. I want to head to Planet Y and inspect my territory, Zero exclaimed. Having already had his fun with live broadcasting, Zero's attention had switched to something else, and he could not wait to go over and see the plots of land he had claimed. The plans were currently being drawn up by his people, and once completed, construction could start. Minutes after ending the call with Zero, Fang Zhao informed Kevin Lin, and he then received a video call from Kevin Lin. Fang Zhao, when are you coming back? Kevin Lin grumbled. He had only known that Fang Zhao was heading to Planet Y after Fang Zhao had left Baiji, and he could guess the reason Fang Zhao had headed there. This period had been too tiring, and he was always on the edge. Although Channel S5's viewership numbers had increased by a lot, the amount of complaints had increased too. It was frustrating. Back before Fang Zhao had been dispatched on this assignment, he had to listen to Kevin Lin's views and suggestions. But Zero? One sentence from Kevin Lin would receive 10 sentences of objections and rebuttals, and none were repeated. Hurry up and complete your assignment and rush back home. If you don't come back soon, that rabbit might die from Zero's actions. What happened? Fang Zhao asked. Zero said he wanted to observe it up close and got his bodyguard to fish that rabbit up. His bodyguard reached his hand into the water tank and got stung. 2 seconds later, he was lying unconscious on the floor and foaming at the mouth. Only after Fanlin administered the antidote did he recover. Zero said that he wanted to cook it, but Fanlin did not allow that. I remember you saying that you want to buy it from Fanlin. Hey, in short, just hurry up and return. If you don't return soon, nobody can guarantee the safety of your rabbit. While those 3 bodyguards weren't around, Wu Tianhao wanted to finally test Fang Zhao's fighting skills before Fang Zhao left Planet Y. Who knew when his next chance would come once Fang Zhao left Y? Yet reality was a crude awakening for him. The first time Wu Tianhao tried to ambush Fang Zhao, the latter was walking back to his dorm from the base cafeteria. He was discovered way before he even came close to his mark. There was no ambush to speak of because he was busted. Failed attempt. On his second try, Wu Tianhao decided to switch tactics. He would confront Fang Zhao directly. The most famous skill of the Wu family from Tongzhou was their ability to shatter rocks with their bare hands. A senior member of the Wu family had demonstrated the method on a TV show several decades ago. Decades later, the rock-shattering chop was still what folks remembered the most when the Wu family was mentioned. Wu Tianhao had yet to achieve that level of skill. He still had to wear gloves when chopping rocks. It might take him another few dozen years before he could use his bare hands, but his current skill level was enough to handle the professional soldiers stationed on Planet Y. So Wu Tianhao was still quite confident. This time, he waited by Fang Zhao's dorm room. When Fang Zhao emerged, Wu Tianhao darted forward and attacked. There was no finesse to speak of. All he did was throw a punch. Fang Zhao didn't duck. All he did was raise his arm, spread his fingers, and block Wu Tianhao's punch. It was as if Wu Tianhao's fist had met a metal plate. All the momentum he had revved up instantly vanished. He couldn't gain so much as an inch. The look on Wu Tianhao's face was one of utter astonishment. There was no way he could follow up. Another failed attempt. The third time, Wu Tianhao learned his lesson from the 2 previous failed attempts. He realized that he lacked power. Since he wasn't as powerful as Fang Zhao, he would strike strategically. An ambush and a strategic blow. So Wu Tianhao attacked while Fang Zhao was leaving his room with his suitcase. But before Wu Tianhao could celebrate his successful ambush, he found a gun barrel pressed against his head. F***CK. This dealt the biggest blow to Wu Tianhao. If they had been fighting for real, his first 2 attempts hadn't been lethal mistakes, but the third try definitely would have cost him his life. Wu Tianhao was still recovering from his failed attempts when Fang Zhao left Y. When he finally came to his senses, Wu Tianhao realized that he hadn't found out jack about Fang Zhao's fighting skills. All he knew was that Fang Zhao's hearing and reflexes were decent, and that he was quite powerful. As for his actual fighting skills, Wu Tianhao was clueless. Fang Zhao simply laughed off Wu Tianhao's attacks. Fang Zhao was used to fighting to kill, and Wu Tianhao was someone who went all out quickly, so Fang Zhao had been worried that he would lose control and do permanent damage to his opponent. That would come across as an elder bullying a child, in which case Fang Zhao would be too embarrassed to pay his respects to Wu Tianhao's ancestor at the Martyrs' Cemetery come Memorial Day. So, ultimately, Fang Zhao had chosen a simple, straightforward block. He'd had no intention of fighting Wu Tianhao. Not that Fang Zhao was arrogant, but if he were to evaluate Wu Tianhao based on the footage of him sparring with the soldiers aired on S4, Fang Zhao would say Wu Tianhao was just a kid. If Wu Tianhao were privy to Fang Zhao's appraisal, he would probably be spitting blood. Planet Y was only the first stop in Fang Zhao's mission. Out of the 5 planets included in Project Starlight, Fang Zhao had 3 more to visit after hitting Baiji and Y. Protocol dictated that Fang Zhao's travel expenses were covered by the military bases on the 5 planets, given that he was an invited guest. Yet the Y base paid for Fang Zhao's trip from Y to his next destination. Hui was quick to pick up the tab. After all, Y was slated for a new filmed entertainment culture complex thanks to Fang Zhao. The economic impact would be significant, so Hua Yi didn't have to pinch pennies now. But Hua Yi hadn't told a soul about the planned filmed entertainment culture complex. All he said was that Fang Zhao hadn't detected any grade A power or on Y. The base leadership on the remaining 3 planets prepared themselves for possible disappointment when they found out that a higher grade power or had eluded Y. Fang Zhao also didn't detect any grade A energy or on the next planet. The mood was grim. He was given the red carpet treatment when he arrived, but his farewell was perfunctory. Fang Zhao wasn't upset. This was what he had expected. He wouldn't have been so generous if not for the planned filmed entertainment culture complex on Y. Fang Zhao also came up empty-handed on the next planet. As he was preparing to head to the final planet, he got word his visit had been scrapped. The base leadership on the final planet had likely come to terms with reality after Fang Zhao's first 3 outings had yielded nothing. They didn't want to burn the money. Space travel was expensive, a major drain on their power so when the senior officials on the final planet saw that their counterparts on 3 other planets had splurged all that cash for nothing, they told Fang Zhao to stay put. Fang Zhao didn't mind his trip being cut short. He headed back to Baiji to resume his military service. During his downtime on the tour of planets, Fang Zhao had done quite a bit of research on ancient architecture. He had also come across quite a few ancient instruments while he was at it. Every time he spotted one, he would imagine its sound in his head. Melodies had flowed from these old instruments as songs of the past were unearthed from his memory. This was a major bonus for Fang Zhao as well. When Fang Zhao returned to Baiji, Shanta, now the commander of the upgraded military district, summoned him for a briefing on his mission. Naturally, he had already learned through his own connections that no new power or had been discovered on the other planets included in Project Starlight, which pleased him mightily. Even though the outcome was what he had expected, confirmation from Fang Zhao's tour meant Shanta could now brag away without holding back. Baiji had a monopoly. Such great luck that was. Shanta thought to himself that he was no ordinary Joe. He was born to accomplish great things. Even though Shanta was secretly gloating, he still paid lip service by congratulating Fang Zhao on a job well done. It must have been an exhausting journey. I will log your contribution in your official records. There's still quite a bit of time left in your service period. Depending on how many merits you accumulate, you might get another promotion. Oh, the 2 elders from your family have already settled down in the quarters for military family members. You should visit them soon. By the time great-grandmother Fang and great-grandfather Fang had arrived on Baiji, Fang Zhao had already set off for Y, so they had missed each other, but Fang Zhao had gotten in touch with the 2 elders when he was on Y. He had learned that they liked their accommodations on Baiji. They had no plans to move to Baiji permanently, but they could still get a feel for living on a foreign planet. The 2 elders told Fang Zhao that they had run into a few former comrades in the housing complex for family members. A bunch of old folks living in the compound had been shooting the breeze one day and realized that all of them had served on the exploratory vessel Sirius, which had instantly drawn them closer. After confirming he was allowed to take pictures on Baiji and post them, great-grandfather Fang had splurged on the exorbitant broadband fees so he could post pictures on his social media account. His friends back at the retirement home on Earth were awfully jealous. The folks at the retirement home for former officials in Yinbei weren't the only ones filled with envy. Immigration was a hot topic. Thus far, the foreign planets ranked high in the development order and listed as possible immigration destinations weren't completely open to the public. The 2 highest-ranked planets had only welcomed visitors to their tourist spots. Now Baiji had launched a major marketing campaign promoting itself as an immigration hotspot. Even though Baiji had been colonized after the first 2 planets listed as likely recipients of Earth immigrants, Shanta wanted to play catch-up. The 2 planets weren't completely open to immigrants yet. Who knows, maybe Baiji could beat them to the punch. The more publicity, the more investment and donations, and the quicker the pace of development. While Shanta was fantasizing about surpassing the 2 rival planets, Fang Zhao was en route to the residential compound for military family members. Great-grandmother Fang and great-grandfather Fang had already gotten word and were waiting at the main entrance. Even though Fang Zhao had a low military rank, everyone living in the military family compound knew that he was the one who had discovered the grade A power and reversed Baiji's fortunes. He had also helped fend off the terrorist attack, and he was only performing his military service on Baiji and was scheduled to leave next year, so he posed no threat. He wasn't a potential rival, so residents of the compound were friendly toward him. During the 2 Fang elders' stay in the compound, Their neighbors treated them with the utmost kindness and courtesy. That was also why the couple was in such a good mood. Great-grandmother Fang was beaming as she tugged her great-grandson in her direction. "Quick, go on in. There's a whole table of yummy dishes waiting for you." Great-grandfather Fang followed, flashing a broad smile with his hands folded behind his back. The Fangs ran into a crying child being comforted by his parents. "That kid hasn't adjusted to life on Baiji yet," great-grandfather Fang mumbled. It was unrealistic to expect the new immigrants to acclimatize in a short period of time. They harbored aspirations for their new life, and there were psychological and physical adjustments to make. They also missed life on Earth, but this was their new home. They had to regroup sooner or later. Moving to a foreign planet brought mixed feelings. Even though the two Fang elders were vacationing on Baiji, even they got a sense of the conflicted emotions involved, let alone a vulnerable young child. When the communications infrastructure is better, it'll be easier to stay in touch with Earth. Kids will adjust more quickly as a result, great-grandmother Fang said. The internet brought people closer together. Folks could only hope that the cap on data traffic to and from Baiji would be removed soon. Data transmissions were still restricted, and not everyone could afford the expensive broadband charges. Short calls were still affordable, but long conversations were simply too costly. After having dinner with the two Fang elders in the military family compound, Fang Zhao got a message from Kevin Lin demanding his quick return to the outpost. After bidding farewell to his great-grandparents, Fang Zhao boarded a flying transport bound for Outpost 23. He hadn't been away from Baiji for long, but the Baiji skyline was changing rapidly, especially in the core area that included the base and various outposts. New buildings and highways were popping up by the minute. The spaceport near Baiji was still under construction. When it was completed, there would be even more flying transport traffic, a stark contrast to the empty skies on Planet Y. Fang Zhao could hear Kevin Lin yelling the moment he set foot in the outpost. "Fang Zhao, you're finally back." Kevin Lin darted toward him. "Check out your rabbit quickly. It's been convulsing all morning." "What happened?" Fang Zhao asked as he hurried into the outpost. "That idiot Zero tossed a huge red pepper into its tank this morning when no one was looking, the kind being grown in the plots by the main base, the really spicy ones. The rabbit gobbled it down, and there you have it," Kevin Lin said while pointing to the fish tank. Inside the fish tank, the rabbit, which used to be white, had turned red. Outside of meals, the rabbit was typically idle. Now it was frantically racing around in the tank, banging up against the glass walls of the tank to create a pounding noise. But Fan Lin said it's still in decent health, just a bit hyper. Kevin Lin thought of something and added with a laugh, "It's probably the red pepper. Isn't there that term from the old era? Friggin' spicy?" Fang Zhao. That's actually the name of a dish. There were two reasons why Kevin Lin kept pining for Fang Zhao's return. Besides the channel receiving lots of complaints because of Zero, ever since Zero had substituted for Fang Zhao on Channel S5's live broadcast, Kevin Lin's presence had been dropping. He could tell by observing the comments left on his own social platforms. All attention was on Zero instead. This was the same as encountering a tyrannical Mike Hogg at a karaoke bar. What could he do? He simply could not even snatch an opportunity to make an appearance on the live broadcasts. Even Zero's agent had more screen time than Kevin Lin. This was why Kevin Lin was anxious. Even if it brought S5 a lot more viewership, even if the column supported Zero continuing to broadcast live, Kevin Lin was unwilling. How great had it been when Fang Zhao had been here? Fang Zhao had not minded too much about screen time, so Kevin Lin had been able to show his face from time to time. But ever since Zero had come, Kevin Lin had simply no long had any presence, and his online popularity was taking the hit. Fang Zhao could roughly guess what was going on in Kevin Lin's mind, but he did not ask too many questions, instead turning to face Fan Lin, who was walking over. "Professor Fan, is the little thing really all right after changing this way? Test results show that its condition is within the normal range and that there aren't any major issues." Fan Lin probably had no way of keeping Zero in check, and his tone carried a tinge of helplessness. "I have also asked the person who bred it, and he says there is no problem. You don't have to worry." Fang Zhao looked at the rabbit bouncing around in the tank and continued to ask Fan Lin, "Are you selling this small thing?" Fan Lin lifted up his head in surprise and studied Fang Zhao. Realizing that Fang Zhao was not joking, he frowned and shook his head. Generally speaking, these sorts of experimentally bred hybrids with Earth and foreign planet genes are not sold to outsiders. However, in recent years, government regulations on this have been relaxed a lot. However, whether to sell or not, the decision lies firmly in the hands of the breeder. Do you really wish to purchase it? Fang Zhao nodded. MMHM. It is rather meaningful. It can double up as a light at night and as a live light. After my military service ends next year, I can bring it back as a commemorative item. If you are really intent on buying it, I will help you ask. The breeder's name is Denzel. He was with the Academy of Science HQ but has since left and started his own company and laboratory. It is rumored that he left to start his own company without any expectations because the research funds he requested kept being rejected. I will contact him first. If he agrees to it, I will put you in touch. Denzel's projects used to be on ornamental aquatic creatures. After that, when he left the Academy of Science HQ, he had changed his focus and handed over the ornamental aquatic creature project to researchers under him and had chosen to spend his efforts collaborating with his friends on krill cultivation. Krill was a major nourishment supplement in the new era. Denzel wished to improve on this nutritional dosage. When Fan Lin had arrived on planet Baiji, he had heard from others that Denzel intended to claim an area of water at the South Pole to cultivate krill. However, he had not succeeded and had to look for some other place. This sort of research was extremely costly. The probability of Denzel selling that rabbit was very high. Fan Lin also hoped that Fang Zhao would purchase it. Today, in the afternoon, he had heard Zero say that he wanted to purchase it, but Zero's agent had stopped Zero, as they did not have sufficient funds on hand. For the time being, Zero had given up on this idea. However, this was only temporary. If Zero's funds were replenished and he bought that little thing, that would be a pity. Given how Zero was, if this little thing ended up in his hands, it would meet an absolutely miserable end. Who knows, maybe on the second day, it would end up in a pot and cooked. In the eyes of Zero, this little thing was nothing more than a water commodity of planet Baiji. Comparing these, Fan Lin naturally hoped that Fang Zhao would hurry up and buy that little thing. He was convinced of Fang Zhao's character. Before Fang Zhao had been dispatched on his assignment, the little thing had been under Fang Zhao's care. Since he had agreed to help Fang Zhao, Fan Lin made a brief round in the laboratory before returning to contact the breeder. When Fang Zhao returned to the outpost's dormitory, his entire table was piled with Kevin Lin's materials after being away for quite some time. Cough. I will move it right away. Kevin Lin hurriedly headed over and moved away the things on the table. Our place is really too small. However, I heard that single rooms with larger spaces will be constructed in the outpost soon. Kevin Lin gave a comprehensive breakdown of the happenings in the outpost to Fang Zhao for the period Fang Zhao had been away. Oh, right. Where are the 3 bodyguards by your side? Kevin Lin remembered that, previously, Fang Zhao had had 3 bodyguards that had always been with him. This time, though, they were nowhere to be seen. They have returned back to their original posts, Fang Zhao replied. The major and 2 captains that had been assigned to Fang Zhao's side by Hong Lu had returned to their own duties now that Fang Zhao had returned to planet Baiji. After Fang Zhao had discussed it with Hong Lu, they no longer needed to follow him around. Hong Lu had found out some stuff concerning Fang Zhao from the 3 of them. From the moment they had been assigned to protect Fang Zhao, they had basically never had a chance to do anything. Perhaps from suffering a shock during the time they had followed Fang Zhao, the 3 soldiers were determined to get stronger after returning back to their duties. Comrades from the same squad even thought there was something going on behind the scenes, perhaps a selection test to select the cream of the crop. Since all of their comrades had arrived on planet Baiji with lofty ambitions, they followed the 3 and strived forward as well. Gradually, the mood of the entire detachment of troops changed. When officers from other continents witnessed this scene, they returned and made the troops under them go through more drills. Look at Yinzhou's soldiers. If you all don't work harder, people from Yinzhou will steal all the glory. Troops from every continent were drafted into the Baiji military district. There were limited spots for climbing up the hierarchy, so there was intense competition among troops from every continent. However, this had nothing to do with Fang Zhao. Half an hour later, Fan Lin contacted Fang Zhao and gave him a number. Denzel says he is open to selling and the price is negotiable. Now, he is a merchant, so his asking price might be slightly high, Fan Lin said. Fang Zhao saved the number. Understood.
Thanks.
After ending the call with Fan Lin, Fang Zhao made a video call to the researcher Denzel, who was far away, on Earth. Denzel was 70-odd years old and was in his prime according to New Era standards. He was slightly skinny and wore a pair of glasses with a large frame. These were not glasses for nearsightedness, but rather eyeglasses with special functions, probably to aid in his research. You must be Fang Zhao? Denzel took off his glasses and glanced at the screen. I think I saw you somewhere in the news before. Normally, Denzel did not follow entertainment news, and he viewed very little in the way of political news. The majority of his efforts were spent on research and experiments, so he only had a vague impression of Fang Zhao. Fan Lin had many good things to say about you. However, I am now a merchant. Business is business, and there are no special discounts based on friendship, Denzel told him. Although he ran his own company, by saying that he was a merchant, he displayed his rather straightforward disposition. 5 million, non-negotiable. As he was probably worried that Fang Zhao would find this price too high, Denzel hurriedly explained, among ornamental aquatic pets, sea slugs are the most popular kind. As of now, the prices of sea slugs in the market can range from tens of dollars to tens of thousands depending on their breed. At the start of the year, an extremely superior breed, Neptune, was hyped up to 2 million. For the choppy hair variety on planet Baiji, it is a hybrid, as half its genes have extraterrestrial origins. Compared to the ornamental sea slugs on the market, this variety has a much stronger vitality, can eat anything, and are really easy to keep. I spent a lot of time and effort breeding them, so it is natural that the prices double. Furthermore, with the final price of 5 million, I will help you to handle all the procedures. If you went about it on your own, the procedures might take more than half a year. When Denzel opened his mouth, he rattled on and on just for the sake of telling Fang Zhao that this price was absolutely right. Fang Zhao nodded his head and did not haggle. That's fine with me. Denzel was astonished for a split second, but very quickly flashed a smile. All right, since you have already made a decision, let's complete the transaction now. Denzel clearly did not want to waste too much time on this. He had a lot of matters on hand. Since a deal had been made, he wanted to go about it immediately. Animals with extraterrestrial genes all had specialized records. Once Fang Zhao had transferred the money over, Denzel changed the ownership rights of that rabbit to be under Fang Zhao's name. All right, from now on, it belongs to you. However, only the ownership rights have been transferred to you, so you still can't bring it back to Earth yet. After this, I will help you complete the relevant procedures. Your military service ends next year? By then, you will surely be able to bring it along with you. I guarantee all the procedures will be in order. As if thinking about something, Denzel added, the feed that you use on planet Baiji is probably common feed. When you return back to Earth, purchase specialized feed from me. It is really easy to raise. Even if you feed it some weird and bizarre stuff, it should still be fine. Denzel had a habit of pushing his glasses back up his nose. Pushing up his glasses, he said. I heard from Fan Lin that someone fed it chilies. Don't worry, it will probably return to normal tomorrow. If you don't have any feed and have no idea what to feed it, you can just place the tank under sunlight and it will switch to plant mode and undergo photosynthesis. One more piece of advice. Although it is immune to poison, it is best not to feed it anything poisonous. It can stockpile and release poison when it feels threatened. For safety reasons, do not come into contact with the poison. As he spoke, Denzel's face straightened and he exhorted. Although it is really easy to raise, you still have to be attentive. If it dies from being fed, your 5 million will have been a bad investment. It is probably the most expensive pet that you keep, so treat it carefully. Fang Zhao, right? With the transaction completed, Denzel no longer continued with needless chatter. He ended the call. Completing a transaction and receiving 5 million, Denzel felt rather happy and returned back to his laboratory. He only came out when it was dinner time. As he brought his dinner back into his office, Denzel mused for a bit and decided to read up on Fang Zhao's information once more. Previously, when Fan Lin had come looking for him, Denzel had not thoroughly screened Fang Zhao. All he had seen was the recent entertainment and political news, and he otherwise had limited knowledge. Now that he had a little more idle time, he wanted to see what sort of person Fang Zhao really was. Denzel contentedly ate and drank as he read through the information pertaining to Fang Zhao, all the way until he saw a piece of news concerning Muzhou's competition dogs. Muzhou's heated sheep-herding competition is underway. All eyes are once again on the champion dog of Dongshan Farm, said to have a value of 100 million. And the owner of this competition dog is Plosh. Denzel's mouthful of soup spurted out. Regret. The price he had quoted was far too little. But regardless of how much Denzel regretted his offer, he couldn't change his contract. Fang Zhao brought the rabbit-like furry sea slug mixed with alien DNA back to his dorm room from Fanlin's lab. This time, he wasn't borrowing the creature. He was taking custody of his own belongings. Just as Denzel had predicted, the next day, the rabbit that had been in hyper mode after eating the red pepper returned to normal. Its red coloring had mostly faded, although not completely. Its furry tail was still reddish. That was the toxin storage function of the creature Denzel had spoken of at work. Fan Lin had reached the following conclusion during his testing. If a human hand was stung by the sea slug, it would present with a small, painful burning wound and a spicy sensation of sorts. As a precaution, Fang Zhao kept a pair of gloves handy. Meanwhile, Zero quickly packed his things and left for Y after Fang Zhao's return. As for everything else, the live broadcast, the sea slug, all these matters were cast aside. When Zero left the outpost, he was still trying to reach his design team on Earth. Now that he was back, Fang Zhao had to continue his military service. As far as the public was concerned, military service wasn't a vacation. If they noticed Fang Zhao slacking off during his live broadcasts, viewers would definitely complain. But Fang Zhao never gave them the chance. Most of the time, the most dangerous aspects of construction projects in the vicinity of the outpost were completed by robots. However, areas where robots could not function had to be manually inspected and cleared. The robots would stall in certain parts of Baiji because of the geological makeup. In that case, the soldiers that were part of the outpost had to saddle up and assist the engineering team. Fang Zhao and his fellow soldiers scaled towering cliffs and ventured into deep natural tunnels. Some of the spots were truly dangerous. Take scaling the cliffs, for example. The geological makeup of some cliffs and nearby magnetic fields rendered robots useless. Engineering equipment had to be installed on the walls of these cliffs by hand. These cliffs were virtually perpendicular, and the winds were strong. In most cases, the person in charge of installing the equipment would sway from side to side when they rappelled down. The person wore protective gear and other precautionary measures were taken, but who knew? There was also the danger of unknown debris, like falling rocks, which made the job all the more dangerous. Drone cameras couldn't operate in these conditions, so Kevin Lin had to handle the camera himself. He refrained from rappelling down the cliffs, instead shooting from the bottom of the cliff or over it with the help of robotic arms. So S5's tone shifted again from absurd to adventure. Many folks used to think that robots were invincible, that they could take care of everything when it came to developing foreign planets. Only after watching the S5 live broadcasts did they realize that some things could only be accomplished by people. Critics who were watching Fang Zhao like hawks, waiting to pounce on any slip-ups, were rendered speechless. Fang Zhao treated himself like a soldier who was part of the outpost squadron, not a celebrity appearing on a variety show. In some cases, he did a better job than the veteran soldiers, even keeping an eye on some of the less experienced ones. This also gave rise to the illusion that Fang Zhao was actually a veteran soldier. Regardless of what the viewers thought, there was one thing that everyone agreed on. Fang Zhao's military merits were the real deal. While his promotion had partly been motivated by politics, Fang Zhao's competence was laid bare for all to see. This was indisputable. During this downtime, Fang Zhao started doing research and sketching designs for the film studio compound. Duan Qianji had already arrived on Planet Y with her delegation. Also on Duan Qianji's flight had been passengers from other continents. After Zero's arrival on Y, the principals involved in the film studio complex project met via video conference. The meeting was chaired by the Y commander Hua Yi. Hua Yi was more competent in this regard than Shanta. Whether it was military hardware or commercial development, once a project was approved, he could see the whole picture. He could host the meeting on his own. If it were Shanta, he'd probably be surrounded by advisors. In short, Hui was slicker and more cunning than Shanta. He knew how to secure his own interests. This was an important project he took very seriously, so naturally, he had to be very hands-on. He wouldn't let investors destroy and build at will, nor would he put up so many obstacles that he turned them off. After the video conference, Duan Xinji reached Fang Zhao by video conference for a private discussion about the design of the film studio compound. Duan Xinji had consulted quite a few experts in architectural history so they could accurately replicate old buildings, but the scale of the project was huge. Not everything could be built at once. She had to prioritize. I've decided to build the Imperial Palace first, Duan Xinji said. The one that appears most frequently in archive footage. The biggest one that combines the highlights of ancient Yanzhou imperial court design. Understood. Fang Zhao knew exactly which building she was referring to. He had visited the same imperial palace several times for inspiration in his previous life, before the period of destruction. The ease of data storage helped preserve many artifacts from the old era. The Grand Imperial Palace that had once stood on the Yanzhou continent had been one of the world's 5 biggest palaces during the old era. There was archival footage of the palace and historical documents about it, as well as TV shows and films featuring the structure preserved on various data storage systems. But descriptive text and footage had its limitations. There were details that even the most senior researchers couldn't confirm. As the only living person who had actually laid eyes on and visited the Imperial Palace, Fang Zhao was a godsend, fleshing out details that were ignored or glossed over in the blueprint and adding footnotes. Fang Zhao's expertise meant Duan Xinji could complete the palace in a much shorter period of time than she had budgeted. The hard part was design. As long as the design was completed, construction was straightforward. Robots could build the palace in no time. So as others involved in the project were still working on their designs, the core area in the film studio complex started construction. The days passed by. It was life as usual for folks on Earth. The improvement of broadband infrastructure allowed many people to work from home. Even at a big company like Silver Wing, many employees worked at home instead of commuting to Silver Wing Tower. Whether someone worked at home or in the office, they spent their idle time browsing the news online, searching for interesting videos or entertainment gossip headlines to break the monotony of the workday. On this particular day, a news item caused ripples in the Yanzhou entertainment industry. It was quickly reposted by many entertainment news outlets. After keeping a low profile for some time, Silver Wing's filmed entertainment department had posted this status update on their social media account. Shooting on our period epic TV series, Beauty, will begin soon. The actors and crew will be filming on Planet Y. The post came with a group picture of the Beauty cast. Serving as the backdrop was the entrance sign to a spaceport. Silver Wing fans. An Imperial Court drama? Isn't the emphasis on the Planet Y? Why? Isn't that where Tianhao from S4 is? Why shoot a period drama in outer space? Again, why shoot a period drama on Planet Y? This isn't a space adventure. Does the period in period drama refer to ancient times before the old era? Someone once said there are so many crappy period dramas out there. Check out the ones online. They're an absolute eyesore. The period TV dramas streaming online are mostly low-budget productions. They're designed as brainless entertainment for fans. But this time, Silver Wing is mounting a big production. You can tell from the cast. The leading actors are all A-list stars from Yanzhou. I'm guessing this series is award bait. I have the same question. If Silver Wing is splurging on a period drama, why shoot on Y? For this kind of drama, a simple set and some special effects will do. Is there a secret weapon on Y we don't know about? The photograph of the cast and crew of Beauties just before they left the planet created a lot of buzz on the internet, but discussions were mainly from Yanzhou's side. Even if people from other continents saw it, they were not particularly bothered. As the majority of cast and crew members weren't celebrities they were familiar with, after the initial excitement, they lost interest rather quickly. After Silver Wing's official announcement, there was no follow-up. No matter how much fans asked, Silver Wing's public relations department maintained their silence. At the same time, the crew of Beauties that were being discussed were en route to Planet Y via transport ship. As there were no passenger spaceships that took the route from Earth to Y, The crew could only travel on the transport ships that delivered military supplies to foreign planets. There were many rules and regulations on these sorts of ships, and walking about freely on the transport was prohibited. There were also no entertainment facilities, and all one could see after leaving their own room was the icy cold glares of gun-toting soldiers, as though they were criminals. Even if they were a really popular celebrity, in the eyes of these soldiers, that celebrity was no different from anybody else. Having heard that Silverwing's big boss had also ridden on this sort of transport ship previously, the crew felt more at ease. If even the big boss had to go through this, then people like them shouldn't expect too much. Otherwise, they might be beaten to death by the soldiers without ever getting justice. Since Hua Yi wanted to look after the people coming over, he got his men to specially install a guest area on board the ships so passengers could have a place to reside and engage in activities. There were bedrooms, dining halls, and a small lounge allowing for guests to gather and chat. At this moment, in the guest area, a few leads of beauties were gathered and trying to guess the motive behind this trip. Finding out they would be heading to Planet Y for filming had come as a surprise, and the crew were all at a loss. Although they had been all smiles in the photograph showing them heading off to the spaceport, they had all still been muddled beneath their happy facades. The crew had no idea why they'd had to sign a confidentiality agreement when they were just filming an imperial court drama, or why they needed to travel all the way to Planet Y. There had also been not much information from the higher-ups. All they had been told was this: everything will be revealed in time. Silver Wing A-list actor Wen Xingyi joked, "Don't tell me we are being shipped off to be sold?" As A-list film stars contracted to the company, they were not as restricted compared to other smaller celebrities and could speak more freely as long as they did not go overboard. A Silver Wing A-list actress who was not yet 30, Ju Taohe, joined in the fun. "Let's say we are really being sold. Silver Wing's film department would suffer heavy losses just from our cast value. Only a few people know about this, but a while back, the big boss went to Planet Y. Most likely, Silver Wing has something deployed there, maybe a sealed film studio or something. In any case, it's something that will not hurt us," Silver Wing A-list actress Vicky said in an absent-minded way as she admired her freshly painted scarlet fingernails, her expression containing a certain captivating charm. This was not her natural disposition. Recently, she had been getting into character for a role, and subconsciously, her words and actions were in the style of the character she was to play. Silver Wing's A-list film star Macchiato asked, "Teacher He, can't you reveal just a little more? There isn't anybody else here. Our lips are sealed." She was in her early 20s, and her voice exuded the air of exuberant youthfulness. She had begun acting at a young age as a child star. Having gotten famous early on, she was the youngest among the 4 A-listers here. However, while she might be the youngest, her ability was in no way lacking. Regardless of how she was normally, when it came to acting, she was a total monster. The company's 4 immensely popular A-listers looked toward a man seated at the side who had yet to utter a single word. That man was also the only S-rank film star among the cast and was one of Yinzhou's top superstars, He Lizi. He Lizi was older than the rest of them. He was 40+, and with his current status, his relationship with Silver Wing was more complicated, more like that of cooperative partners than employer and employee. He Lizi was not a solemn person. Catching the 4 others glancing over, he laughed. "Actually, I do not know much either. Duan Qinji has probably set up a film studio on Planet Y. All we have to do is go over there and do our job conscientiously. However, from what I know, the reason director Duan chose Planet Y for filming has something to do with Fang Zhao." The 4 of them were astonished. "Fang Zhao, the gamer composer from our company's virtual projects department? I heard that fella is really impressive. He played a large role in the virtual projects and gaming department's rise in fortunes last year. When Xingyi was a gaming fan and knew slightly more when it came to this. He is Battle of the Century's global #1 on the leaderboards. How can he not be impressive? Isn't he also undergoing military service on Planet Baiji?" He Lizi shrugged. "I am not too sure either. When I was discussing terms with Director Duan's secretary, I heard her mention this. No concrete reasons were given, but the matter of filming on Planet Y definitely had something to do with Fang Zhao. From what I know, Director Duan started planning for this series a few years ago, but it had not been brought to fruition. Filming had originally been slated to start this year, and the set was going to be at a certain coastal city. The set was already halfway constructed, but there was a change in plans at the last moment. Fang Zhao. We do not know much about the virtual projects or gaming department. Normally, everyone has their own tasks and assignments, so I have never run into him in the company. However, I do know as someone who has come into contact before. Heelzy looked toward the pantry and raised his voice and shouted, "Little G Polan." G Polan had just woken up from a nap. He had headed into the pantry to make himself a cup of tea and had been returning to his room to read the script. As he was returning back to his room, he had walked past the lounge and thrown over a curious glance when he had seen the few very successful film stars seated there. He swore that he had only looked over because he had been curious. He'd had no other intentions. Suddenly hearing someone there shout out his name, G. Polan shuddered. If the cup had not been covered with a lid, most of the tea would have splashed out. The moment he saw that it was a first-tier senior who had shouted his name, G. Polan scurried over and nervously said, "Greetings, my seniors." Even though there were people younger than him among the four, comparing their statuses, G. Polan was considered second-tier and felt it was best to call them seniors. Although he had already risen to a B-grade contract with the company and had seen a round of popularity from the previous year's idol drama, he was still considered second-tier in Yenzhou. However, this was already considered doing very well. He had managed to snag a supporting role in Beauties, playing a eunuch that was always beside the emperor. When others in the company had read up on what a eunuch from the old era was like, many people had been unwilling to take up the role, as they were afraid it would destroy their image. At the start, G. Polan had also been hesitant, but he had made his decision quickly and snatched up the chance. Luckily, his reaction had been quick. If he had been any slower and others had returned to their senses, he might not have gotten this role at all. First-rate Yenzhou actor Heelzy was playing the role of the emperor. He might not have such a large influence on a global scale, but when it came to Yenzhou, he was indeed a well-known superstar. G. Polan did not have many scenes in the series, but they were not too few either. Even if some of his scenes ended up being deleted during post-production, G. Polan felt that this was still worth it. He could learn a lot just by being at the side of a first-rate superstar. G. Polan might be narcissistic, but he also knew how to reflect on his own shortcomings. Back when he had helped out at the virtual projects department, he had learned a bit from Fang Zhao. Noticing G. Polan being all jittery, Heelzy put on a warm smile and pointed to a sofa at the side. "Don't stand, take a seat." G. Polan could not act normally in front of these people and sat himself down nervously like he was a student under the gaze of a strict teacher. "Didn't you work with the virtual projects department before? Do you know Fang Zhao?" Heelzy asked. G. Polan replied honestly, "Fang Zhao? I know him, but we aren't considered really close. I am more familiar with the others in the virtual projects department. I occasionally dropped by, but I rarely ran into Fang Zhao." "What sort of person is Fang Zhao?" When Shengyi inquired, G. Polan could only think of this description. "A rather remarkable person." Macchiato was curious about something. "There are rumors online that say Fang Zhao and the big boss are relatives. Is that true?" "That's not true," G. Polan hurriedly replied. "Fang Zhao and the big boss have no such blood relations. All those online conjectures are rubbish. Before, there had been people online that had said Fang Zhao was an illegitimate son of Duan Xinji's. Some people had even guessed that the two had some shameful relationship. However, G. Polan frequently went down to the virtual projects department and knew the truth. Fang Zhao and Duan Xinji had no such relationship whatsoever. All that was just gossip and guesses that had been made up anyhow. "That, I believe," Heelzy said. "Fang Zhao's contract is different from any other at the company. Furthermore, from what I know, Fang Zhao had a hand in Duan Xinji's husband being able to head to the Baiji military district. From this, we can see Fang Zhao's capability. This Fang Zhao person was indeed remarkable." Everyone present thought to themselves that if they got the chance to meet Fang Zhao, they would have to interact more with him. As they were rather curious about Fang Zhao, over the next few days, G. Polan was frequently called over to rehearse lines together with these big-name stars. The other lesser celebrities in the cast were all envious when they saw this. "G. Polan is really crafty. I have no idea what methods he pulled to ride on their coattails, someone jealously exclaimed. But Ji Polan also knew that being called over to rehearse together was just an excuse. They just wanted to find out more about Fang Zhao. When the transport ship arrived on Planet Y, the cast and crew members were ferried over to the film studio complex by flying transport. Disembarking from the flying transport, the cast and crew were stunned. In front of them was a palace that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. Majestic and imposing, it seemed to have centuries' worth of history and culture ingrained within it. Everyone stood frozen in place, their mouths and eyes wide open. If it were possible, the entire place would have been littered with their eyeballs. Mocking words with a glacial tone dragged everyone's attention away from the palace. TSK, how ignorant. Everyone's attention turned to a person dressed in black with ghastly makeup and was wearing 2 sharp prosthetic teeth. He was disdainfully looking over the party that had just arrived. He had probably just came out from the place and had a few bodyguards and assistants with him. Due to the thick makeup, his appearance was indistinguishable, and nobody could recognize who he was. However, this person who dared to ridicule these few first-rate celebrities was probably not be an actor from Yenzhou. Watching the other person's arrogant back as he walked away, all the cast and crew had the same thought. Who does this F***er think he is? But in no time, their attention returned to the place before their eyes. What the F***? This? Is this real? It isn't some projection or virtual thing, right? Let me touch. It is real. It's all real. It really exists. I heard that back on our Yenzhou mainland, this was the sort of place ancient emperors resided in. I feel that my new villa is nothing but a chicken coop compared to this, he lazy lamented. Pillars made out of white jade, ash-colored brick roads, scarlet platforms on the ramparts, yellow ceramic roof tiles, vermilion walls. The ancient construct before them was a myriad of colors. It was both dignified and dazzling. The party followed instructions from the receptionist and walked in the direction pointed out to them. The more they saw, the more their hearts fluttered. For people of the new era, viewing these ancient sites was a rather great battering and shock to their senses. Strolling through the dusty gray brick roads one step at a time, they felt as if they had traveled back in time several millennia. Especially He Lizi, who was playing the role of emperor. At this moment, he was so excited that both his hands were trembling. This was the something he had never experienced before in all his years of acting. No other film set had ever given him this sort of feeling. Only those born within would know the aura of an imperial family. Only they would know absolute authority and glory. This was the glittering gem spoken about in ancient culture and seen in art as in the information provided. The few leads had actually been given a lot of material and images about palaces, with the purpose of helping them assimilate better into their roles. Originally, it had been assumed that they were headed to Planet Y for sealed filming to avoid harassment from the paparazzi, but never had they expected such a pleasant surprise upon arrival. As these film stars walked on, they fell into character. When the director noticed the mannerisms of those few actors and actresses changing, he did not let anyone go over and disturb them. I don't know if anyone noticed, but just now, before we entered the palace gates, there was a stone tablet beside the gates that was inscribed with the name of the design team. A cameraman muttered quietly. Why didn't I notice? Are there any photos? Someone beside him asked. I have them. The cameraman selected the photograph he had taken just before they had entered the palace gates and enlarged the part with the stone tablet. On it were close to 100 names of designers and architects, probably arranged in order of importance. The first few people were renowned experts in the fields of history, archaeology, engineering, architecture, and a few others. Anyone not in the know could just search for their names on the internet, and there would be lots of related information. Some of the accomplishments on record were enough to dazzle the reader. But people among the cast and crew had not expected to see a name among the front 20 that would surprise them. Fang Zhao. Why is he everywhere? Is he the same Fang Zhao as the one we know? It is highly probable that it is him. I heard that Fang Zhao's history is really good, and that he is even a member of the advisory panel for Battle of the Century that Fiery Bird consults with. That means to say that the reason we came to film here might really have been because of Fang Zhao? If that is the case, we really have to thank him. the director exclaimed. Compared to film sets of ancient constructs, this sort of experience was something that many people in the industry had never come across before. It really is a large project. See, till now, which company had ever done what Silver Wing wanted to achieve, filming such a large and extravagant period drama. The first building to go up in the film studio complex, besides the eye-catching palace, was a hotel, but it was a hotel with a retro design based on an ancient Chinese inn, not one of the skyscrapers that were ubiquitous in the new era. The cast and crew felt a sense of novelty staying at such an old-school hotel for the first time. This trip was worth it. This was what the members of the cast and crew were thinking. Even though they weren't used to Planet Y, there were many inconveniences, and they wouldn't see their families before shooting wrapped. As far as filming locations went, this one was decent. It was a form of alternative tourism. There were no tall buildings, and they were surrounded by lush mountains and pristine waters, as well as the faux ancient buildings that were being completed over time. All their anxiety had gone out the door. I have a hunch that this place is going to become a popular destination, the director predicted while standing on the second floor of the hotel. Just from initial appearances, you could tell that this wasn't just another run-of-the-mill investment. Silver Wing was in it for the long haul, not to mention the fact that there were investors from other continents. Just as the beauties, cast, and crew settled into their hotel, Zero had returned to his turf on a neighboring mountain dressed like a vampire, his entourage in tow. He checked out the progress on Silver Wing's Imperial Palace every day, followed by a tour of all the neighboring projects. He was upset that construction on his own project was slow in comparison to the Silver Wing Palace. How come it's still not done? Silver Wing is about to finish their Phase 1. I visited their construction site today. They're getting ready to start Phase 2. How come our Phase 1 hasn't even kicked off? Zero's agent had no answer for his client's grievances. He had been working in earnest with their design team for days now. The complexity of the project had just become apparent. Who knows why Silver Wing is so quick? Maybe they prepared ahead of time. Everyone was overwhelmed with work. Only Senior Master Zero had the time to dilly-dally. Even though Zero's agent had opposed the investment initially, he had felt more reassured after meeting other investors when they had arrived on Y. He still believed there was a profit to be made, in which case, they had to do things properly. The design of their building had to be meticulous. This was the hardest part. Silver Wing is in a hurry because they need to start shooting their TV series, the agent added. Zero sneered. You mean that period drama you were talking about? I hear it's just about a bunch of women bickering and fighting. It's bound to flop, huh? Zero's agent wanted to tell his client that this was a project handpicked by Silver Wing's CEO, that she had better taste than he did, and that her decision was most likely based on in-depth market research, but considering the obnoxiously confident look on Zero's face, he shut up. Anything he said would fall on deaf ears. In fact, they all knew there were few period TV dramas being made. Everyone was reluctant to make them because they were typically scrutinized by academics relentlessly and were derided as being historically inaccurate or having crappy props and special effects and whatnot. The number of period dramas that had won prizes at the major awards ceremonies in recent years could be counted on one hand. Most were of the art house variety and didn't strike a chord with mainstream audiences. When Zero had first arrived on Y and found out that Silver Wing was shooting a new TV drama, he had felt that his company was obliged to follow suit. They were building a film studio, after all. Let's do it. Let's make a period drama too. But Lijo's historical sequence of events was different from Yinzhou's, both during the old era and during the ancient times prior to that. So Zero had done quite a bit of research and found out what other investors in the film studio complex were making. Wu Tianhao and his uncle were going to shoot a kung fu series with a lot of wire stunt work, and Barbara was going to remake a few children's plays from the old era. When he had visited her yesterday, Barbara had been ordering a pumpkin carriage and glass slippers from Earth. Zero had thought she was insane. After extensive research and intelligence gathering, Zero had decided on a genre, a vampire film. We're not going to make a typical vampire movie. Weren't there movies about vampire dukes and whatnot during the old era? I built myself a castle, so let's make a vampire duke movie. Have you decided on the cast? Zero's agent asked. The last leading man you picked didn't cut it. All he had to offer was a pretty face. What good does a pretty face do? It takes talent to carry a movie, Zero complained. Talent? What kind of talent do you mean? Like mine. Zero's agent went silent. From where does Zero's boundless confidence come? Zero had decided to star in the movie himself. That was why he was running around in a vampire outfit. In his own words, it was part of getting into character. I think I need to come up with a stage name for myself. The idea had struck Zero after chatting with a few of the Silver Wing actors today. Zero's agent didn't bother to lift his head. Celebrities use stage names when they join the industry to improve their fortunes or for other purposes, such as drawing attention. But from what I hear, more than 90% of the most influential actors don't use their real names. I think it's better if I come up with a stage name. Who knows? It might change my fortune and lead to major box office success. What do you have in mind? I asked around. Folks like to add syllables to their own names. My name is Zero. We can spice it up into Kaizaro or Pizarro or Bizarro. The agent silently cursed. Why don't you just call yourself Zero the idiot? Or I could follow Wu Tianhao's lead and get rid of my surname, Zero continued. What difference does that make for you? Zero Renault, minus the surname, is still Zero. True. Then which name should I use? Zero's agent was in a ruthless mood. Forget it. You're too famous in Lijo, senior master. No amount of disguising will make a difference. Zero pondered the response and found himself in agreement. It's true. I only have myself to blame for being so famous in Lijo. This thought pleased Zero mightily. When will construction finish on our end? Zero asked. The design has to be meticulous. It's going to take a while. Silver Wing must have prepared in advance. Who knows how far in advance their planning started? And now they're in a hurry to shoot. You can understand why they finished construction quickly, but take a look at the others. Has anyone else finished as quickly as Silver Wing? Zero's agent asked. That's true. Wu Tianhao's uncle's Rooster Crown Palace isn't ready yet. It's called an amusement palace. Whatever. Our castle has to be completed before theirs is. The blueprint will be finalized in the next 2 days. Then progress will be quick. Send someone over from company headquarters first and let them decide on the cast. Have them send the cast and crew over as soon as possible. Talk of the new film got Zero excited again. His underlings would also bring along his new costumes and props. The outfit he had on didn't feel aristocratic enough. Let's make the surroundings a bit spookier, Zero critiqued while examining the design. Zero's agent ignored him. I noticed Fang Zhao's name is among those engraved in the stone monument near the entrance to Silver Wing's palace that honors the designers. Remember to engrave my name on our monument, Zero barked before he left. Got it, Zero's agent said. But again, he was secretly cursing. Fang Zhao's name was included because he made an actual contribution. What have you done? All you've done is boss people around even though you don't know Jack *T. But of course your name has to be engraved, given your personality, and it has to be listed first. Well, let's credit you as the owner of the castle, not a designer, then. On the internet, Silver Wing's official social media account posted another update. Epic Imperial Court drama Beauties kicks off shooting. Silver Wing's filmed entertainment department also posted 9 pictures. The first was a picture of the creative team, the backdrop being a grand imperial palace. The other pictures included stills of the palace and shots of the leading characters in costume. There were also pictures of the actors posing inside the palace in character. Heelisi was resplendent in Emperor's yellow, oozing imperial authority and presence. The female leads were decked out in elaborate costumes and accessories, looking either elegant and dignified or shapely and flirtatious. Because it was such a big-budget production, the creative team paid incredible attention to the wardrobe and accessories. The production had a completely different feel compared to the low-budget period dramas of the past. Add to that the good-looking and talented cast, and it was a mouth-watering prospect for eager fans. The last picture was an aerial shot of the Imperial Palace set. The caption noted the set was an exact replica of the actual palace. An actual 1:1 replica? No special effects? They built an actual ancient imperial palace on planet Y? No wonder they had to shoot on Y. Silver Wing built a friggin' palace there. I'm floored. Silver Wing has really gone all out. After the photos were posted, the reverberations weren't limited to Yenzhou. Fans from other continents were also blown away by the scale of Silver Wing's investment. Prior to Silver Wing, no one had actually built such a massive set on a foreign planet. Even if there were examples, the scale was smaller. The Silver Wing publicity team was also fanning the flames behind the scenes. In no time, news of Silver Wing's massive set dominated entertainment headlines in Yenzhou. Silver Wing got major global exposure as a result. Just as fans were engaged in fervent discussion about Silver Wing's why set and pundits analyzed whether or not it was a wise investment, film studios from other planets made their moves. Tongzhou's Legend Pictures issued the following social media update. Mountain of Immortals cast and crew head to Planet Y. The update was posted with a picture of the cast and crew posing for a picture at the entrance to a spaceport. Soon, Zero's wireless media from Liizhou posted an update. Vampire Duke cast and crew en route to Y for upcoming shoot. The accompanying photos showed a similar backdrop, another spaceport. In Liizhou, Cinderella Entertainment announced. Cinderella cast and crew heading to Planet Y. The accompanying photo was also a group picture at a spaceport. The three updates were bombshells in the entertainment industry. Cinderella Entertainment? I've never heard of them before. Word has it the company is owned by Barbara Lacalina. Lacalina. Even if folks from other continents had no idea who Barbara was, the Lacalina surname gave her instant credibility. Is there a spaceport flash mob going on? They're addicted. These are all well-connected movie studios. Come to think of it, shooting on Y is suddenly the cool thing to do. I just want to know when these studios started investing in Planet Y. I'm curious what else is being built on Y. I'd like to check out Y for myself. I'll spare you the trouble. I'm looked into it already. You can only reach Y by freight vessel for now. None of these flights are open to the public. Isn't S4 based on Y? Did they mention these movie sets during their live broadcasts? No. Wu Tianhao's got tight lips. Many folks were puzzled that the film studios had started pouring money into Planet Y, and why? The entertainment headlines were dominated by news of the new TV productions on Planet Y. As hard as the publicity teams for other new TV shows tried, they couldn't escape being overshadowed. Fans were obsessed. Every time they saw an announcement about a new TV series, all they asked was where the show was being shot and why it wasn't being shot on Y. Other competing entertainment companies were at a loss, their bosses bewildered by the headlines about the upcoming productions on Y. They had no idea when Silver Wing, Wireless Media, Legend Pictures, and the newly formed Cinderella Entertainment, studios that had previously had nothing to do with each other, had secretly joined hands for a new venture on Y. We gotta get to the bottom of this. When did they form an alliance? What exactly are they up to on Y? Everyone wished to know why these few entertainment companies had joined hands and when it had started, but no matter how much people dug, they could not find any concrete information. It seemed as if these companies had come together all of a sudden. A few entertainment reporters had gotten wind of Silver Wing's plans to film the new drama and even gone to the coastal city where Silver Wing had been constructing the set. In the end, when the information was released, they felt as if Silver Wing had made a fool out of them. Watching various casts and crews releasing photos and information every day to tantalize people's appetites, all entertainment reporters could do was scratch their cheeks in frustration. Renowned paparazzi from every continent were specifically targeted by netizens for abuse. What are the paparazzi kings from every continent even doing? Nothing but a bunch of trash. Stop fooling us with trivial matters from other drama series. What we really want to know are things concerning Planet Y. Whatever drama series, be it Beauties, Mountain of Immortals, Vampire Duke, or Cinderella, any of them is fine. Our expectations are not high, just a few shots of those celebrities every day will do. Entertainment reporters viewing these comments could only feel bitter. This is called not having high expectations? If I could snap such a photograph, would I still have to be here doing this? Silver Wing and the other entertainment companies had a complete grasp of all information now. Unless they chose to release information, nobody would be able to dig anything up. Was protecting themselves against these reporters the reason they had chosen to film on another planet? Treacherous. How sinister. We can't allow this to go on. A middle-aged reporter cried out helplessly as he browsed the discussions online. All they could do was wait for information from Planet Y to reach them. What can we even do? It's not like we have a spacecraft to fly across the cosmos in, a young entertainment reporter said as he lay down on a chair. Maybe we can try sneaking on board a transport ship headed to Planet Y. Like a stowaway? My *SS. Are you tired of living? And being a stowaway, do you think the guns being wielded by those soldiers are toys? So your meaning is? Scout out what other drama's production team is headed to Planet Y and infiltrate the crew. After that, follow the crew over to Planet Y. That is the only way. Yinzhou. Wang Tai, considered by many the paparazzi king of Yinzhou, groaned as he saw the online abuse calling him trash. Very well. You people have gotten my blood racing. Isn't it just Planet Y? He would always find a means of getting there. He only feared Fang Zhao. Nobody else could make him afraid, and now that Fang Zhao was undergoing military service on Planet Baiji, Wang Tai did not have to be worried about encountering him. Each and every continent's paparazzi king was competing with the others. Now, using this matter as an excuse, they could prove who among them was the king among paparazzi kings. Without having to worry about entertainment reporters on Earth, celebrities in Y's film studio complex could film in peace. During their free time, they could even play to their heart's content without worrying about having their photograph taken. Only celebrities without much reputation wished to stir up news. Most of the celebrities that had come over did not need to self-hype. As long as filming was completed, their respective companies would help them stir up their popularity. All they needed to do was go about their filming conscientiously. After yet another scene was shot, the cast members had a short rest period. G. Poland sat aside summarizing his inadequacies. No wonder He Lizzie was a first-rate Yinzhou superstar. With just an action of lowering his eyebrows, he could make other people feel anxious. Just now, G. Poland's trembling had been a natural reaction, not him acting. He still had to work hard. Otherwise, he would only have the life of a supporting character. Moreover, he did not want to continue acting as a eunuch for future roles. However, following beside a first-rate superstar still had its perks. He Lizzie had divulged some information to him. Beauties was a project their big boss had personally decided on, and their standards were high. Duan Qinji might seem rather mild normally, but that was on the basis that she was satisfied. If anyone displeased her, she would make sure that person did not have an easy time. Therefore, regardless of whether any celebrities had any conflicts or grievances normally, when it came to filming, all such things were set aside. Otherwise, they would be out of luck. Everyone had assumed that Beauties was a project the big boss had planned for a long time and regarded as very important, but according to the information He Lizzie had revealed to G. Poland, this Imperial Palace drama was just testing the waters. If it was successful, there would be an even larger project to come. It would be a period piece as well, but on a larger scale and about a monarchy and a power struggle. Whether G. Poland could get into the cast for the next project would be up to his own ability. If he didn't act well this round, by the time the next project came along, he might have to pack his bags and leave. Of course, G. Poland did not want to leave. Taking part in the company's large film project here naturally brought about lots of benefits. Another reason was that, at this film studio complex, besides Yinzhou's Silver Wing, there were other film companies and production teams from other continents. Getting to know more people was always useful. Who knows, it might help him achieve global popularity that much faster. Thinking back to the stone tablet beside the palace gates, G. Poland sighed in his heart. Fang Zhao was really remarkable. Nobody knew what role Fang Zhao had had in this matter. All they knew was that Fang Zhao had participated in the investment of this film studio complex and was part of the design team. Those from other continents seemed to have connections with Fang Zhao. Someone from the production team had said that when he had heard Teng Zhou's Wu Tianhao and Lai Zhou's senior master Zero talking, Fang Zhao had been mentioned. In the future, I have to stop by the virtual projects department more often, G. Poland thought to himself. Wu Tianhao watched the image captured by the camera. He was wearing a flowing snow-white chongpao and clutching a jade-handled fan. Elegant and graceful, the image portrayed a confident and handsome youth. Handsome, Wu Tianhao exclaimed as he stroked the long wig he was wearing, hinting to special dispatched reporter Tucker to begin. When the indicator lights of the live broadcast turned on, Wu Tianhao chose the angle he had meticulously picked out and put on an expression he thought made him look coolest. At the moment the live broadcast started, he made a half-turn and opened the fan with a swish. With a graceful smile, he faced the camera. Wu Tianhao, Mountain of Immortals. Tucker's cheeks twitched as he operated the camera. So freaking pretentious. However, Wu Tianhao's fans were lapping it all up, as S4's comments section had gone into a frantic whirlwind of discussion. Who cared about how excited Wu Tianhao's fans were? People who had other purposes for viewing this channel had their attention on something else. Does that mean he is acting in Mountain of Immortals? Is he starting to publicize it? I just want to see what's going on at Planet, why they are so secretive about it. Wu Tianhao simply did not care about what others were thinking. He just wanted to show off first at the start of the live broadcast. After showing off, he continued. I know that everyone wishes to ask about the happenings on Planet, why, and wishes to see the surroundings. However, I'm sorry to say that, for the time being, I won't be able to answer all your queries. The best I can do is to show you around my dojo. Any news regarding the filming of Beauties, which had already started, could only be released by Silver Wing. This was something Duan Qianji had specifically discussed with him. He was not from Yinzhou and did not have to give Duan Qianji face. However, he needed to comply to the development agreement of the film studio complex. Not just Silver Wing. All other parties had the same opinion. Any information was to be released by the party themselves, not from any other sources. If anyone wished to release information through the live broadcast, they would naturally look for Wu Tianhao and discuss a collaboration. If not, Wu Tianhao would keep his lips tight. He also had to pay special attention to what the camera was filming so as to not accidentally reveal stuff. Anyone who broke the agreement would be kicked out of the film studio complex. This had been clearly stated even before the agreement had been signed. Even his own uncle's constructions had not been shown. The real sets of Mountain of Immortals, with temples with red pillars, green tiles, and eaves, was still under construction. His uncle had said that they still needed an air of secrecy, so Wu Tianhao had not filmed anything. Viewers were slightly disappointed, but even if they could not see other areas, they could still get to see the dojo Wu Tianhao was talking about. All the viewers of Channel S4 were still very curious about this. Oh, he built a dojo on Planet Y? Is it that sort of place where people in the old era gathered to practice martial arts? Is it also for filming? Hurry, 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 let us see what Tianhao's dojo looks like. Following that, as all the viewers were eagerly anticipating what was to come, Wu Tianhao showed them the foundations of a building. The audience, on the contrary, Wu Tianhao was in high spirits. Here is where the first dojo will be. Construction starts today. Following this, every day, we will get to see the changes and watch as the dojo comes to life. Wu Tianhao brought the audience around to admire the foundations of the dojo before saying, I know that many people are disappointed, but I have a surprise for everyone today. Viewers that were preparing to change channels widened their eyes momentarily and stared at the screen without blinking as they waited for the surprise Wu Tianhao had mentioned. Could it be a special appearance by a celebrity, or perhaps it was some other special construction? As they thought about it, the viewers' anticipation gradually built up once more. At the moment of unbearable tension, a ghastly white face with sharp fangs dripping with fresh blood and dark circles around its bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared and covered the entire screen. Arg! Online audience. I was having my meal, and now all my food is on the floor. F***CK. This. **T. Your daddy was lying in bed watching the live broadcast. I was startled by it and knocked my head when I jumped out of bed. It is late over here where we are at. Now I'm totally awake. Who is this idiot? Speaking of idiots, I just remembered a person. In the live broadcast, that face that covered the entire screen backed away with a weird cackling laughter. As he wiped away the blood from his mouth, he said, Greetings, everyone. It is I, the vampire Duke Zero. Are you surprised? Are you glad? Ha 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 ha. What you just saw was my berserk mode. I bet you were all frightened. Online audiences. Indeed, it is him. The moment I heard that wireless media was investing there, I just knew he would go over. I watched this sort of rubbish on Channel S5, so I switched to S4. Why do I still see him? Although viewers had been startled by Zero's frightful disguise, they were still very curious. Zero even brought them to take a look at his first castle and show off a great deal. In the days that followed, every day, Channel S4's live broadcast revealed some photographs and videos that each film company wanted to release. On a certain day, all the casts and crews that had arrived on Planet Y gathered for a group photo. The location tagged in the photograph was Y Film Studio Complex. Y Film Studio Complex? Planet Y actually built a film studio complex? This sounds really impressive. A film studio complex? Eh? The few companies from Yinzhou, Tongzhou, Liizhou, Lazhou are all filming there, so the quality there must be really high. Teams from the companies involved had also made arrangements to jointly hype it up and publicize the Y Film Studio Complex. Through the joint publicity campaigns, netizens had started to feel that, unless filming was done on Planet Y, it would not be considered a large investment. The Y Film Studio Complex had made its mark. Especially in the film and television circles, it could be considered to be known by everyone. In photos released from the film studio complex, ancient constructs that had only appeared in history books had reappeared at full scale on Planet Y. It was not just one building or one street. Instead, it was extensive, and there were buildings from many different periods in time. Unique ancient architecture from every single continent, covering a wide range of different styles, communities, and methods had appeared before the people of the new era. Flavors of civilization, culture, and history. Not just those actors, even the masses wished to go over and see it for themselves. Many historical researchers also decided that they would make plans for a trip to Planet Y. This also became a criteria for fans when it came to considering a movie. Shooting a period drama and not heading to the Y Film Studio Complex for filming? In that case, was the finished product watchable? Surely the quality would be about the same as those low-cost productions of the past. Too large an investment? No way. Could a heavily invested firm not head to the Y Film Studio Complex? Upon knowing the thoughts of the fans, many entertainment companies also started having their own ideas. Ones that wished to invest in Planet Y started inquiring through contacts about purchasing land from the Y base and participating in the film studio complex project. Those wanting to invest in Planet Y were largely film entertainment companies or hotel and restaurant chains. Naturally, Huai had given very preferential rates to the first batch of investors, but for those that came after, he was no longer so kind. Since the reputation had already been built up and the planet's popularity was being stirred up, parties wishing to invest here would still enjoy some preferential treatment, but it would not be on the same level as what the first batch had received, and the land would be more expensive. In the future, as Planet Y's popularity rose even more, those wishing to invest in Planet Y would receive poorer rates the later they came. This was something everyone understood. Entertainment companies that had abundant resources contacted Y Base straight away to purchase land and start their own constructions. But entertainment companies that had various reasons for not purchasing land, such as the high investment risk, long construction periods, or troublesome planning phase, felt that it would be more convenient to rent those sets. Now that period dramas that touched on ancient history were all the rage, they also decided to ride the winds and engage in their own small-scale period dramas. When it came to filming, they would head to the film studio complex and rent a few suitable sets for filming. Over at the film studio complex, regardless of the location, rent would be calculated daily. Although the rent was not low, it had a much lower risk compared to investing. Some smaller companies and private teams felt that filming between 10 days to half a month was all right. The main motive was to borrow the hype of the Y Film Studio Complex. On a whole, it seemed rather cost-effective. There were parties who said they would be heading over for filming, but in fact, they were just visiting the place. No sets would be rented, and they would just spend a few nights at the hotel and take a few photos to stir up news about themselves. After all, fans would not know whether they were really renting any sets for filming. Actually, lots of parties had the funds to rent sets in the film studio complex, but they just could not get a spot. How many entertainment companies across the 12 continents had the same idea of renting sets? There was a limit to area in the film studio complex. Even just renting a tavern required taking a queue. At Planet Baiji, Fang Zhao finished reading the latest financial reports sent over from Planet Y and continued to make amendments to the design plans. Construction of the palace was a collective effort by the design team. Such a large palace was not just an exact replica on the outside. The palace court, inner rooms, surroundings, roof sculptures, materials, and many other details, right down to a pot of bonsai, had gone through meticulous planning. Every single brick was being made with technology from the new era. Although it might seem very similar to those from the old era, they were much more durable. After all, the materials used for construction could not be exactly the same. For people of the new era, those old era constructions were way too weak. The bosses did not wish for the constructions they had so painstakingly strived to build getting ruined after only a few series were filmed either. Now, Fang Zhao was in the midst of drawing up the plans of the street and official residence. Displayed on a screen beside him were all sort of materials and resources. These resources assisted him as he tried to recall the images buried deep in the recesses of his memory. Fang Zhao was different from other historians of the new era because his views and angles on these matters were different from those of others. He could view things from the angle of a person from the old era, while historians in the new era would miss certain things. Construction on planet Y hasn't been completed yet? Kevin Lin asked as he dropped by. They had already moved into their new single rooms, which were much more comfortable. Kevin Lin had gotten excited from browsing through the news and did not feel like sleeping, so he had come over to chat with Fang Zhao about the progress of the Y Film Studio complex. Soon, there is still one more street. After that is done, everything will be complete. Fang Zhao put down his pen and looked at Kevin Lin. What news did you receive this time? Internal news. I heard that Planet Y has submitted an application for a film entertainment cultural base, but I have no idea whether it will be approved. However, if it is approved, those constructions that you people have invested in will no doubt appreciate in value. S4 saw a rise in viewership, but S5 remained pretty much the same. Viewership did not drop by much as there were still many interesting events occurring on Planet Baiji and a lot of news. Every time Fang Zhao followed people from the outpost team to assist with construction, some thrilling or exciting scene was captured. The weird creatures and plants of Planet Baiji that could be both dangerous and violent. Also, sometimes Fang Zhao followed the outpost team and completed more dangerous tasks that were not convenient for Kevin Lin to follow. Thus, in these cases, Kevin Lin headed to the military district and did some interviews to help the masses understand the thoughts of the pioneer immigrants. This aroused the curiosity of the many viewers as well. The pioneer immigrants did not have as easy a time as others imagined. When they arrived here, they needed to adapt to all sorts of things. Physical acclimatization was still considered light. The main issue was psychological acclimatization. Fortunately, there were professional psychologists in the military district. The masses learned about all these through Kevin Lin's live broadcasts and video interviews. Kevin Lin also interviewed great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang. Probably due to them having similar experiences before, the two elders had not had many problems adapting after arriving at the military district. The people here were warm, friendly, and treated them well. As they loved the environment, the two elders would wait till Fang Zhao was discharged from the military next year before leaving together with him. Shanta allowed Kevin Lin to have more interviews with the two Fang elders. This was good publicity for Planet Baiji's immigration plan and told people that, among immigrants that came over, while there were some that did not adapt well, there were also others that adapted superbly. Now, network fees were slowly dropping as the communications network structure was upgraded more and more. People who had been unable to adapt at the start no longer had such intense reactions. Entertainment allowed people to divert their attention elsewhere. Beauties had already started airing with 2 episodes per day. Technological advancements had greatly shortened the time required for post-production. As long as filming was smooth, each episode could be churned out quickly. There were special effects, but they were all supplementary, unlike those older period dramas in which, besides the cast, everything else was made from special effects. Some companies did not even have physical casts and used virtual idols instead. The drama series that Zero had reckoned would be awful quickly became the hottest show on all the large internet video websites after it started airing. A large majority of viewers were females. Many people from the military district here also loved watching it, and immigrants gathered together to watch it and save on network expenses. After Beauties, other drama series, including Vampire Duke, Mountain of Immortals, and Cinderella began rolling out. Although Zero might normally have seemed unreliable, this time, he had been triggered, and his acting had improved a lot. Lijo's audiences were all discussing what had caused such a big change in Zero. Zero's agent felt gratified when he saw the amount of clicks on the internet. Bringing Zero to watch Wu Tianhao film had its upsides and had provoked Zero into being slightly more serious when it came to acting. Why was it that Zero's performance this time seemed especially good? Because he had few lines. If Zero wanted to portray nobility, he could really do so. After all, he had been born into the Renault family and knew what it was like to be an aristocrat. If he was serious, he could really scare people. The only prerequisite was that he not speak. When this B***star opened his mouth, people would just feel like hitting him. During a discussion with the scriptwriter, to obtain even better results, Zero's agent had insisted that Zero's original lines be cut by 70%. Vampire Duke was popular among many youngsters. Ornamental silver crosses like the one that appeared in the series were bestsellers. Even garlic saw a rise in price. In addition, household items that appeared in the series with special characteristics, along with that especially pretentious black cape, were selling like hotcakes. Taking into account advertising fees, copyright fees, endorsements, and other sources of revenue, these drama series profited quite a lot. The money spent on purchasing land and constructing the castle was all recouped. The other drama series all had similar circumstances, and all the companies involved were very satisfied. Now, among very popular drama series, 9 out of 10 series were shot at the Y Film Studio complex. There were fairy tale romances, action thrillers, medieval fighting movies, movies about court power struggles, supernatural horror flicks set in ancient times, and slapstick comedies. There were films that adults loved to watch and films suitable for children. Having watched lots of interstellar conflicts, superheroes versus monsters, and explosive flicks, watching these films and dramas set in ancient times was a novelty for everyone. The popularity of these few drama series gave rise to a new wave of historical fads. Filming outdoors on Planet Y was also convenient. If it were to switch to Planet Baiji, if a group headed into the forest without a military squad for protection, nobody could say for certain whether anyone would return alive. Presently, Silverwing was also filming another drama on Y, Warring States, which was set in ancient times and was about a power struggle. Many new constructions were added for the filming of this next series. Some Yinzhou celebrities that had opened their own studies made connections with Silverwing and came over to Planet Y for filming. Earnings were secondary. These people came with other motives. First, they wished to know what the Y Film Studio complex was like, and second, with so many production teams here, there were actors, directors, and investment firms from continents across the entire world. Getting to know more people could help pave a few more roads in future. Many people seemed to soar in Yinzhou, but when put on the global stage, they were nothing more than infants learning to talk. Yinzhou alone was too small. Any actor or actress with ambition aimed to develop themselves on the global stage, and Y Film Studio Complex gave them such an opportunity. As Y Film Studio Complex was more or less fully developed and was being hyped up in the news, Y Base's commanding officer, Hua Yi, submitted an application for a film entertainment cultural base. At the start, Hua Yi had been rather apprehensive. After all, previous applications to be a major research base had been rejected multiple times. Now that he was applying to be a film entertainment cultural base, he had expectations, but he also made mental preparations for rejection. However, when he received the results and saw the words application approved, Hua Yi's hands trembled and he wanted to scream, but he restrained himself from doing so. Suppressing the billowing ecstasy in his heart, Hua Yi sat in his own office the whole afternoon and carefully considered many things. However, when he returned to his senses, he realized he had not come up with anything. On the same day, Hua Yi informed every investor that the Y Film Studio Complex had officially been named Y Film Entertainment Cultural Base. When a few companies and superstars posted new statuses on their social platforms, the tag location had already changed to Y Film Entertainment Cultural Base, Film Studio Complex, and Film Entertainment Cultural Base. It was obvious from the names which of the two was of a higher level. Since approval had already been obtained, the original Film Studio Complex would surely continue to expand, and development and would not be limited to the extent it was now. Planet Y could not be like Planet Baiji and bank on having high-grade power or to develop the planet. Y had to take its own special path, so Hawaii decided to build up the major research base and film entertainment cultural base. There was no need to compete with Planet Baiji. All that was needed was to compete with other planets that were of similar levels. The film entertainment cultural base being approved let a lot more people know about Planet Y. In the past, even though there had been the influence of Project Starlight, not many people had understood Planet Y. Now, with the rebuilding of those ancient historical structures, a lot more people were learning of Planet Y. When investors that had adopted a wait-and-see approach saw this piece of news, a portion of them immediately made their choice, but the remainder continued to hesitate till Y Base had yet another announcement. Y Major Research Base had been approved. After the film entertainment cultural base had been approved, Hawaii had clenched his teeth once more and submitted the application for a major research base. From an economics point of view, there were many examples. For example, during the filming for the film Silver Wing had invested in beauties. Many of the plants within the palace had been transplanted from the experimental plots. Furthermore, with the extreme popularity of this series, a few of the bonsai plants featured inside had become highly sought after. Through these means, plants from the experimental plot had publicized their existence. This was something that had been discussed between Silver Wing and the relevant researchers. A few large wholesale vendors of the flowers and plants market had contacted Planet Y to place an order for a batch of these goods. With popularity and economic value, the probability of it being approved had been much higher, but even so, when Hawaii had received the results, he had not been able to control himself as tears flooded his eyes. Finally approved. A dual-function base. Double insurance. When the extent of the film entertainment cultural base and major research base got even bigger, Y Base would surely be expanded. Y Base would still be a far cry from Baiji Military District when it came to power, benefits, and development rate, but it would still be much stronger than before. After the major research base was approved, the ARC plant experiment was going to continue, and crops with high economic value were going to be resurrected from the stored seeds. As long as there was interest to provide the impetus, there would be sufficient plants for this research. In the past, whenever investors had heard about the plan to head for Planet Y, the first thought that had come to their minds was this: cough. Don't even think about tricking me into investing there. Now, although Planet Y was continuing to seek out investors, the rates were no longer as favorable as before. The prices of land here had increased many times over, and there were restrictions from other ends as well. For people paying attention to Project Starlight, they could not help but think about this. Among the 5 channels, first it was S5 that had triggered a planetary reform of sorts. Next, the planet S4 had become a dual-function base. Viewers couldn't help but wonder whether the remaining 3 channels could come up with any more big news. The people that had proposed Project Starlight were now beaming with pride. Hasn't it already changed the fates of 2 planets? On Planet Baiji, Fang Zhao read through yet another weekly financial report. In the past few weeks, both revenue and expenses had been rising, but on the whole, the financial situation was good. Now, more and more people were heading to Y's film entertainment cultural base for filming. Some only rented small sets, for example, a tavern and 2 shops. Kevin Lin browsed through the news and lamented, "Now everyone knows the 2 must-sees on Planet Y. The first is the film entertainment cultural base, to admire every continent's ancient structures and styles and have a time-transcending experience, and the other is the major research base's peach garden. I heard that the best time for admiring the peach blossoms is over. Next year, when the garden is flowering, I shall head over for a look." As he looked at Planet Y's sceneries and remembered the conditions on Planet Baiji, Kevin Lin felt that if Planet Baiji had not discovered high-grade power, or its position on the development sequence would have continued to slide down as time passed by. Not because its landscape was no good, but because Baiji was just too dangerous. The Y film entertainment culture base has so many celebrities. Perhaps one might even run into a few superstars when having a meal there. I really wish to go for a visit. Special dispatch reporters should have clearance, right? We aren't entertainment reporters, after all. Kevin Lin searched the web, but did not find any definite regulations. All he found out was that there had been an increase in space flights to Planet Y. Besides transport ships, There were also other spacecrafts, but anyone heading there was required to go through a thorough inspection, and the number of troops garrisoned on Planet Y had been increased. If your company helps you apply for it, the probability will be even higher. If you apply as an individual, that side might not necessarily permit you on board, Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin muttered a few lines to himself. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly asked, Hey, Fang Zhao, you will surely head over often after your military service, right? Moreover, your company has a leading piece of land over at the Film Entertainment Cultural Base. You also invested in it as well. Perhaps you can even have a small role in a certain drama just for fun. Nowadays, celebrities with some reputation are invited to cameo in films, just like that shooting champion from Mahjong, Ma Sierre. He had also starred as a sniper hitman in a film. Having these sorts of small roles can raise your popularity. For what Kevin Lin saw, Fang Zhao getting a cameo or two, showing his face, and satisfying some cravings was good enough. There was no way he could have any important supporting roles, let alone play a lead character. Fang Zhao laughed but did not say anything more. His communications device was ringing. Fang Zhao was astonished when he answered. Denzel? Fang Zhao, have you returned to the outpost? Denzel looked skinnier than the last time they had talked and did not seem to be in good shape, as if he had not slept in a long time. I'm back already. What's up? Fang Zhao asked. Could you help me contact Planet Y? I wish to rent a body of water at the pole of Planet Y. All the paperwork and cultivation qualifications are all complete. If not for the fact that the bodies of water at the poles of Earth are not permitted for private leasing, I would have already successfully cultivated here. Denzel had heard from the researchers on Planet Y about Fang Zhao visiting Planet Y. Although he might have already left the Academy of Science, he still had contacts and could find out this information rather easily. The bodies of water at the polar regions were no longer available for lease. Denzel had prepared all the required documents and resources only to be told that they were no longer available. Denzel was awfully anxious right now and had contacted many people for help, and he had found out from a few ex-classmates at the Academy of Science that the bodies of water of the polar regions on Planet Y were close to those of Earth's. But now, Planet Y's checks were really stringent, and they could not help him. But they mentioned that perhaps Fang Zhao could have a word with Huai. Now, Huai was full of confidence and could put on airs. Planet Y was no longer short of research projects, and the major research base had already been approved, so there was no need to let other research projects in. For these sorts of applications that requested claiming a body of water, Huai just browsed through and deleted them. Many people were watching Planet Y, and Huai was not willing to make any mistakes, so he would rather not accept any new incoming research projects. Now that a major research base was being developed, it would all get smoother in future. He could not afford to damage their bright future. There was no need him to personally vet through the applications anymore, as he had a professional team in charge of reviewing potential investors. All Huai needed was to just have a brief understanding. Therefore, Denzel had contacted Fanlin and received word on the timing of Fang Zhao's duties in the outpost. After Fang Zhao had completed his duties for the day and returned to his room, Denzel had contacted him right away. If it is successful, I can give you a 30% discount for feed purchased from me. No, 50%. As long as you are willing to help, 50% off for feed. Is this all right with you? That hybrid sea slug eats a lot. I can't give the feed to you for free, but 50% off is already the best price. Denzel continued on. I don't require anything much, just so long as you just mention a word to Huai. Fang Zhao did not give a reply straight away, but instead asked, Are you just cultivating krill? Let me take a look at the electronic file. Denzel sent Fang Zhao a large file right away. The required files had long been prepared. If not for the fact that Earth's bodies of water were not for lease, he would not have needed to come running to Fang Zhao. Denzel was also feeling sullen. Originally, when he had found out about Fang Zhao's dog that was worth 100 million, he had decided to sell the feed to Fang Zhao at a premium. Unfortunately, before he had even been able to put the plan into action, he'd had to come looking for Fang Zhao again. Not only could he not sell it at a high price, he needed to give a discount. Fang Zhao briefly browsed through the file and nodded. I will ask first and inform you immediately if there is news. After ending the call, Fang Zhao went through the electronic file carefully. Denzel had already filed for patents for the technological procedures mentioned in the file, and so was not afraid of it being stolen. Otherwise, Denzel would also not having been willing to hand over the file just like that. After reading through it, Fang Zhao brought up a map of Planet Y that Huai had given him. The map was not complete, but it displayed the areas that could be purchased. After viewing the polar region's bodies of water, Fang Zhao spun the map around before suddenly stopping. He had spotted a place on the edges of a desert. He looked at the climate data displayed for that area. There, the relative humidity was low, and there was little life. It was one of the few areas on Planet Y that seemed to have an aura of death. Fang Zhao studied that area once more. There were mountains and valleys, but it suffered from low rainfall and had a desert climate. The surrounding were all sand and rocks, and there were very few species living there. Because of this, the entire area emanated an aura of death, unlike other regions. Even without personally heading over, he could tell just from looking at the map. Looking at the time, Fang Zhao contacted Hua Yi. As Fang Zhao had been among the first batch of investors and had contributed greatly to the film entertainment cultural base, Hua Yi gave Fang Zhao special treatment and let Fang Zhao contact him directly for any important matters. Recently, Hua Yi had been very pleased, and it was written on his beaming face in the video call. Fang Zhao, what's up? Don't tell you are looking to invest somewhere? Fang Zhao selected that area on the map and showed it to Hua Yi. Are you selling this plot of land? The area was slightly larger, and Fang Zhao did not have sufficient funds on hand to purchase it. His funds had been invested in the film entertainment cultural base and would not return so quickly. However, a loan was possible. He just wanted to make inquiries as to the price of this piece of land first. Hua Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw the area Fang Zhao had brought up. Afterward, patting the back of his own head, Hua Yi said, I almost forgot. That map has not yet been updated. You can forget about that area. Somebody has already bought it. Previously, I was so busy I forgot to update the map. I'll get somebody to update the information in a bit and show the areas that have already been purchased. Just wait a moment. Let me send you the newest version. Upon receiving the new map Hua Yi sent over, Fang Zhao was even more astonished when he saw that area on the map. Not only was the area he wanted to buy taken, a large part of the surrounding areas had also been encircled. The entire area claimed was 3 times larger than the amount of land of every investor of the film entertainment cultural base put together. Fang Zhao was curious. The entire thing was bought by somebody? The entire thing? Who? It was reasonable to think that nobody would have noticed the area on the map. Right now, all Planet Y investors were looking for scenic locations and pleasant places. Exactly what sort of person would set their eyes on this sort of area? When Hua Yi heard Fang Zhao's questions, he fell silent for a few seconds, and then he said, The Interplanetary Fund? Only a big player like the Interplanetary Fund had the power to claim such a huge expanse of land right when Planet Y's land prices were rising. Is it for building a city? Fang Zhao asked. I have no idea why the fund purchased such a large expanse of land, but it definitely isn't for a city. We have signed a confidentiality agreement regarding that area. In the future, regardless of whatever is built there, no questions will be asked. However, what I can confirm is that there are no immigration policy plans. Hua Yi scanned through the map, feeling puzzled deep down. There were so many good areas on Planet Y. Whether it was for commercial or residential purposes, there were many better choices. Why did they view this area as important? The Interplanetary Fund seemed to be up to something mysterious. It was as though they did not want anybody to know what was going on there, and they had already assigned an engineering team to begin constructing a perimeter wall, preventing anyone from looking inside. If it had been anyone else, Hua Yi would have long ago punched them in the face. Trying to put on airs? How can any area on Planet Y be out of Daddy's control? However, when the buying party was the Interplanetary Fund, Hua Yi was terrified. He had climbed to the high position he now held with support from the Interplanetary Fund. Now he could not go against them. Besides, the Interplanetary Fund had said that his status on Planet Y would not change. As long as the Interplanetary Fund did not do anything that harmed Y, Hua Yi would not ask any questions. Forget about that area. How about you pick another location? Hua Yi suggested. Fang Zhao pointed to a body of water near the polar regions. Are you selling this area? Polar waters? They can be purchased, but what do you intend to do there? Hui asked. I'm asking on behalf of someone. Fang Zhao sent over a series of files regarding krill cultivation. Earth no longer permits cultivation at the polar regions, so he can only look for other alternatives. The waters at these areas of Y are similar to the ones back on Earth, and he wishes to purchase an area to cultivate krill. Hui browsed through the files that were sent over and noticed a brief mention that the purpose was to improve nutritional doses. This made Hui's heart skip a beat. That company manufactured nutritional doses, and that was something the base also needed. However, Hui did not immediately agree to it. Instead, he said, the auditing process for krill cultivation is even more stringent. The information and resources are in order. Let me take a look first. If there are no issues, the area will be available to purchase. Fang Zhao sent all the required information as well as audit reports to Hui. Hui then got specialists to verify it and confirm that it would not bring about any serious negative impacts to Planet Y's bodies of water before returning Fang Zhao's call. With Fang Zhao's mediation, Denzel finally discussed terms and signed a contract regarding the purchase of a body of water on Planet Y. However, this time, Hui did not personally attend to it. He left it to the relevant parties to handle. 2 days later, Fang Zhao received news from Denzel that Denzel had purchased the expanse of water he had been looking at. Soon, Denzel was going to bring along a batch of company workers and head for Planet Y to begin krill cultivation. He would also make some of the special feed for Fang Zhao's hybrid sea slug, so Fang Zhao could get someone to collect it. On that day, Duan Xinji came over to Outpost 23. As Hong Lu was part of Baiji Military District, Duan Xinji was considered a family member and could live in the family district. However, as a boss, Duan Xinji was rather busy and frequently shuttled between Earth, Y, and Baiji. Every time Duan Xinji came, she also brought along some lifestyle accessories and higher quality foodstuffs for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao did not keep them solely for himself, though, and called people from the outpost to share them. Although Duan Xinji could contact Fang Zhao through his communications device, she chose to visit him personally every time. Fang Zhao had helped Hong Lu, and Silver Wing had invested in the Y Film Studio complex because Fang Zhao had roped them in. It could be said that, compared to Yinzhou's other companies, Silver Wing had taken the first foray into the global film scene, and Fang Zhao's contributions could not go unnoticed. Visiting him personally was something Duan Xinji ought to do. Duan Xinji discussed matters about the newly constructed housing street over at the Film Entertainment Cultural Base. Duan Xinji regarded Fang Zhao's opinions and design plans highly and recorded everything down. In addition, certain details in the drama series that had gone unnoticed were spotted by Fang Zhao, and she recorded them down so as to prevent making the same mistakes in the new drama series. Duan Xinji did not stay at the outpost for too long. After finishing their discussion, as she was preparing to leave, she asked Fang Zhao, "Are there any other problems?"
Yes.
Under Duan Xinji's puzzled gaze, Fang Zhao asked, "The revolutionary film project that kept being shelved, are they going to restart it?"
On the global scale, there were only a few film projects that could be termed revolutionary.
As for continuously being shelved, there was only one. Back when Fang Zhao had only been in the virtual projects department for a short while, Fang Zhao had heard Rodney, Song Miao, and the others mentioning this, a film project regarding many important characters from the period of destruction. The project had been raised many years ago but had kept getting shelved. That was a genuine blockbuster that would involve the film circles of all the 12 continents and all the respective aristocratic families, a revolutionary, groundbreaking film project. Duan Xinji's face changed and her smile faded. With a grave expression, she said, "What news have you heard?" "Frankly speaking, I received information early on saying that the revolutionary film project might be restarted within the next few years, but that is all I know. A few days back, I took fancy to an area on Planet Y and felt that it was suitable for scenes of the period of destruction. I originally wanted to purchase the land and build something like a period of destruction cultural park in the future. As you all know, I have an interest in all things regarding the period of destruction, but little did I expect that the area had already been bought." "Who?" Fang Zhao opened up a map and pointed to an area much larger than the film entertainment complex. "The Interplanetary Fund. This whole area was purchased by them." According to convention, For this sort of revolutionary film project, there was a very high possibility that the Interplanetary Fund would invest in it, and now they had bought that large area. Fang Zhao had asked Hua Yi and a few researchers on Planet Y and found out that there were no valuable minerals there, and that didn't have as much scientific value as other areas when it came to conducting experiments. As for Planet Y's two distinguishing characteristics, one was the ARC plan, resurrection of stored seeds, and the other was film culture. Since the former was unlikely, what about the latter? Therefore, Fang Zhao had surmised that perhaps somebody also wanted to develop the area into a landscape similar to the period of destruction and use it for other stuff, such as filming. To get a better understanding of whether the situation was as he had guessed, Fang Zhao had asked Duan Qinji this question. Duan Qinji did not doubt what Fang Zhao had said. She fell silent for a bit before nodding her head. If that area was really made into a landscape from the period of destruction suitable for filming, then there is a high possibility of what you just said happening. That revolutionary film project might just be restarted. Many people had their eyes on this revolutionary project. When she had heard that the project could be rebooted in the coming few years, Duan Qinji had already started making plans and rushed to generate a few films and series that could capture the eyes of global audiences and promote the film stars in her own company. Choosing historical dramas could be considered a strategy. Regardless of the genre of any film, as long as their reputation and fame was put forward, that was good enough. If one series was no good, then 2 or 3. For such a revolutionary film project, forget about the company's A-list film stars. Even their S-rank first-rate superstars might not be able to snag a satisfactory role. As for other people, if they did not have enough fame or sufficient ability, they would not even be able to get a significant supporting role. Duan Qinji left hastily. She wanted to go over to Planet Y and scout out the situation. Fang Zhao browsed through entertainment news from every continent. Upon closer inspection, he realized that competition in the global film circles had escalated. Now, film companies from every continent were churning out large-scale productions in quick succession in order to tussle for viewership and popularity. It was probably as Duan Qinji had said. When everyone had gotten the news, they had rushed to promote their own company's celebrities and make them more noticeable so when the time came, they would have even more firepower when it came to vying for roles in the revolutionary project. However, many people had not expected that the Y film entertainment cultural base was going to pop up this year and result in historical works becoming highly popular. This time, Silver Wing stars had successfully raised their global fame. Fang Zhao opened his own notebook and flipped to the last page. On it were plans he had recorded. Picking up his pen, he added a line to it. Who set the rule that only renowned actors could vie for roles in the revolutionary film project? After Duan Qinji left the outpost, she changed the course of her journey. Originally, she had intended to return to Earth, but now she decided to head to Planet Y to make discreet inquiries as to the situation. Following which, Duan Qinji gathered the company's few top film stars and agents for a meeting. As a second-tier actor in the company, Ji Poland did not have the qualifications to be called for that meeting. After completing Beauties, he had successfully managed to squeeze into a role for Warring States. Originally, Ji Poland had been rather satisfied. Although that role might be a little effeminate, it was still an important supporting role, wasn't it? He had already acted as a eunuch. Would he still be afraid of this? How many even wanted this role but could not get it? But after the few big names had been called over by the boss for a meeting, Ji Poland discovered that their attitudes had changed completely. Their acting had always been very professional, but now, this bunch had a change in attitude, as though a fire had been lit in their bellies. Previously, Ji Poland had heard a few first-rate actors grumble during their meal times that the film schedule was too pressing and how they were exhausted and missed their homes and could not wait to return and rest. Now, though, even outside filming, even when they were extremely tired, these people seemed to have an inner fire. Ji Poland never heard them mention returning and resting ever again. Intuition told Ji Poland that he could not take it easy. Actors and actresses of a higher tier, even first-rate superstars, were all so hard-working. As a second-tier actor, how could he have the cheek to slack off? Furthermore, watching this bunch act up a storm, Ji Poland felt his own blood surging. What a great opportunity to learn. The changes on the set of Warring States did not capture the attention of too many people. There were now many production teams in the bustling film studio complex. Hoteliers here were making a windfall. Because there were many people and identities were all confusing, it gave an opportunity for people to take advantage. With his own superior disguises and the gift of gab, Wang Tai had successfully infiltrated the film studio complex. However, just as he was about to step into the palace grounds, he saw the tablet beside the gates. When he caught sight of Fang Zhao's name, he had no time to even think as his balls shrank. After making some inquiries, he felt that the name shown on the stone tablet had a high likelihood of being the same one as his greatest fear. Making careful considerations, Wang Tai decided to avoid Silver Wing sets and turned around. He headed over to other sets for a look. Every day, before he started work, he would first head online to check whether Channel S5 had any live broadcasts and whether Fang Zhao had appeared in them. Only after confirming that Fang Zhao was still on planet Baiji would he set about his job in peace. On Channel S4, today's live broadcast was Wu Tianhao instructing martial arts to a bunch of tiger-eared monkeys. These animals would not hurt people on purpose because they did not have a hostile nature. Wu Tianhao's uncle had said that the mountains needed some live animals, so the scenes would have more vitality. Since Wu Tianhao's mountain was not used for filming, a few of these animals had been released there. Wu Tianhao had proposed it, and the breeders had been more than happy to agree. On the second day, a group of tiger-eared monkeys had been sent over. At the start, these tiger-eared monkeys had still been quite guarded and had stayed away from humans, but gradually, they had discovered that getting closer to humans granted them even more delectable goodies. There was no need to worry about food and water here, and the food was much better than what the breeders had fed them. Now they wouldn't budge even if you chased them away. On a certain day, when Wu Tianhao was practicing his martial arts, a tiger-eared monkey had imitated Wu Tianhao's actions and movements. Wu Tianhao had found this rather amusing and had not chased it away. Who could have known that 2 days later his dojo would have a larger group of monkeys? Never in Wu Tianhao's wildest dreams had he expected that his first batch of disciples would be a bunch of alien monkeys. After the broadcast ended, Wu Tianhao received a call from his uncle. "What's up? Want to trick me into acting in a film again?" Hearing his uncle approaching him to act in a new drama series, Wu Tianhao had prepared to reject him, but the following words made Wu Tianhao halt. Excitement ran across Wu Tianhao's face as he asked, "That project, is it certain that it will be rebooted?" "Around 80% probability that it will be rebooted. Filming will probably begin next year, latest by the following year." "How about that? Do you wish to strive for it?" "You don't say." "Of course I do." On another mountain, Zero's agent had just ended a call. He mulled it over for a bit before turning to gaze at Zero, who was bragging to some people at the moment. The assistant beside him felt that it was the sort of look a breeder gave a swine as he pondered how to fetch the best price for it. Netizens were not really in the know when it came to the intense competition between large film companies and private studios, as there was just too much news and gossip about films, serials, and whatnot. While this was all going on, yet another new round of military enlistment began. There were 2 enrollment periods for military service, one in April and the other in October. Generally speaking, the April batch saw more enlistees than the October one, as near the end of the year, it seemed like Memorial Day was drawing closer. Many people would choose to wait and spend Memorial Day with their family, have discussions, and make preparations before applying for enlistment in April. However, the opposite happened this year. The number of applicants for this October's batch of enlistees exploded by a whopping 291%. This was the figure given in an official announcement. Even without looking at all these statistical figures, most people could have guessed that this October's batch would increase by a lot. Especially among people in universities, many students that had yet to serve had decided to enlist. Project Starlight was a success. It had brought about a zeal in youngsters for military service and brought about even more attention. To best support the enthusiasm and zeal of youngsters, this round, the top brass had decided that the 5 planets involved in Project Starlight would take charge of enlistees applying to their respective planets. This meant that anybody who wanted to apply for military service on these 5 planets could do so, and those that were approved would be sent there. Only after being rejected would these enlistees then be allocated to another location by the system. Youngsters looking to chase stars naturally chose the planets their idols were at for their own military service. Among Project Starlight's first batch, the planets S1, S2, and S3 had similar situations. They had more enlistees than previous years, but it wasn't too exaggerated. The exaggerated ones were the planets that channels S4 and S5 were on, planets Y and Baiji. Planet Baiji's position in the development sequence had shifted and was developing rapidly, which gave rise to a lot more people wanting to go over and strive to do their best. Who knew if it could benefit them in their own future careers? Planet Y also received a similar number of applications to Planet Baiji because of the film entertainment cultural base. Military enlistees were mostly youths in their early 20s, with the majority being university students, and there were many that chased stars. The Y film entertainment cultural base had a strong appeal to these people, especially with entertainment news reports claiming that it was easy to run into a celebrities even when picking a random restaurant for a meal. These sorts of reports made these youngsters rub their hands in glee. However, there was a limit for accepting enlistees. Even though Planet Baiji and Y had both increased their quotas, the amount of applicants greatly exceeded their plans. Thus, they had to use the system to filter applications before filling up their quotas. That meant to say that for this round, the criteria that Planet Y and Baiji were using for accepting enlistees was much higher. If there were any stains on their personal files, any unsavory records, serious psychological illnesses, or other issues, that party would be filtered out. Especially for Planet Baiji, where they also examined the physical records of potential enlistees, as well as the physical fitness examination results from primary school all the way to university. Applicants that were physically fit took priority. After the filtering process, the system then sent the results to the applicants. Applicants that received notifications that Baiji Military District had accepted their application were required to head to the allocated hospitals in their respective continents for a medical checkup and then head to the respective military districts for basic military training, just like Fang Zhao had done back then. After a month of training, they would then be sent to Planet Baiji. On the transport ship headed toward Planet Baiji, the young conscripts were full of nervousness and complex thoughts. When they could not fall asleep, they gathered together to chat. Hey people, since we are all going to be comrades, brother, what specialty are you going for? Medicine. I specialize in veterinary studies. Ha ha ha, looks like we are in the same field, heh? It's different. Hey, what about the brother in front? What's your specialization? Me? I'm in network engineering. Under normal circumstances, if one wished to rise up in the military, generally, a whole lot of time was needed to grind one's way to the top. But right now, Planet Baiji was going through a period of rapid development and expectation, and this counted as special circumstances. Using this as a pretext, it was a really good opportunity to vie for meritorious deeds, so everyone had their eyes on Planet Baiji. Planet Baiji gave people from all professions a chance to strive forward for greater future prospects. But when these young conscripts finally arrived on Planet Baiji, they were welcomed with a bug feast. Baiji's commanding officer had said that the bug feast was a tradition. No matter how much Baiji developed, this tradition would be preserved so every newcomer to Planet Baiji would remember the sort of harsh life people had had when they had first come here in the early days. We have to remember the unpleasant past and take delight in our present situation. However, even though it was the same bugs, now, when these new conscripts partook in the bug feast, it was still much better than how people used to have them in the past. At least now the bugs were no longer served half-cooked. Even so, many new conscripts were still tormented by the bug feast. On the second day, close to 60% of new conscripts had pale faces, as if their hearts were still reliving the horrors of the bugs. Some people were even starting to wish they had chosen Planet Y instead. Having grain on Planet Y was way better than having bugs. But very quickly, the doubts in these young conscripts' heads were replaced with newfound zeal at a commendation ceremony. This commendation ceremony was organized by Baiji Military District to honor outstanding conscripts and set a good example for the new batch. Naturally, Fang Zhao was among the awardees. Fang Zhao and the other conscripts of his batch had already undergone half a year of military service. Previously, when some people had seen Fang Zhao getting promoted, they had become really proactive. Throughout the military district, there were some conscripts and talents from different fields that had produced outstanding performances. These people had also rendered several meritorious services, And although they might not necessarily be third-class merits, with many contributions, Baiji Military District took the opportunity to take a few exemplary role models and made an exception to promote them and honor them specifically at this commendation ceremony. Previously, Fang Zhao had been a second lieutenant. This time, he was once again promoted to the rank of first lieutenant. In this half-year, he had followed the outpost team every day and completed assignments and missions and had rendered quite a bit of meritorious service. Everyone thought highly of his contributions and performance. He had saved people numerous times in critical situations, and having seen it for themselves, audiences watching the live broadcast did not have any complaints. A few experienced officers privately gasped in admiration. Whether it was his psyche or his natural ability, both were at truly extraordinary levels. If Fang Zhao continued to develop in the military, he would rise even higher in future. When chatting with the two Fang elders, many people in the military district had said that Fang Zhao not being in the military was such a pity. The two Fang elders naturally protected their own great-grandson in front of others, but they could not help but feel wistful in private. However, this was Fang Zhao's own choice. Everything was fine as long as Fang Zhao was happy. Besides, whenever Fang Zhao went on missions, the two elders didn't feel at ease. Watching those videos of Fang Zhao on those assignments, they couldn't help but feel fear and trepidation when they saw the numerous times the outpost team was caught in dangerous situations. Every time after watching it, great-grandfather Fang would get angry. It is just temporary military service. Why do you have to strive so hard? Everyone else just acts and pretends during their military service. Why do you have to be so serious? Can't you be more shrewd and avoid all this? Today, after the commendation ceremony, when Fang Zhao was having a meal in the family district, great-grandfather Fang could not help but start preaching. Veteran troops handle dangerous places. You new soldiers have too little experience. The next time you encounter those dangerous situations, just stay away, all right? In the past, if great-grandfather Fang had heard people speaking this way, he would have snorted in disdain. What he couldn't stand the most was spoiling children this way. However, when it came to himself, great-grandfather Fang became soft-hearted too. Although he kept nagging, when Fang Zhao left after having dinner, great-grandfather Fang could not help but smile foolishly to himself as he replayed today's honoring of conscripts at the commendation ceremony over and over. At the other end, Fang Zhao left the base and headed for the outpost. Due to the commendation ceremony, Fang Zhao had received a day off and was not following the outpost team out on a mission today. After returning to the outpost, he headed into his dormitory and engrossed himself in composing. Now, Kevin Lin was full of admiration. During the day, Fang Zhao was just a tireless, iron-blooded soldier. At night, he returned to being a harmless artistic youth and continued producing his works. Kevin Lin thought to himself that this was something he would absolutely be unable to do. The piece that Fang Zhao was composing was an accompaniment piece for a scene in Warring States. Before this, Fang Zhao had already made a number of accompaniment pieces for Beauties and Warring States. These works would be part of the OST1 for the 2 drama series and would be uploaded online. As he was writing away on his notebook, someone called on him. The visitor seemed to be of a similar age to Fang Zhao, but he had an air of class and the haughtiness of an elite. He seemed to treat people politely, but there was a sort of arrogance deep down. My name is Joseph, a liaison with the Interplanetary Fund. This is my name card. You may verify my identity. The other party put on a fitting smile as he handed over a golden card embossed with the Interplanetary Fund's insignia. Fang Zhao did not need to personally verify the information. Biliao, the outpost team leader, had already sent over Joseph's detailed information. Before entering the outpost, Joseph would surely have needed to go through a round of identity verification that was even more stringent. Therefore, Fang Zhao did not need to check on it personally, as Joseph's personal records were included in the information sent to him. There was no doubt of his identity. He was indeed from the Interplanetary Fund and was certainly an elite. Majored in economics from a famous school in Huanzhou, a doctorate in management, and had professional credentials in the areas of banking, medicine, engineering, art, and many more. It could be said that he was knowledgeable about everything, from astronomy to geography. When around people in the outpost team, he could chat with them about the latest entertainment gossip or discuss the direction of political reforms. At the bottom of the information Bi Liao had sent to Fang Zhao, he had added, "This liaison from the Interplanetary Fund is actually a bookworm." Joseph politely asked, "Sorry to bother you. Are you busy, Mr. Fang? I'm in no hurry, so we can chat after you are done with whatever you are busy with." Fang Zhao did not reject him, simply pointing to a sofa to the side. "You can take a seat there and help yourself to anything." The furnishings here were simple, and there were no customs here. Furthermore, Fang Zhao had gotten some inspiration a while back and did not wish to stop halfway. Joseph pointed to the bookshelf at the side. "May I take a look at these books?" When Fang Zhao had moved into his new quarters, he had purchased a bunch of electronic books and gotten the person in charge of printing at the base to help print them. Fang Zhao still liked to use paperback books and would bring a book with him during the day. During idle periods in between their missions, he would read them. At times when electronic equipment could not be used, paperback books were still very convenient. The majority of these books were on music, film, history, and architecture. "Please make yourself at home," Fang Zhao replied. "Thank you." Joseph gave his thanks and walked over to the bookshelf. He ran his eyes through the titles displayed on the spines of these books. They were all printed on Planet Baiji, and their dates were also displayed on them. Joseph took out a slightly thick book about history and flipped over the book. "I don't understand." His real intention was not to read the contents of the book, but to view the notes Fang Zhao had written in the book. From there, he could find out what sort of person Fang Zhao was. There were many notes and markings on the book, and there were even a few pages of densely packed scribbles. However, Joseph could not understand any of these symbols. He flipped over to another page. "Still don't understand." The polite smile on Joseph's face had disappeared. There were so many markings and annotations in this book, yet he couldn't understand a single symbol. A minority language? Didn't seem like it. Shorthand? Now that seemed a little likely. Looking at the strokes, it was probably shorthand. But why would he use shorthand when making notes in the book? A mental case. Joseph did not buy it. All these books had been printed in the last 3 months. There were close to 100 books here, and some were especially thick. There was no way he could have finished reading them all, and there was no way he used the same sort of method to make notes in every single one, right? 10 minutes later, Joseph sat on the sofa, as quiet as a mouse. Joseph sat silently on the sofa, having lost much of the arrogance he'd had in his heart. Actually, those symbols had not dealt him such a severe blow. Although he felt like he had hit a wall when he had tried deciphering those scribbles, what had given him a bigger shock were those books. Fang Zhao had actually finished close to 100 books in the space of 3 months. He still had some ability when determining whether he was being deceived. Even though he could not understand the scribbles, from what he had seen, the person had made markings and taken notes randomly and had read them seriously. All the underlines, notes, and remarks on blank spaces clearly showed that the person had read it really seriously and taken notes conscientiously. What sort of speed was this? Of course, reading books quickly did not mean much. His main objective was to see how capable this Fang Zhao person was. Recalling when he had investigated all the information regarding Fang Zhao, Joseph felt that it was best for him to maintain silence. Continuously staring at someone was an impolite gesture. Joseph could not bring himself to fix his gaze on and analyze Fang Zhao, so he stared at the bookshelf. He had wanted to ponder some questions, but as he thought about it, he found himself in a daze. Only when he heard a book being closed did he return to his senses and put on a polite smile once again. Fang Zhao placed the notebook into a drawer and looked at Joseph. "Sorry for making you wait." This time around, Joseph was more humble. No, not at all. It's me who is being a bother." Whatever the case, Fang Zhao was someone worth admiring. Joseph noticed that Fang Zhao did not seem impatient, so he did not delve straight to the main topic and instead picked out the thickest history book from the shelf. "I have a question I wish to ask, Mr. Fang. Are the notes inside written using shorthand?" "Yes," Fang Zhao joked. "This is a shorthand I created, Fang-style cursive. 1 stroke per book. Actually, it could not be considered a cursive script one. Rather, it had gradually evolved from one. A few more complicated words inside had been substituted with other symbols, and that was how it had become Fang Zhao's own shorthand style. Fang Zhao could practically write a whole sentence with 1 stroke. It was just taking notes. He wrote it this way as it was for himself to read. If it were for others, he would write in the normal words that everyone knew. Just like when Fang Zhao was composing, the script was written in a code that only he understood. When it was for other people's eyes, he would change it to common musical notes. During the period of destruction, Fang Zhao had frequently used this sort of shorthand method for formulating battle plans and taking notes. When there had no longer been any use for those notes, Fang Zhao had destroyed them. Those times required being prudent, not just against the foreign enemy but against vile characters as well. Thus, those handwritten notes of a great man in the New Era Memorial Hall were actually nothing personal. They had been written for others to see and were not secret, so he naturally hadn't used Fang-style cursive. However, now the notes no longer needed to be destroyed and were nothing like the formulated battle plans that could decide the lives or deaths of troops and needed to be safeguarded. However, this was a habit that Fang Zhao continued to retain when he went out on missions. Idle time in between was shorter, so this method of cursive saved time and effort. Furthermore, perhaps due to his body's physical changes, Fang Zhao's current reading speed kept increasing, and his brain thought faster. To best save time, Fang Zhao would write out all the thoughts in his head, regardless whether he was in battle mode or not. Using this, one stroke per book, was the most appropriate. During the period of destruction, these sorts of shorthand note-taking methods had all been lost. So now, Fang Zhao had no fear of anybody else understanding it. So that's the case. Indeed, it was shorthand. Joseph asked a seemingly harmless question. All of these have been read by you? Yes. I'm almost done reading them, Fang Zhao replied. Actually, there were still around 10 more books that Fang Zhao had shifted away to make room for newly printed books when he had been tidying the bookshelf, as it had been too full. However, Fang Zhao did not feel that it was necessary to mention this. I never expected that Mr. Fang would still read so many books while undergoing his military service, Joseph said ruefully. I finally know why you know so much even though you only have a composing background. Fang Zhao wanted to say one will never cease to learn as long as one lives, but he swallowed his words just before he opened his mouth. This proverb did not seem too appropriate. Noticing that Fang Zhao did not appear to be pleased or even have any other expression, Joseph did not mention it further. Straightening his face, he spoke about his motive for coming today. Does Mr. Fang know the revolutionary film project set during the period of destruction is on the verge of being rebooted? Joseph asked. Fang Zhao nodded. I heard about it. Although it has yet to be officially announced, certain entertainment companies in every continent have received news of the pending reboot, and it is indeed a reality. As the investors and one of the producing parties of this project, the Interplanetary Fund has nominating rights. Joseph seamlessly observed Fang Zhao but did not notice any trace of impulse or excitement or any other expression on his face. Fang Zhao was still the same as before, maintaining his calm demeanor and listening attentively. Mr. Fang is contracted to Silver Wing Media and is one of the members on the consultant team for Beauties and Warring States. You should probably know that for any dramas concerning history, a consultant team cannot be lacking. We have seen the 2 period dramas released by Silver Wing, and they are indeed top quality. The consultant teams for these dramas are indeed capable. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Interplanetary Fund to give Mr. Fang an invitation and hope you will join as a member of the consultant team for the revolutionary film project that is about to be rebooted. When Joseph had first received this assignment, he had not understood why the top had a preference for Fang Zhao. As part of the film project's team, naturally, Joseph knew what the revolutionary film project was all about. Although this project had been raised long ago, filming had been continuously put off, as the parties that were investing in the production were always at odds. Besides the Interplanetary Fund, there were over 10 other co-producing parties that were large investors. These were all the famous families in each of the continents, and they had continuously argued, having opposing views on this actor or that, being unable to see eye to eye, and even arguing over the script. Parties would say that these were fabrications, slander, or over-exaggerations that were misleading. The script had also seen many years of adjustments and amendments, but with so many disagreements, the project had kept being shelved. Now, the Interplanetary Fund had increased their investment in this project and contacted the other investing parties with their decision to reboot the project. First and foremost was setting up a consultant team. For the revolutionary film project, the consultant team would naturally be huge. It could be said that consultant teams for past film and drama series could not compare to this film project's consultant team in terms of manpower and capability. Perhaps even many years into the future, there might still not be a consultant team that could compare with it. Every investing party had their own consultants, they acknowledged. The Interplanetary Fund had put forward 2 expert professors renowned in many circles for their research on the history of the period of destruction. For the highly viewed online historical dramas, Beauties, and the currently airing Warring States, many people did not bother watching the tiny words in the end credits after an episode ended, but people from the Interplanetary Fund's film projects team paid attention to them. Many consultants in many historical dramas were nothing more than consultants in name only and were being dragged along just as a facade, leaving after perhaps having a meal or making some small talk while having close to practically no use. Perhaps these titular consultants had not even watched the dramas in question, so there were lots of drama series that appeared with lots of inaccuracies. For these titular consultants, this would damage their reputation. However, many of these history consultants did not bother about their fame or reputation. They were more concerned about how much money they would get, and it was fine as long as they got paid. If the director did not need them, they were more than happy to relax. But when the completed Beauties and currently airing Warring States that were really popular were released, everyone could see the quality. The masses were not blind, and it was shown by the popularity of the 2 series as well as their rankings on online video sites. This was what made the Interplanetary Fund pay attention to the consultant team displayed at the end credits. Fang Zhao had already been eyeing this revolutionary film project. Having received an invitation, there was no way he would reject it. Fang Zhao discussed the terms for the contract with Joseph and was required to sign a confidentiality agreement. There was no need for non-disclosure about Fang Zhao signing on as a consultant. Rather, the confidentiality agreement was for the contents of the script he would receive. The script had not been completely set in stone and required the members of the consultant team to run through it. Probably only when the script was fully set would there be an official announcement on the reboot of this project. After signing the contract, Fang Zhao asked, "Who are the other members of the consultant team that have already been invited?" Since the contract had already been signed, they now had a working relationship, so there was no need for Joseph to keep this a secret. He handed over a list of people who were already included in the consultant team. These members have already been confirmed. There might be a few just like you who have been invited, but have yet to be recorded on the list. The list might not have been completed, but taking one glance through, Fang Zhao could tell right away why this was the consultant team for the revolutionary film project. This lineup was formidable, and past series could not compare. The head of the historical consultant team was the president of the Academy of Social Sciences, an esteemed and respectable historian. Following behind him, there were names of people from archaeology fields, historical research institute staff, and literature award recipients. All of these were famous names in the fields of history, art, and literature. Why did Fang Zhao recognize these names? That was because a third of books in his bookshelf were written by these people. Just looking at these names, Fang Zhao could tell that this project was absolutely of the highest quality. If this revolutionary film project was rebooted and the names on the consultant team released, that lineup was enough to make the entire film circle tremble. Compared to the names on the list, generally, as someone who did not specialize in history, Fang Zhao would not have received an invitation. With regards to advice and consultation, Fang Zhao's current status was a far way off from the others who had been famous for a long time already. But Fang Zhao's combat experience was strong. Consultant team member for Beauties and Warring States, design team member for the Silver Wing region of the Y Film Entertainment Complex, and a member of the advisory panel for Fiery Bird's Battle of the Century. These were actual examples displayed out in the open and could not be falsified. The most significant was Fiery Bird's Battle of the Century. The game had been set during the actual period of destruction, and Fang Zhao had provided many pertinent suggestions. From an investor's point of view, Fang Zhao's resume was no less valuable than that of few of these award winners. And because of this, the Interplanetary Fund had dispatched Joseph over to deliver an invitation to Fang Zhao. Even Duan Qianji would never have expected that, through the 2 meticulously produced historical dramas, none of her actors had managed to secure a spot, Yet the historical consultant team had already set their eyes on one of her staff. With his assignment completed, Joseph had no intention of remaining at the outpost for long and got ready to take his leave. Fang Zhao called out to Joseph as he got up and prepared to leave. "Please wait." Joseph raised an eyebrow. "Do you still have any doubts, Mr. Fang? Has the cast been confirmed yet?" Fang Zhao asked. "Not yet. Only after the script has been finalized will the casting be decided on." Joseph assumed that Fang Zhao was helping Silverwing make inquiries, so he did not find it strange. For this series, significant supporting roles and leads all require approval from many different parties. After that, a vote will still be required to finalize the decisions. This will be up to how the various companies go about their operations. I do not understand all these too well, but one thing is for certain. People without a certain degree of fame will not even have a chance. The fame that Joseph spoke about was not just being famous in one continent, but rather on a global context. "Thank you," Fang Zhao replied. "Welcome." As if suddenly recalling something, Joseph turned around to face Fang Zhao. "Right, Mr. Fang is really talented in composing. I have also listened to the background music in the 2 Silverwing drama series. They are very good, and I anticipate hearing more of Mr. Fang's works in the later episodes that will be released." After he finished, Joseph flashed a courteous smile and left. What he meant to tell Fang Zhao was this: get your company to do some work, and promote you and expand your reputation. Perhaps it will get noticed by the relevant parties at the Interplanetary Fund. After all, this revolutionary film project would also require background music and accompaniment pieces for all sorts of scenes. Sure, Fang Zhao still lacked the qualifications for the opening and closing songs, but for short interludes of various scenes in the show, Fang Zhao might have a chance. Of course, Fang Zhao understood the underlying meaning behind Joseph's words. However, he had his own plans and would not do as Joseph had suggested. He still thanked Joseph for his kind intentions, though. After Joseph left, Fang Zhao studied the invitation letter on his table. After scanning it on his personal terminal, he gained access to a group discussion platform for the consultant team, which was really easy to manage. Shortly after entering, Fang Zhao received a few electronic files that were not related to the script. These were points to take note of for newcomers to the consultant team, and to help newcomers adjust to the consultant team. A consultant was not all about advising and not asking, nor was it all about asking and not advising. Worst of all was doing none of the above. This series was not a historical documentary, and it had some artistic value to it. The pointers were to remind some less attentive consultants about where to set out from and which angle to take when asking questions. For a historical drama, it was first and foremost a theatrical piece of art, not a historical study. This art was expressed through film and music and had to be slightly larger than life. And for this art that had such a large investment, it naturally needed to arouse sufficient interest from audiences. Only then would there be greater returns. But as a historical drama, this art form could be excessive, but it still had to have a certain degree of authenticity. After looking through these files, Fang Zhao had a rough idea of what was going on. Being invited in now was just to report his attendance. When the time came, the contents of the script would be issued. Just as he was pondering which events would be contained in the script, Fang Zhao received a call from Xuejing. Having already completed his global lecture tour on music, Xuejing had just seen the video of Baiji Military District's commendation ceremony and had seen the portion where Fang Zhao was honored. However, besides showing concern, old Xuejing was also worried that Fang Zhao would walk down the wrong path. What if Fang Zhao decided to stay on with the military? Xuejing still had high hopes that Fang Zhao would undertake a greater pursuit of musical art and hoped that Fang Zhao would stay away from the military path. He wanted Fang Zhao to gain the recognition and approval of more people, especially the really fussy academics. If Fang Zhao did not walk down this path, academics would then judge Fang Zhao as having taken a low-end route. Fang Zhao described his daily routine. "I go on missions during the day and compose at night after returning to the outpost. I'm now working on a piece for a certain scene in Warring States." Hearing all this, Xuejing's worry dissipated slightly, and he smiled a little brighter. "That's good. The ancient-style background music for Beauties and Warring States is really good. I have seen your work. If you keep it up, given your ability, once your military service ends, you can begin planning for your own individual concert My sentiments exactly. Xuejing was delighted at Fang Zhao's reply, and they chatted about a few other music-related questions before Xuejing reminded Fang Zhao to be careful and stay safe while out on his missions, and then ended the call. Fang Zhao remained silent for a while, after ending the call with Xuejing before dialing a certain number. Yinzhou Military District's General Hospital. Yin Biao was undergoing a medical checkup. His prosthetics had already been fitted, and they were really expensive ones at that. The artificial limbs were nimble, and their functionality satisfied him. He had received a generous payout for his military discharge as well as bonuses. If he had not been discharged with merits and received particularly generous treatment and discounts, with just a normal discharge payout, he would never have been able to afford these sorts of prosthetics. Yin Biao was also astonished to receive Fang Zhao's call. He had been keeping contact with Fang Zhao, but it had just been through text messages. Undergoing half a year of treatment and rehabilitation, Yin Biao's body had already recovered and he was in good spirits, probably anticipating what lay ahead for him. Furthermore, with the current levels of medical technology that were continuously improving, his recovery time had been much quicker than he had expected. Yin Biao had sent a message to Fang Zhao last week saying he had already been discharged from the hospital, his body was at peak condition, and he could start work at any time. Today, he had returned to the hospital just for a follow-up, and the results were all good. Reading through Yin Biao's follow-up results and confirming that there were no issues, Fang Zhao said, "Prepare to start work." Yin Biao brightened up, and his eyes shone with anticipation. "I have long been waiting for this day." After listening to Fang Zhao's instructions and ending the call, Yin Biao stood at the entrance of the hospital, sighing deeply as he stared at the sky. He had just started work. But before that, Yin Biao pulled up his trouser leg, looked at his lower leg, which had been replaced with machinery, and hesitated slightly. This would be his first job after being discharged from the military. To give everyone a good impression of him, should he color this leg gold? Maybe silver-plated? Or perhaps a lower-profile skin color tone? Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.